Well, welcome to the very sunny South Wales, and of course, the return of Convoy Cymru here at Pembrey Circuit. We're very, very happy to welcome you down here to a convoy event, the British Truck Racing Championships, of course, first time down in South Wales. Let's have a look now what we've got going on for you this weekend. We've got everything from show trucks, we've even got show vans, we've got a fairground, we've got live music, we've got eating competitions, motocross, monster truck rides, you name it, we've got it, and we're going to be trying to catch as much of it on camera as possible. So, welcome to the show. Let's have a look what's going on this weekend at Convoy Cymru. So, qualifying said and done here at Pembrey, South Wales as we get ready for the first race of the weekend. We saw Division 2 John Powell getting his fastest lap in there, and of course returning champion Ryan Smith for Division 1. Let's go and have a chat with those two drivers just before we go out there for the first time this weekend. Well, as promised, here we are down in the lower paddock with Division 2 fastest and qualifying in first place, John Powell. John, welcome to the weekend here at Pembrey. How have you found the truck? Obviously it's working for you with qualifying.
Yeah, we did some authorisation on the exhaust manifold. Richard does some excellent engineering, seems to have cured the problems that we've had at Brands Hatch. And the truck just feels really planted, so you know, it's good really. So I was following Adam, and there's not a lot to choose between either of us, to be fair, but I just got point on turning around the back there and the gears right, and it all come together, so it's good.
So I know on some circuits through the season it's a clever idea sometimes to not qualify fastest because you want to be in a certain line. I take it Pembrey isn't one of those, and you do want to be first place inside corner, right?
Absolutely. that the hairpin, you've got to be in there first and out first, you know. So
or out there at all, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. You know, but there is a downside to that as well, as obviously because we're going off the back of Division 1 as well. So if there's a moment for them, it'll be arising with us pretty sharply. So you know, you just got to have your wits about you really. So it's a tight corner.
Yeah, indeed, and of course, even though different divisions, essentially the top speed of the trucks is the same. So when you see those lights go out, you're hitting the limiter, getting to that corner as quickly as possible. So it really isn't as much room for error as people think.
No, there's no room for error at all. You know, and in actual fact, I think we've got the same time as Ricky Collett.
I mean, the fact we're seeing Ricky Collett here at all this weekend's pretty special.
Well, it is actually. I mean, they had a disastrous Brands Hatch, and a testament to the team to be able to put that back together. So ask him if you do an interview with him. Ask him about the Comrod.
Yeah, he showed me what's left of the Comrod. Anyway.
No, but what was wrong with the Comrod? And I think John Powell found that actually.
Oh, did he? Oh, wow! You heard it here first, folks. Right, well, John, fantastic to talk to you. We will definitely be catching up with John and teammates later on with regards to one of John's sponsors, GB Plus Fuel, who actually sponsor the championship as well as John Powell, and of course all the trucks running on biofuel now, John.
Absolutely, yeah, it's a good thing. It's a move in the right direction, really, to be honest with you.
Certainly is, and that's why we've got lots more sponsorships coming in, so thanks for that, mate. Appreciate it. Right, we'll catch up with John and team later on. Now let's go and find that Division 1 top qualifier, Ryan Smith. Right then, and here we are now in the upper paddock, which is the posh bit, I believe Ryan will have you believe, with reigning champion, returning champion, Division 1, Ryan Smith, qualifying first today. Now, I heard in testing yesterday we had a few niggles. Tell us a bit more about that and how we've ended up finishing pole.
It's very, very strange because Brands Hatch, we released the truck, it wasn't ready, it performed amazing. We brought it here, it's just like a different animal. We've got no brakes. We're locking brakes up everywhere, but we got pole. So, you know, we're doing something right. We're delighted with the pole position, but we're just trying to get the truck right. But do you know what? Let's same as I say to the guys in the debrief, it's the same for everyone. Stuart Oliver will have issues. Dave Jenkins will have issues. Other people will have issues. But just from the truck that I drove at Brands Hatch to the truck that I'm driving here today, we're a bit bemused because we can't understand why. But look, that's part and parcel of development. Every day's a school day in racing. We got pole. That's the most important thing for now.
It certainly is. And on that subject of development, of course, it's not the first time in Ryan Smith's history that we've had to develop a truck during a season, is it? So it shouldn't really be anything new to you, sir.
No, sir. No, sir. Certainly not. But, you know, that's the beauty of this. If you stop developing, you stop learning. If you stop learning, you stop progressing. If you stop progressing, you become stagnant. We are a team that like to keep looking to develop, but this, I don't think that this problem's a development problem. I think it's somewhat terminal.
Terminal. Let's just call it Gremlins for now.
Well, put it this way. Stuart Oliver did a great job in qualifying, so did Dave Jenkins. If we hadn't to put that lap time in when we put that lap time in, we would have not got close therefore after. So the confidence is not there in the brakes. We flat spotted new tyres on the art lap, which, as people can imagine, aren't cheap.
Not ideal, though.
Not ideal, but like I just said, look, we're on pole. People would give the left arm to be on pole.
Too right, yeah.
Everybody's got their own problems. We'll find the problem, we'll fix the problem, and we'll learn from the problem. That's all we can do.
Wise words from 7-time champion, is it now?
7 times, yeah.
7-time champion Ryan Smith. Thank you very much, Ryan, for talking to us, and good luck in your first race of the weekend here at Pembrey. Now, let's go racing, shall we?
Well, thanks very much, Pointy. Good morning, ladies and gents, and welcome to the home of motorsport in South Wales here at Pembrey Circuit. Very sunny South Wales. Great to see some perfect conditions here today. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action here on BARC TV. 2 days of action, a total of 15 races coming this weekend. Let's have a look at the schedule for our first day of racing then, the first of 5 races for the British Truck Racing Championship. The headline act here at Convoy Cymru this weekend. Convoy Wales is back, celebrating everything to do with trucks on the racetrack, on the road, and everything in between. Support action from car racing as well. We have the first of 2 races from the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroen 2CV Racing Championship. Oh yes, the 2CVs are back for the 2nd year running. They are always great fun, the 2CVs. They have an endurance race over 1 hour 40 minutes tomorrow as well. We also have 3 races this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. The 14 to 17-year-olds in their Citroen Saxos. They've just been out for qualifying. Then later this afternoon we have a truck drifting competition as well. Yes, really. That's going to be something spectacular we'll see on the Pembrey Circuit today. And then we've got the Track Attack Race Club, something a little bit different. Track Attack Race Club is a bit of a run what you brung saloon car racing series. It's mainly French cars. I think we've got Clios and Peugeot 206s that will be racing in that division this weekend. Then a second race for the trucks. They have 3 more races coming up tomorrow as well. And then a second race for the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroen 2CV Racing Championship. We'll be joined tomorrow as well by the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship, the local racers based here at Pembrey. A real mixture of different cars racing with them as well. We're just waiting to get underway with our first race of the day. Then just a short pause at the moment because we are running a little bit ahead of schedule here in the sunshine of South Wales. The first race of the day is going to be the first of 5 this weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. And it is Ryan Smith who has qualified on the pole, as we just heard from our man Pointy down in the paddock, who's going to be keeping us abreast of everything happening off track this weekend. I think he's gone for a ride on the Red Dragon monster truck at the moment. Who knows what Pointy's up to down in the paddock. If you've not seen truck racing before, then you have a real treat coming up this weekend. A race truck weighs around 5 tonnes and has a power output of almost 1,000 horsepower. The top names in Division 1 for the more powerful, more modified trucks. There are 19 race trucks in total here this weekend. It's the second round of the British Truck Racing Championship. Ryan Smith looking for an incredible 8th consecutive Division 1 title. He's made no secrets of the fact that he is trying to match Stuart Oliver's record of 10 titles in the British Truck Racing Championship, and they are sharing the front row, those two here today. Division 2, meanwhile, for the slightly less powerful machines, it's been a battle between John Powell and Adam Bint. They shared the wins on Easter weekend at Brands Hatch. It was Smith and Oliver who shared the wins in Division 1. I must say a big thank you and full credit to all our volunteer marshalling and rescue crews here at Pembrey. We could not go racing without them, keeping everyone safe here this weekend, as they do at every motorsport event around the world and across all of the UK circuits. So we'll have the grid for you hopefully fairly shortly for our first race of the day. Just a short pause at the moment because we say qualifying finished a little early. Junior Saloon Cars have just finished their qualifying session with Cameron Pratt-Thompson taking pole position, I can tell you there. Do leave us a comment if you're watching on our YouTube stream today. We see the flag of Wales flying high in the crowd there. Quick hello to George Gillespie, Holly Couch, Ethan Dance, who have already got in touch so far today. Hi to Mike Kingston as well, who says, looking forward to listening to some trucks on my way to Mildenhall Stadium to go banger racing tonight. Bit small for trucks to race at Mildenhall. This is the second meeting, as we say, for the British Truck Racing Association Championship. Their season opener was at Brands Hatch. They'll head on to Snetterton, to Donington as well for Convoy in the Park in August. There's a second meeting at Pembrey in the autumn, and of course the season finale takes place on Bonfire weekend at Brands Hatch. Waiting to see if Ryan Smith is going to take an 8th consecutive title in the worldwide truck racing Daimler Freightliner. It's recently been on display in the showroom of his sponsors, Northside Truck and Van. Certainly something a little bit different, walking into their very smart showroom, seeing a Daimler Freightliner race truck on display. Hi to T4 Toby, who says, did I hear a 1 hour 40-minute 2CV race tomorrow? You certainly did, yes. The Classic 2CV Racing Club do have a 24-hour race, of course, which takes place at Snetterton on August Bank Holiday weekend. So their mini enduro race is a bit of a warm-up for that. That's taking place at the end of tomorrow's programme. 100 minutes is the race there. We're mentioning a mini endurance race. There are a couple of, I think there's a couple of minis joining in as guests on the grid for that one as well. There will be driver changes. We'll do our best to keep you up to date with who's in which car at which time. And the race trucks we can see are now making their way through the paddock and out towards the circuit. We're on board with Adam Bint in his Volvo White Aerodyne, the fan favourite from Oxfordshire. One of the favourites to take the Division 2 title this season, lining up in the paddock behind John Powell there, the number 6, the man from Kent in his DAF. They're going to be the two main players in Division 2. It's a little bit smaller field, little bit of a smaller field this year in Division 2 because a number of their leading names have moved up into the more powerful Division 1 trucks for this season. Hi to David Marsden, who says bon chance to 2CV number 48. He's supporting today. That's the SL Racing team based in Cannock, driven by the Broadhurst family. Lawrence and George will drive in one race each today, the 2 sprint races. They'll share the car in the endurance race tomorrow. So it looks like we are almost ready to get the trucks on track then for what will be a 15-minute race. There was just a short break there, so I think to allow our marshals to grab a quick drink, cool down in what's a beautiful weekend. A little bit windy, as you can see from the Welsh flag there. Nice sunny weather here at Pembrey. There'll be rolling starts for all 5 of our truck races. There'll be reverse grids being used. The qualifying session this morning setting the grid for races 1 and 2, with the fastest 2 times for each truck in qualifying setting the grid. Division 1 starts ahead of the less powerful Division 2 trucks, and then there'll be partially reverse grids for the rest of the weekend, with the result of race 1 setting the grid for race 3, but with the top 8 in each division reversed. Then race 2 sets the grid for the 4th race, And race 3 sets the grid for the 5th race. That's how it works over the course of this weekend, with 5 races as we have at every truck racing weekend. The European Truck Racing Championship is in action this weekend as well. They're competing over at the Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli in Italy. A couple of drivers from the UK competing in the European Championship this year. John Newell, who we saw in his MAN in this championship last year, has gone to race on the continent. Mark Taylor, I believe, as well in his MAN. And of course, Misano in the Emilia-Romagna region of Italy, which has been subjected to some severe weather recently. There's been quite a lot of flooding in the area. Of course, we saw the Grand Prix at Imola cancelled this weekend, and all the very best to everyone in that region of Italy affected by the floods recently. But the show goes on at Misano. Waiting to get underway then with our British Truck Racing Championship first race of the day. As I mentioned, all the trucks running on biodiesel this year. HVO fuel was pioneered in this championship by the man we sit in with now, Adam Bint. And now all the trucks running on that biofuel. Well, thanks to GT tyres, you can see there in the background, big supporters of this championship. Martin Gibson does a lot of the work off track for them. We've seen him race his MAN in past years, but not competing in the championship this year. Stuart and Michael Oliver, supported heavily by GT tyres. Just awaiting the trucks to be brought out onto track. Then there'll be a 1:15-minute race. Then we will have our official lunch break, and then it's into car racing in the afternoon with the 2 CVs up first. Their second meeting of the season as well. They've had a meeting at Cadwell Park, where it was Chris Tovey who won both races there. The Junior Saloons open their season at the same Cadwell Park meeting, with Irishman Dara Flock and Oscar Dix winning a race each in the Citroen Saxos. Drivers as young as 14 on the Junior Saloon Car grid. And we've got the Track Attack Race Club out there as well, with their mixture of different saloon cars. Hello to Damage Inc. Gaming, who says stay safe to all the marshals and drivers. Well said. And Andy Abrams, long-time saloon car racer, says nice to see Pembrey getting the weather and the spectator support. Yes, plenty for all the family, as Pointy has already mentioned here at Pembrey this weekend. We've got a truck show on the infield in the paddock. If we're lucky, we might see them come out and do a lap of the circuit as well, some of the show trucks. There's monster truck rides, fairground rides, and lots more besides. Even, I think Pointy said there's an eating contest taking place at some point as well. I wonder if that's a pork pie eating contest, because there is a team in the 2 CVs called Pork Pie Racing. That's Jenny and Chris Hall in the Pork Pie Cup. A Jelly Snake Racing competing this year. I can't see them on the entry list, unfortunately. Oh, the Muffins team are. Blueberry Muffins, as they used to be known. They've got 2 cars here this weekend in the 2 CVs. Track Attack Race Club, you can see slightly longer races of 20 minutes, everything else 15-minute races here today on the Pembrey Circuits. We look at the pit straight, the Cowell Straights. The cars or trucks head from here up into the famous Hatchett's hairpin. Tightest corner on the course, very easy to be caught out through there. They then head through the right-hander at Spitfires, the left at Dibeni, then over the crossing into the truck paddock. And then up to the Senna S's. Ayrton Senna has driven here at Pembrey. The Formula 1 teams back in the early 90s did some straight line testing here, and Ayrton Senna did lap Pembrey in a Formula 1 McLaren on one occasion. They head out to the back of the circuit to the Brooklands hairpin, down Speedway Straights, the right flick of Carter's Curve, and you can see in the background there the final corner, that's Honda Curve, towards the end of the lap. We're just awaiting at the moment the trucks to be signalled onto track for our first race of the day. Thanks to all of you for joining us on our streams this weekend. We'll give you the grid as soon as the trucks make their way out. For our first race of the day, a total of 14 in Division 1 and 5 in Division 2. I reckon one driver to watch in Division 2 could well be Paul Rivette in his MAN, the Napa Auto Parts sponsored truck. Looking back there from Stuart Oliver, the 10 times British and 1 time European champion, will be riding with in our first race today. The MAN's behind us. Number 3 is Stephen Powell, lives just down the road from Brands Hatch, former Division 2 champion. Alongside him, the very experienced David Jenkins. Back in 2011, he was British champion in the Digraph Transport Morris Lubricants MAN, the man from Stafford, big rival of Ryan Smith. The revs rising from Stuart Oliver. He's going to make his way forward. There is that awesome looking Daimler Freightliner of the 7 times champion Ryan Smith. And Stuart Oliver is first man out of the paddock onto the circuit at the crossing. Let's take on a lap up to the start line here at the Pembrey Circuit. They go out of the crossing. It's round to the left. You can see the race control building in the background above the Cowles Straits. Then they go up the short straight towards the Senna S's. Ryan Smith following. He'll line up on the inside in pole position. Go towards the Senna S's. David Jenkins already getting up to speed. Sliding the MAN there, that's what we like to see, a nice bit of power sliding. Well, there is a truck drifting competition as well. Unfortunately, we don't have a starting list for them, so we'll have to wait to see what appears on track. There's Bradley Smith with his MAN. There's our 2 Scottish competitors, Jock Borthwick and Tom O'Rourke. Jock Borthwick raising money for the My Name's Doddy campaign, raising money for motor neurone disease research, of course in memory of Scottish rugby legend Doddy Weir, who had sadly passed away recently from motor neurone disease. And more on that in a moment, because the grid reads as follows. The front row for race 1, Ryan Smith in number 1 and number 7 Stuart Oliver, 2 men with 17 British titles between them. Second row, the 2 MANs of number 69 David Jenkins and 3 of Stephen Powell. The third row, the youngest man on the grid Bradley Smith in the 46 alongside Simon Reed in his Iveco. Row 4, Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, in the number 12 MAN, and number 68 Craig Reed, the second of the brothers in the Iveco Stralis. Row 5, the 2 Scotsmen, Jock Borthwick, number 32, and 86 of Tom O'Rourke. With his MAN, his young supporter Holly is going to be here doing another of her cycle rides this weekend to raise money for the My Name's Doddy campaign. We spoke to Holly on the grid at Brands Hatch, and she managed to complete a lap of the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Not an easy accomplishment on a bicycle. Given the hilly nature of Brands Hatch, she might have things a bit easier here with the more flat nature of Pembrey. On the 6th row of the grid, we have number 95, Ricky Collett, the man from Yorkshire. Great to see Ricky Collett back out after his engine blow up in the first round at Brands Hatch. He lines up alongside number 92, Simon Faulkner, with his Iveco. The final row of Division 1, 41, Simon Cole. He's raced the Mercedes-Benz, or the Mercedes Beast as he called it, in Division 2. Lines up alongside number 14, John Bowler, another Division 2 graduate, with his MAN. Then there's a gap of a couple of rows, and then we've got the Division 2 trucks, headed up by John Powell, number 6, in his DAF, alongside Adam Bintz, our camera truck, with the Volvo White Aerodyne. Then we've got number 10, Craig Evans, still looking for his first win, Division 2, in his MAN, alongside Paul Rivette, the former British touring car racer and Renault Clio multiple champion, with his MAN. That's the Napa Auto Parts sponsored truck. And at the back of the grid, number 28, Gentleman Jim Bennett in his venerable Seddon Atkinson. Great to have Jim back after a few years away this year. So 19 trucks on the grid then. The Freyhouf Engineering Volvo 3-axle pace truck in position. And what a front row. 17 titles between these two. Ryan Smith looking for 8 in a row. Stuart Oliver, a 10-time champion, the man from Northumberland in the GT Tyres Volvo VNL. Ryan Smith backed by Northside Truck and Van Limited. As we said, the Daimler Freightliner has been on display in their showroom recently. David Jenkins, his father Tony was a truck racer before him. Used to race an American-built Mack truck in the British Championship, Tony. Stephen Powell alongside, scored his first Division 1 win at Thruxton in Hampshire last season. Bradley Smith on row 3. His father Tony has had some success in the championship in the past. He used to run in Division 2 with a Finnish-built Sisu. Bradley was racing trucks before he was old enough to hold an HGV licence, would you believe? You don't need an HGV licence to race trucks, you just need an ARDS circuit racing licence, the Association of Racing Driver Schools. The 1 minute board is held aloft by our marshal on the starters rostrum, so that means we're about to get the rolling lap underway. On board there with Adam Bint on the front row of Division 2. Once the green flag waves, the trucks will be rolling. The 30-second board is now held out, so that means that everybody has to clear the grid. The marshals will have moved back off their posts as well to a position of safety. These trucks are electronically limited to 100 miles an hour. The road, of course, they're limited to 56. Race trucks are limited to 100 miles an hour for safety reasons. And if your truck exceeds that 100 mile an hour limit, you will get a penalty. So here we go then. Trucks are rolling. Looks like we got ourselves a convoy here at Pembrey. I'm not going to sing the song, don't worry. We may be missing somebody at the back there. I can't see John Bowler, number 14, unfortunately, so he may have had a problem in qualifying. There's the Division 2 quintet. There's gentleman Jim Bennett at the back, now in his 70s and still going strong. As the trucks head down into Hatchett's hairpin, you can see how tight this right-hander is. Going to be very dicey on the opening lap there, certainly not for the faint of heart. They then head up to the right-hander of Spitfires. Spitfires did fly from Pembrey during the Second World War. It's through Spitfires, then the left-hander at Debeny. I think I pronounced that correctly anyway. On board with Stuart Oliver, looking back. Fearsome sight, isn't it, these 5-ton, 1,000 horsepower beasts. Ready for the first of 5 truck races this weekend on the Pembrey Circuit. Over the crossing, through this left-hander. We call that crossing because the corner doesn't officially have a name. And then up to Senna. That's into the back of the circuit. 2 Ivecos, the Reed brothers. Craig Reed scored his maiden Division 1 win in the final race of last year. Former Division 2 champion. There's Craig Evans, number 10 on the left. Desperate for his first Division 2 win. He came within half a lap of a victory at Brands Hatch and then went wide into the gravel coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. Through Senna and then up to the right-hander at Brooklands, named after Great Britain's first ever purpose-built race circuit in Surrey. Is the Sedn Atkinson, the Earsham Gravels truck of Jim Bennett. Certainly the oldest machine on the grid. Form up 2 by 2, then down Speedway straights up to the Flick of Carter's curve. Then onto Honda curve. About to start our first truck race of the weekend here at Convoy Cymru. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver lead them round. This will be a 15-minute race for the British Truck Racing Championship of 2023. The revs beginning to rise then. Can Ryan Smith start as he means to go on? Is it going to be Stuart Oliver or will we see a new winner? Powell and Bint divided the Division 2 wins at Brands Hatch. The pace truck is into pit lane. Here we go, they're almost ready to go racing on the Pembrey circuits. Waiting for the red lights to go out. Here we go, the power comes on and we're underway. Convoy Cymru is go, side by side between Smith and Oliver. Down towards Hatchett's hairpin for the first time. It's going to be Ryan Smith who takes the early lead. Stephen Powell comes barrelling down the outside in the MAN. One of the Reeds is up there as well in the Iveco. They fling their way through the hairpin. There's contact already. Bradley Smith made a bad start. He's been clipped by Jock Borthwick. 3 into 1 didn't go through the hairpin for the first time. Everybody else looks to be round okay. I think Adam Bint is leading in Division 2. It's Ryan Smith from Stuart Oliver. Stephen Powell with a good start up into 3rd place in the HGV Direct MAN as they head out towards the back of the circuit for the first time. David Jenkins is in 4th place. They've broken away as a result of that schmozzle further back at the hairpin. Bradley Smith has been able to hold 5th position in the number 46. Then Jock Borthwick. 7th is Michael Oliver. We've got a tangle at the back. That's Ricky Collett and Tom O'Rourke. They've gone onto the rallycross course on the infield. We'll try and pick up what happened there in a moment. There's John Powell, didn't get the best of starts in Division 2. It's Adam Bint who leads the Division 2 field ahead of Paul Rivette in the 22, I think. Pick that up as they come through. Simon Faulkner having a go at the number 41 of Simon Cole. Yes, Adam Bint up among the Division 2 trucks. Michael Oliver's had some contact, some damage to the front of his truck. Now we'll see if we can see what happened further back, and Tom O'Rourke goes straight into the side of Michael Oliver, so that's what happened. He went spinning out, Oliver saved it, and Ricky Collett had nowhere to go, went off rally crossing. Great cloud of tyre smoke as Tom O'Rourke spun round. It's not been a happy season for Tom O'Rourke so far. He ended up in the barriers at Paddock Hill Bend at Brands Hatch as well. So Ryan Smith's already leading by 1.8 seconds. He's going to be away and gone ahead of these two, Stuart Oliver and Stephen Powell. David Jenkins is in 4th place, then Bradley Smith rounding out the top 5. Leading Division 2, it is Adam Bint. He's up to 9th overall as a result of that bit of chaos towards the back of Division 1. Paul Rivette 2nd, then John Powell, Evans and Bennett. Wait to see if Ricky Collett and Tom O'Rourke get going again. I think they have. They're down at the back of the field. So Ryan Smith leads, coming through towards Honda Curve, and Jock Borthwick running wide onto the grass there, coming out of Brooklands. Stephen Powell running well up there in 3rd position. They're already starting to get a little spaced out at the front of the field. Over the line they go. Ryan Smith completes his 2nd lap. He's 2.2 seconds up on Stuart Oliver. The first 4 have broken away. The battle is joined for 5th because Jock Borthwick pushing on, trying to catch Bradley Smith. 7th place is Simon Reed, the man from Stoke, in his Iveco. Simon and Craig, the bosses of Reed Freight. Borthwick closes up into the hairpin to the back of the similar MAN. The MAN, the numerically dominant mark, but it's the Daimler and the Volvo out in front at the moment. The first MAN is Stephen Powell in 3rd. 2 Ivecos in there as well. Still leading Division 2 is Adam Bint. He's going well up there in, well, he's in 8th overall now. He's picked up another place. I think we've lost Michael Oliver, that's why. He's not come through on that lap. So Michael Oliver in problems. We're on board with Adam Bint. He's won here in Division 2 several times in the past, and the lead gap has come down a little there. It's come down a lot because Stuart Oliver now right on the tail of Ryan Smith. Whether he's had a moment out on the back of the circuit there, I'm not sure, but Stuart Oliver's caught him. They come through to complete lap number 3. It wouldn't surprise me if Stuart Oliver gets the fastest lap this time through. He's going for the lead. Over the line they go. Yes, Ryan Smith lost 2 seconds on that last lap, so I'm not quite sure what happened there for the Daimler Freightliner, but Stuart Oliver's ready to attack for the lead. Down into the right-hander hairpin as Hatchets, and the 2 MANs closing up as well of Powell and Jenkins. It's only less than 2 seconds covering the top 4 now. It was 2 seconds covering the top 2 last time through. Ryan Smith getting back up to speed then. I thought he had a problem towards the end of that lap. He backed up dramatically, but now he's pulling away again. 2 trucks into the pits on that lap. Michael Oliver's pulled in, so has Ricky Collett after that tangle on the opening lap, so it looks like they're out of it. Tom O'Rourke is still going, I think, but a long way back. Riding with Stuart Oliver. See David Jenkins chasing Stephen Powell behind us, coming out of Brooklands along Speedway straights. Speed really does mount down here through the right at Carter's. There's our Division 2 leader, Adam Bint. He's keeping up with Simon Faulkner in the Division 1 Iveco. Simon, his 2nd season of truck racing in an ex-Reed family truck. And yes, you can see Adam Bint there has got ahead of, I think that's Craig Reed in the, no, it's Simon Reed in the 89. So he's dropped back as well. Plenty going on in the lower reaches of the Division 1 field. You can see some damage on Simon Reed's truck there, the number 89. Simon Cole's dropped behind this pairing as well. There he is. Then Paul Rivette, John Powell and Craig Evans. Jim Bennett will be somewhere back behind the oldest truck in the field. And the oldest driver as well. I'm sure he won't mind me saying that, Gentleman Jim. Still Ryan Smith who leads by 3/4 of a second at the end of that lap. He was half a second quicker than Stuart Oliver that time through. Powell still 3rd ahead of Jenkins. So much going on further down the pack though. Simon Faulkner's back ahead of Adam Bint, as we saw. Simon Reed fighting back as well after he dropped down the order. And Simon Cole in there as well. through towards Senna and Brooklands. There's Paul Rivett, he's got ahead of John Powell. This is the battle for second in Division 2. They're closing on Simon Cole in the white and pink MAN. Used to run the Mercedes, supported by Team Hard of touring car fame. Of course, Napa Racing are now big names in touring cars as well. The BTCC with the Ford Focuses. Seen them in Formula 1 stock cars as well. Jack France sponsored by them. John Powell in the DAF closing up. Still 8.5 minutes of this race to go. Race 1 at Convoy Cymru here at Pembrey. Craig Evans dropping away a little bit in his MAN. Tom O'Rourke, I believe, is still going, yeah, but he's quite a way behind. He's closing up on Jim Bennett now slowly, after he was delayed that tangle on the opening lap. Well, Ryan Smith has got his lead back to over a second now. So he's pulled away again from Stuart Oliver. Stephen Powell just ahead of David Jenkins in third place. The main battle is in Division 2, but it's all for second place. There's a bit of rally crossing there for Simon Faulkner, fighting it out with Simon Reed, the two Ivecos. You can see, yes, Simon Reed has certainly had some contact side panel missing off his truck. We didn't see where that happened, unfortunately, so that's why he's dropped down the order. It's been a collision somewhere. The wheel arch hanging off as well. There's Adam Bint in the background, still dominating Division 2. Simon Reed has a look as they come through Carter's. It's a lightweight Iveco Stralis now, with that large section of bodywork missing. Coming up to complete their 6th lap. Here are the leaders, and Stuart Oliver's closed in again a little. He's going to have another go at Ryan Smith for the lead. They're clear to the tune of nearly 3 seconds of Stephen Powell in that third place. Simon Reed at the inside, up the hairpin, he goes through. Nicely done there. Tricky to get 2 trucks side by side through Hatchett's hairpin. Well, in such a tight corner, it's tricky to get 1 truck through there. Smith pulls away a little once again. He seems to have the advantage in a straight line, but Stuart Oliver able to close up a bit more in the twisty bits. So whether Ryan's having handling or braking problems, I'm not sure. They're coming up to lap Jim Bennett in the 28. Now Paul Rivett having a go at Simon Cole in the more powerful Division 1 MAN. Paul Rivett, a lot of experience in saloon car racing. He's a multiple Renault Clio Cup champion. He won't get round the outside at Senna though, I don't think. And this could allow John Powell to attack in the 6. He's up alongside as they come through towards Brooklands. Paul Rivett is going to have to give him room there, and John Powell goes through up into 2nd place in Division 2. Good move there by John Powell, that's for 12th overall. Paul Rivett's fighting back though, here they come, down towards Carter's, he gets squeezed there, almost onto the grass on the inside. John Powell holds the place. Behind them is Craig Evans, he's been able to close back up again, the silver and blue number 10 MAN. It's a great fight, this is for 11th place overall, these 4. The lead gap is down to 0.6 of a second in the overall classification now between Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver. Still Stephen Powell holding off David Jenkins for 3rd. Bradley Smith going well up there in 5th place. Simon Reed is back up to 8th, and that's significant for race 3 tomorrow because, of course, the grid will be set by the results of this race with the top 8 reversed. So it's currently a Reed brothers front row. Here are your leaders. Smith and Oliver, they've lapped Jim Bennett. They're going to lap Tom O'Rourke as well. There's the 86, the Scotsman, the boss of MV Commercials. Initially came into truck racing as a sponsor when he brought some vehicles to Convoy in the Park at Donington for the truck show. Sponsored the British Championship and then decided to have a go at racing. He's had a bit of a fraught career so far, Tom O'Rourke. He had a massive accident at Thruxton in 2020. Suffered a back injury, sadly, but he's now fully recovered and back racing once again. He ended up in the barriers at Brands Hatch as well at the start of this season. See how the gap is fluctuating slightly here. Now Ryan Smith pulling away slightly from Stuart Oliver, the 2 bonneted trucks. 2 of the all-time greats of British truck racing out in front. They do look impressive, don't they? The almost American-style bonneted trucks. Stuart Oliver's machine reminds me of the Volvo that Richard Walker used to run in the 1990s, the blue and green Lucas-sponsored machine. There were the Phoenix MANs as well, run by the likes of Gerd Korber. Smith pulling away again there from Stuart Oliver. Here's the battle between John Powell and now Craig Evans on his tail, so pulling away from them slightly is Paul Rivette into second in Division 2, so he's got back ahead of John Powell, having a go at Simon Cole in the 41. Through Senna, up towards Brooklands. It's over 3.5 minutes of this race still to go. Comes Paul Rivette, he's going to have a go at Simon Cole. Paul Rivette has shaken off his Division 2 rivals, he's having a go at the Division 1 truck, and he goes through into Carter's curve. Meanwhile, Simon Reed is lapping Jim Bennett there. Stuart Oliver about to lap the MV Commercial MAN of Tom O'Rourke. Is he going to get out the way for him at Brooklands, or is he going to wait till the straight, I think? But Stuart Oliver will be getting frustrated here because he's losing time to Ryan Smith trying to get through the back markers. He'll get him on the straight, I'm sure. Right on board with the Volvo. You can see they've dropped Stephen Powell and David Jenkins, and Oliver still hasn't got past Tom O'Rourke. Now he has. He's getting through there towards the end of the lap into Honda Curve they go. Stephen Powell still clinging on to third place, but only just. And they're clear in turn by 5 seconds of Bradley Smith in the 46. Not to be confused with Brad Smith, who raced in Division 2 last season in number 16 with his DAF. But we haven't seen Brad Smith in the championship this year. John Powell under fire from Craig Evans. Adam Bint still leads Division 2. He's 11 seconds ahead of Paul Rivette now. So the divisions have been mixing quite nicely as Craig Evans nearly loses it, getting a wheel onto the grass coming out of Brooklands there. I thought he was going to spin onto the infield. That's dropped him back from John Powell. You can see the rallycross course there on the infield here at Pembrey, but it's not designed for use by trucks. David Jenkins still stuck behind Stephen Powell, and Powell's actually pulled away a little bit there. The Dines Recovery and HGV Direct MAN. Stuart Oliver. These two have now got to lap Tom O'Rourke. Is he going to move out of the way? Well, move out of the way. I think he's pulling off Tom O'Rourke onto the grass, so his race could be over. Unless that was an extreme bit of moving out of the way, he decided to move onto the grass to let everybody through. But I think that could be a retirement. There's a black and white flag being shown, I noticed there behind the timing tower. That's the driving standards flag for somebody. Let's see who it was for. Yes, Tom O'Rourke into retirement in the 86. That will put him to the back of the Division 1 grid, along with Michael Oliver and Ricky Collett, already out of the race for race number 2. Race number 3, I should say, because race 2, the grid is set by the second fastest time in the qualifying session. Ryan Smith has now pulled away. With 1 minute of the race to go, he's nearly 4 seconds up on Stuart Oliver. Stuart, of course, losing time lapping the back markers. There he is in second place. I don't think he's going to catch back up to Ryan Smith now. They're coming round to start their final lap. There is Adam Bint, our runaway leader in Division 2. See what the gap is to Paul Rivette. 10.6 seconds at the line that time. He's just lapped Jim Bennett. Great to have Jim back out there, one of the great characters of truck racing. And that's almost classic Seddon Atkinson. Seddon Atkinson ceased trading back in around 2006. They were taken over by Iveco, so the brand doesn't exist anymore. Wouldn't it be great to have a classic truck racing series as well for the older models? And truck racing was its boom period in the 1990s. The European Championship came to Donington every year. The likes of Kurt Goranson, Gerd Korber, Richard Walker, Heinz Denhardt in his 3-axle Mercedes, Steve Parrish, of course, the ex-bike racer. Even Barry Sheen had a go at truck racing. Anyway, never mind the nostalgia, because we're coming towards the end of our first truck race of the day here. Our only race before the lunch break here at Pembrey. And it's going to be a win for flying Ryan Smith. Stuart Oliver tried his hardest, but the back marker traffic making something of a difference, and Ryan Smith is heading for his 4th win of the season in 2 weekends. Stuart Oliver further back behind him now. It's going to be a win for the number 1 of Ryan Smith. The Northside Truck and Van Daimler Freightliner comes through towards Honda Curve for the final time. He will see the checkered flag as he comes into the Cowell Straights, picking up exactly where he left off at Brands Hatch. The 7-time champion flying Ryan Smith comes in to take the victory. Second place will go to Stuart Oliver. They are well ahead of the rest, separated by 3.7 seconds at the line. Stephen Powell holding on for third ahead of David Jenkins. He held off his fellow MAN pilot all the way. Bradley Smith a good fifth, and Jock Borthwick will just hold off Craig Reed for sixth place. They had a good fight in the closing stages, 0.3 of a second apart. Next through should be Simon Reed. There he is, sliding his way home. That will put him on pole for race 3 tomorrow. It'll be a Reed Brothers front row, subject to any change to the results of this one. And now we await Simon Faulkner, who should be in 9th place. Here he comes with his Iveco. Oh, we've had a bit of an off there for Craig Evans on the last lap. He's making a bit of a habit of that, unfortunately. Meanwhile, in Division 2, a power sliding Kurt Goranson style finish for Adam Bint. He takes the win in Division 2 in our first race of the weekend. That's his 4th win of the season. Who's going to be home in second? It should be Paul Rivette. Yes, there he is, just lapping Jim Bennett. Paul Rivette second in Division 2. John Powell is third. Craig Evans fourth. The final finisher in Division 2 will be Jim Bennett. It looks like we've lost Simon Cole, unfortunately. We know we lost Tom O'Rourke, and after that first lap tango, Michael Oliver and Ricky Collett pulled into the pits. Well, there's Tom O'Rourke, the 86. We saw him pull off onto the grass at Honda Curve. We don't know what's happened to Simon Cole. Here's what happened to Craig Evans in the closing stages there, was attacking John Powell. He nearly attacked him well and truly. Big lock up there into Brooklands, ran out wide. And as we said, Craig Evans making a bit of a habit of doing that on the last lap of races, so he should just curb his enthusiasm a little bit. Well, that means Jim Bennett's going to be on pole for race 3 in Division 2 alongside Craig Evans. Let's confirm the results of that one then. Ryan Smith the winner by 3.7 seconds over Stuart Oliver. Stephen Powell in 3rd place, and David Jenkins just behind him. Bradley Smith completing the top 5 ahead of Jock Borthwick, then the Reed brothers and Simon Faulkner completing the top 9 overall. Then we had the Division 2 runners with Adam Bint beating Paul Rivette by over 12 seconds. John Powell taking 3rd place, then Craig Evans and Jim Bennett completing the 5 finishers in Division 2. Fastest lap of the race going to Ryan Smith, 1 minute 10.91. And there were only those 14 finishers. Simon Cole was a late retirement. Tom O'Rourke we lost, as we saw, and Michael Oliver and Ricky Collett victims of the early pile-up. Let's head down to Pointy in Parc Fermé to talk to some of the drivers.
Right then, welcome down to the pit lane for the finish of the first race here at Pembrey, the British Truck Racing Championship. Thanks to Dave, of course, for doing a fantastic job, as always, for commentating on that event. Quite an interesting start, but if we look to your left now, we see reigning champion Ryan Smith and his number 1 Daimler Freightliner, sponsored by Northside Truck and Van. We'll get straight into the doorway for him. Looked like a very simple race for him. Here we go. And we're in. Get his ropes, Billy, come on. And of course, second place, we've got Stuart Oliver, and an absolutely fantastic effort for Steve Powell. We'll definitely get a chance to speak to him. But of course, we're just waiting for the unstrapping of Ryan Smith now. Of course, having some issues with his truck in practice yesterday and even qualifying today. It's brilliant to see him start the weekend on a high. A couple of trucks didn't make it out, of course. Poor Michael Oliver having an issue at the beginning of that race. Slipping clutch for John Bowler, and I believe Ricky Collett didn't make it out either. Blimey, come on guys, how many men does it take to get a man out of a truck? Right, excuse me, here we go.
Oh, sorry.
There we go, yeah.
Sorry, mate.
Hello, right, how are you doing, bud? You alright, you well? So, Ryan Smith, you're looking a bit warm there. I take it it's hot in that cab?
Oh, it was plain sailing up until I hit somebody's diesel, and it fired me off, and I just got back on in front of Stuart. That was pivotal, really important. We just had enough gap. So when you're leading, the only downside to leading is you're the first to hit anything on the track, and we hit the diesel. But I wanted to say thank you to my team. They worked so hard. Still not found the problem, but I'm not letting it kill the buzz.
I've noticed it's not affected you too much, still putting some great lap times in there.
Yeah, and it was just about management and keeping an eye where Stuart was. But when I hit the diesel, got back on, I had to change my strategy for the line for 3 or 4 laps.
Of course.
Stuart could risk it. so he held on to me for a little bit, but no, honestly delighted with that.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, Ryan, congratulations. We'll get you chatting very quickly then. We need to speak to Ryan. We need to speak to two of the three amigos. First of all, and more importantly, Mr. Powell. Look at this hat, sir. Third place.
It's a typo.
It's a typo.
Yeah, at least it's typo something. You know what I mean? I would like to say before we go any further, I've got to say a big congratulations to my man Dory. He's on our team. Can't be here this weekend because he was due a baby, and he's literally had it as we was going around the track.
Whoa!
So he just had a baby boy today. So
You're going to call it
congratulations,
Steve
Dory.
then, right?
I think he's going to call it Leo after the other one.
So you've caught a third place, first race of the weekend. Well done. And also, we've had a baby born during the race as well.
Not here, he's in a hospital.
Not here, obviously, at a hospital. Yeah, that'd be
Our
weird.
caravan's not that thingy yet.
I mean, you never know. It hasn't happened yet. And Stuart, second place in the championship, not by much, but second place nonetheless, and second place in the race today as well. You guys, you know, you've got to be happy with how this is going.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, that's right. It was, you know, had a good start, but like I just said to John there, you've got to be careful on the first corner. You've got to get round it. You know, all the qualifying, all the best what you're doing, just goes out the window on that first corner. So, you know, I knew Steve and David would be battling, wouldn't give each other room. So I dropped in behind Ryan. Couple of laps in, Ryan ran completely out of talent around the back, went on the grass.
Of course.
So I thought I had him, and then he come charging on in front of us. I had to give him room, so that was it. I just had to follow him, but that was good.
Well, that's absolutely brilliant. Well, two great faces to have on the podium. Let's have a quick chat to Division 2 now. Thank you very much, gents. Very quickly then, over here with Adam Bint and Paul Rivette from Division 2. How was that race from behind? You all look quite well, clogged together in that race. There wasn't as obvious a gap as you'd think.
I think we were in the Division 1 race, weren't we? I spent most of the race trying to get past Simon Cole. So,
Don't know what you're talking about.
But no, great race. I mean, Binty, he was gone at the start. He got through. John was a bit slow off the line, so on the left line we managed to go through into 1 and 2 and managed to stay there. John did pass me when I was trying to get past Simon at one point, but managed to get him back again. And yeah, truck feels much better now. Well, we're really getting there with this Napa truck. So
yeah, we've got to come and talk to you a little bit later on about what on earth happened at Brands Hatch. But of course, it's fantastic to see you back on the circuit and doing very well because of it as well.
Yeah, absolutely mega to be here. You know, I do love my truck racing, that's for sure. You know, ever since I did the season in 2019.
I remember giving you a trophy there.
Yeah, I can't wait to get back. Well, I had my first win in trucks here, so you know, I've got to have a win at some point this weekend. That's the goal.
Yeah, well, that's it. We'll keep head. I mean, you're only one behind, so
Yeah.
you've got this. You've got this. You just got to wait for Adam to slip up, but he is a veteran. He's been doing this a while. Do you think you can look at Adam's driving style and maybe take any tips from him and maybe utilise them in your own ways?
No, I'm going to do it all my own way.
Did it my way. And Adam, now we've got you back. Thank you very much, Paul Rivette. We'll swap over if you want to have a chat with John, the circuit commentator. We have to share. So we've got a bottle of BARC race winner champagne.
Yeah, it was a very good race, action-packed. We seemed to get into the middle of Division 1 and put up a good race against Simon Faulkner, Simon Reed. I let him pass, so it didn't affect my race too much, but I was enjoying just racing with different people. Obviously, they got a higher calibre of machine, but we've still been able to keep up with them, and they didn't go walking away once I let them past.
Indeed. I mean, you've probably been able to see some of what's been going on. I mean, poor Tom O'Rourke's had a bad start to the weekend again. He's getting towed home by a tractor as we speak.
Tractor Tom, eh?
Tractor Tom. Not changing that. Right, yeah, we'll leave that there, I think, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to head over to Parc Fermé. We'll come and chat to you in a bit, and don't forget to come and get your trophies. I'm going to head back across the circuit now, which means we've got to jump over barriers and things. So why don't you join us shortly when we hand out some trophies to the lucky winners of the first race here at Pembrey Circuit, South Wales.
Well, we'll leave Pointy to go and jump over barriers and try out for the next Olympics in the high jump. And we'll head into our lunch break here at Pembrey. A few of your comments first of all. Thanks to Mark Waller, who updated us there on John Bowler, number 14. Clutch issues in qualifying, as we heard. So hopefully he'll be out for race 2 later on. So we know now why Ryan Smith lost it. Hit a patch of diesel over on the back of the circuit and went sliding off. And quick correction, thanks to Sean Kamalo for this. We said Jim Bennett had the oldest truck out there. He tells us the chassis on John Powell's DAF is actually older. It's over 30 years old. So thanks, Sean, for the update there. Matthew Jones says, I remember last year when some buses made their way onto the track at the end of the formation lap. That was for the 2 CVs. Those buses are here, so keep an eye out for them this year. Just spotted them on the infield. Hi to Stuart Evans, Steve Tarrant as well, a former marshal at Pembrey. First marshalled the trucks in 1998, so thanks for being in touch, Steve. And quick hello to Alison Sharrett as well, who's a regular marshal at Pembrey these days. Not present this weekend, but she is watching on, so hello to a member of the Orange family. Thanks to all our marshals, as always, here this weekend for their sterling service. Alison and her parents have all marshalled here at Pembrey over the years. So we're into our lunch break now, and while we are away from live pictures, we will have some highlights from our previous truck racing event this year. But this is the schedule for this afternoon. We're going to resume hopefully at around 2 p.m. So in an hour's time with the first of our 2CVparts.com Classic Citroen 2CV races. Then we've got the young guns in the Citroen Saxos, the Junior Saloon Cars, drivers as young as 14 out in that race. Then we have a truck drifting contest. I've no idea what's going to happen there. Then we've got the Track Attack Race Club for a mixture of different saloons and hatchbacks, we'll see. Well, mainly French cars here this weekend. Another truck race and then another 2CV race to complete today's programme here at Convoy Cymru here at Pembrey. But it's now time for a lunch break, and we're going to show you some highlights from round 1 at Brands Hatch for the British Truck Racing Championship.
Hello there and welcome back to the 2023 British Truck Racing Championship season. My name's Pointy and you're about to see some fantastic racing action as we go through the year. Just looking behind me, we've got drivers briefing going on as we speak as they're all gearing up for the first race of the weekend.
Let's have a look at the grid for race number 1 then. Division 1 starts off from the front, and it's the reigning 7 times consecutive champion Ryan Smith who will start on pole for the first race of the year alongside David Jenkins, Simon Reed and Stuart Oliver on row 2, the 10 times champion in the number 7 Volvo. Jock Borthwick, new to Division 1 this year, starts alongside Bradley Smith on row 3, Stephen Powell and Michael Oliver on the 4th row. John Bowler making the step up to Division 1 this year, he's on row 5 alongside Simon Faulkner. Then Craig Reed, the former Division 2 champion, alongside Simon Cole, back in the championship full-time this year on the 6th row. And then Ricky Collett rounds out the Division 1 grid in his MAN. Tom O'Rourke, who was fastest in qualifying, will start from the pit lane. Division 2 will start behind Division 1 as always. It's Adam Bintz in his Volvo alongside John Powell at the front of the grid. Then Craig Evans and welcome returnee Jim Bennett on row 2. No Paul Rivette, he's a non-starter for race 1. Tom O'Rourke starts from the pit lane. Biggest machines in British motorsports. Ready to rumble here at Brands Hatch, a brand new season for the British Truck Racing Championship. There's Jim Bennett in the classic Seddon Atkinson Strata at the back. Great to have the truck racing veteran back after a couple of years away. Here we go then. Pace truck is in pit lane. Ryan Smith and Dave Jenkins, the arch rivals, lead them up towards the red lights. It's time to go truck racing in 2023. Wait for the power to come on. The pack is unleashed and here we go down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Ryan Smith takes the lead from the inside line ahead of David Jenkins. Now are they all going to get round Paddock Bend okay for the first time? John Bowler running up wide on the outside line. Looks like they've all made it round the Division 1 trucks. It's flying Ryan Smith who leads up towards Druids Hill Bend for the first time. We go on board with Jock Borthwick in the 32. They swing right through and he's been hit. Jock Borthwick's tangled up with Stephen Powell. They go off. Oh, Michael Oliver's caught up as well. Bradley Smith's gone off too. Well, 4 trucks involved there. Borthwick's getting going again. And well, it's certainly first day back at school, isn't it? 4 trucks off at Druids. Let's hope they can continue. Ryan Smith leads from David Jenkins. Stuart Oliver third. There's a hole been created in the field there already. The first 4 left clear as a result of that tangle. The Reed brothers in 4th and 5th. There's mayhem at Druids, and not surprisingly, the red flag is coming out. Let's take another look and see what happened there. They charged their way up to Druids for the first time. Watch the 32 and the 3. Stephen Powell just charged kamikaze up the inside there and sent everyone else skittling, I think is what happened. Dear oh dear. 4 of them off. And luckily everybody else was able to get through on the inside. Bradley Smith there, looks like his steering was broken. He went into the gravel. Well, that was just an over-optimistic move, I would say, there from Stephen Powell. Just charged up the inside, clipped Jock Borthwick first of all, sent him spinning around. He went into Bradley Smith, and then they charged into Michael Oliver and sent him into the gravel. Here we go then, let's try again. Ready for a restart. The pace truck is in pit lane. Ryan Smith and David Jenkins ready to lead them off once again. Waiting for the red lights to go out. And we're back underway. Super start by Ryan Smith. David Jenkins moves across to protect second place, but Ryan Smith's away and gone already. He's about 3 truck lengths clear as they head into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Side by side between Simon Reed and Stuart Oliver for third. Bradley Smith round the outside into 5th position as they thunder their way up towards Druids. Let's hope they all get round this time. Stephen Powell positioning himself on the inside once again, but he's got it slowed up this time, just ahead of John Bowler on his Division 1 debut. They're all round Druids okay for the first time. Adam Bint leads Division 2, down into Graham Hill Bend for the first time. Division 2 staying with Division 1 for the moment. Simon Cole just ahead of Adam Bint there. Bint leads Division 2 in the Volvo Whites, the older Volvo than Stuart Oliver's example, as they come round towards Clearways for the first time, and Stephen Powell's off again. There is something wrong with that truck, whether it's steering or brakes I'm not sure, but again it just didn't turn there going into Surtees. Luckily he didn't collect anybody that time. I think that's going to be end of race for Stephen Powell. At least he hasn't got far to go to get spares, based on the same road as Brands Hatch outside the circuit. Over the line they go. Simon Cole might be in trouble here as well. He's dropped back behind some of the Division 2 runners there. There's Tom O'Rourke as well. He's up to speed once again. So it is Ryan Smith who leads from Jenkins, Simon Reed, Stuart Oliver, Bradley Smith, John Bowler. Then it's Craig Reed in 7th place. Simon Faulkner going well, learning all the time. His 2nd full season of truck racing. Tom O'Rourke's got past Simon Cole in the number 41. No Michael Oliver out there or Jock Borthwick. Damage from the incident at the start of the race. There is O'Rourke coming through. He's eager to make up for lost time after losing his pole position. There's a battle developing between Faulkner and the very experienced Ricky Collett. O'Rourke's got ahead of John Powell now, trying to catch his fellow Division 1 runners. Ryan Smith continues to extend his lead. 2 seconds clear now of David Jenkins. Simon Reed in 3rd. Stuart Oliver, the 10 times champion, is 4th. Bradley Smith, none the worse for that tangle on the first start, is rounding out the top 5. Craig Reed, John Bowler, sorry, in 6th place ahead of Craig Reed. Ricky Collett has a look there at Paddock Hill Bend on that newly liveried number 92 truck, and it's very dark grey livery. Brilliant looking truck that is. Collett has another look at Druids. I don't think he'll get through there. Simon Faulkner bounces over the curb in the Iveco Stralis, one of 3 Ivecos on the grid. Over the line they go. The lead gap is now up to 3 seconds. Ryan Smith pulled away by nearly a full second that time around. Tom O'Rourke's got ahead of our Division 2 leader. There is the Oxfordshire driver, number 5, Adam Bint, in the Volvo White Aerodyne. Should be a Volvo Black, really, in that livery, shouldn't it? That was the first truck to use the new HVO fuel, as Ricky Collett finally gets past Simon Faulkner. Been trying that for about 5 laps. And moves up into 8th position. Now down to the business of trying to catch Craig Reed ahead of them. They're a couple of seconds back on the Iveco. There it is, chasing John Bowler. Good smooth run on his Division 1 debut. He's looking to get some points on the board. It's 15 points for a win, 14 for second, down to 1 point for 15th place. Bonus point for pole position and for the fastest lap. Fastest lap of Division 1 currently with Ryan Smith. There he is, starting his title defence perfectly, as he always does here at Brands Hatch. Adam Bint continues to lead Division 2. He's the favourite for the title this year, along with Paul Rivette, if he gets his truck up and running. Had 4 wins, Adam Bint, last year. Here's the battle for second. John Powell in the number 6, the DAF LF. 6 wins last season, was only 4th in the points in Division 2. Craig Evans behind has yet to win a race. He's had a few podiums though, a consistent driver more than rapid. Made his debut in 2019. There's a battle further back. Ricky Collett has got ahead of John Bowler. Chasing now Craig Reed. It's the fight for 6th position. So Ricky Collett has closed up. Bowler's dropped a couple of spots there. The number 14, he's sideways coming off Graham Hill bend. I thought he was going to spin it there. Just getting used to the power of his new number 14 MAN. Simon Faulkner in behind him. 3 minutes to go. Ryan Smith leads by over 4.5 seconds now. Looking set to take his now traditional opening race victory here at Brands Hatch. It's been pretty much a stroll in the park here at Brands Hatch. The first race of this new Daimler Freightliner. It has worked absolutely perfectly for Ryan, the man from Nottinghamshire, in the worldwide truck racing Daimler. Through Graham Hill Bend for the last time. Simon Faulkner, I can tell you, may have got ahead of John Bowler further back, but John Bowler having issues with his transponder. No, he is still 8th. But here comes Flying Ryan into clearways for the final time. A perfect start to the defence of his British truck racing title. Is it going to be 8 in a row? Well, if his luck keeps up like this and his speed keeps up, it's certainly very likely. Ryan Smith opens the season with a victory. Second place will go to David Jenkins. The gap 6.233 seconds at the line. Third place for Simon Reed. And Stuart Oliver a lonely 4th. An equally lonely 5th is going to go to Bradley Smith, none the worse for that spill on the opening lap. And then 6th place across the line will be Craig Reed, but we'll wait to see where that penalty places him. Over the line goes Craig Reed. I don't think he's got 5 seconds clear of those behind him, so 6th will go to Ricky Collett. John Bowler on his Division 1 debut 7th. Craig Reed ends up 8th. Simon Faulkner is 9th, and Tom O'Rourke will round out the top 10, having started from the pit lane. In Division 2, meanwhile, the win goes to Adam Bint in the Volvo White Aerodyne in 11th overall. John Powell holds off Craig Evans for 2nd, and a lap down Simon Cole will finish 14th, and Jim Bennett the final finisher in 15th. Bad luck to those who suffered damage in that race, but the result confirmed Ryan Smith the winner by 6.23 seconds over David Jenkins, with Simon Reed over 3 seconds back in 3rd place. Stuart Oliver and Bradley Smith racing pretty much on their own towards the end of that one in 4th and 5th, and then a long gap back to Ricky Collett in 6th position. John Bowler a good 7th, Craig Reed a 5-second penalty dropping him to 8th, and Simon Faulkner and Tom O'Rourke rounding out the top 10. Adam Bint wins Division 2 in 11th overall. He finished some 3 seconds ahead of John Powell. Craig Evans 3rd in that division, ahead of the Division 1 truck of Simon Cole in 14th. Jim Bennett the final finisher in 15th in the Seddon Atkinson. Stephen Powell pulled into the pits with problems after that shunt, and of course Michael Oliver and Jock Borthwick didn't take the restart.
Congratulations on your first place.
I don't want to. I want to go over again because it's so important to me. This we built a brand new truck, first new truck we've ever had. As I've just said, Arnie Aaron Parkin is not seeing his family in 8 days solid. He stayed in the garage. Billy the same. Libby had time off from work. Adam just they've worked tirelessly, and we've built it all ourselves. And I want to say a big thank you to Tim and Melanie Frost at Unit 8, because they supplied us some parts that without them with timing that we just never got. So, and of course all my sponsors. I don't want to take any credit for that win. The truck deserves it, the team deserves it, and the partners deserve it. But
must have been the autopilot that won the race then. Fantastic, well done Ryan, congratulations, great start to the season. Quick repairs all round after the incident in race 1, but race 2 is now upon us. Let's see if they can make up for some lost time.
Let's have a look at the grid then for race number 2 for the British Truck Racing Championship this weekend. This is based on the 2nd fastest times in qualifying. Ryan Smith, number 1, will start on pole alongside number 69 David Jenkins in the MAN. Second row, number 7 Stuart Oliver and 89 Simon Reed. Row 3, 32 Jock Borthwick. A lot of damage from race 1. Good to see he's repaired the truck. Start alongside 46 Bradley Smith. Row 4, number 3 Stephen Powell. He's repaired as well. Start alongside 14 John Bowler. On the 5th row, 92 Simon Faulkner, although I can see in the background there his truck moving forward. Has he had a problem, I wonder? start alongside number 12, Michael Oliver. Hopefully he'll get to start this race. Row 6, 68, Craig Reed, and 41, Simon Cole. I didn't see him as the trucks came up to the grid, so we'll wait to see if Simon's there. And completing the Division 1 field, number 95, Ricky Collett. Then we move back to Division 2. Craig Evans, number 10 on pole, alongside number 6 of John Powell. Then number 5, Adam Bint, the winner of race 1, and 28, Gentleman Jim Bennett. 86, Tom O'Rourke, as explained, will start from the pit lane after his qualifying times were disallowed due to that infringement where he exceeded the 100-mile-an-hour speed limit. The speed recording device was not activated in his truck during qualifying. Ryan Smith looking for 2 wins out of 2. Scored 14 wins on his way to the title last year. David Jenkins alongside him. Stuart Oliver and Simon Reed on row 2. Jock Borthwick and Bradley Smith on the 3rd row. And Stephen Powell and John Bowler. Michael Oliver alone on row 5. We ride with Jock Borthwick as they come through clearways. The pace truck is in pit lane. Looking back from Simon Reed's truck as the revs begin to rise. Here we go. Up towards the red lights when they go out. Get ready to feel the thunder as the power comes on from these 1,000 horsepower engines. Here we go with race 2 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Ryan Smith will take the lead as they go into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Stuart Oliver trying to get through on the inside there. He can't quite get alongside David Jenkins. We ride with Jock Borthwick alongside Bradley Smith. Looking back now from Simon Reed as they head up towards Druids for the first time. Will they all make it round Druids Hill Bend this time? Smith leads from Jenkins. Oliver side by side for 4th between Bradley Smith and Simon Reed. Reed moves through on the inside. We look back from Simon Reed. There's Bradley Smith behind us. Then it is Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman. Then Michael Oliver. He's got away well. Stephen Powell just behind him as they file their way down to Cooper Straight for the first time. It's called Cooper Straight. It isn't quite straight. Up towards the left at Surtees, the right of McLaren. Ryan Smith has the early lead from Jenkins, Oliver, Reed, Smith, Borthwick. Oliver Junior is next in the order. Division 2 is being led by the look of it by John Powell. There's Paul Rivett. He's waiting for the right time to make his move from the back of the field. They complete the first lap then with Ryan Smith already over a second clear of David Jenkins at the front of the field. Over the line they go. Let's see where Tom O'Rourke can get up to around this opening lap. It's at the tail of the field at the moment, I think. Make sure he comes through on this lap. Yes, he has. On board with Jock Borthwick, chasing Bradley Smith on the run up towards Druid. You can see the heavy roll caging in the cab of these trucks. 5th place is Bradley Smith, then Jock Borthwick, then it's Michael Oliver in his rather battered MAN after the contact earlier on. Seems to be a bit of a damaged magnet over the last couple of seasons, unfortunately. And hang on, the red flag is coming out. What has happened? Oh, that's what's happened. It's Tom O'Rourke. He's in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. It's quite a long way up Paddock Hill Bend towards Halewood Rise. So what has happened there? See if we can see what's happened. Back of the field, coming down Paddock Hill Bend. He runs wide. Yeah, the truck just straightened up in the middle of the bend. I don't know whether something broke in the steering perhaps there. Great shame for the Scotsman. Here we go, ready for 12 minutes of truck racing. Well done to the recovery teams there. Getting Tom O'Rourke back to the paddock. Hopefully we'll see him back out tomorrow. Smith and Jenkins lead them up towards the red lights. The power comes on and away they go. Quick start by Stuart Oliver. Watch the number 7. He could get past David Jenkins here in the second place. He won't get ahead of Ryan Smith. But I think Oliver's got the inside line. Yes, he's up into second place as they head down Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. 1 or 2 trucks running wide. We've got one into the gravel. That's Michael Oliver. John Bowler's run wide as well. Oliver keeps his foot in. He keeps it going at the back of the Division 1 group. Will they all get round Druids? Okay, Bradley Smith running wide in the 46 truck. It's Smith who leads from Oliver. Jenkins. Jock Borthwick is in 4th place. And it's Simon Reed, Stephen Powell, Bradley Smith. Next through is Craig Reed, then Bowler, Collett. Michael Oliver recovering from that off. Missing the side panel you can see on the number 12 truck. They start to sort themselves out around this Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. We'll look back quickly to see who's leading Division 2. It's John Powell who's got away best in the DAF, number 6, ahead of Craig Evans and Adam Bint. Oh, Michael Oliver's incident pack weekend continuing. I had a bad feeling he was going to get bogged down in the gravel there, but he kept it going. Ryan Smith will lead as they complete the first lap. Then he's already over a second clear of Stuart Oliver in second place. Now into Paddock Hill Bend we ride with Jock Borthwick chasing now David Jenkins. Good start from Borthwick, up into 4th place ahead of Simon Reed. Craig Reed in behind Bradley Smith. Looking back to see the leader of Division 2 is still John Powell ahead of Craig Evans, Adam Bint and Paul Rivett. Jim Bennett in the older Seddon Atkinson has already dropped away. It's good to have Gentleman Jim back in the championship this year. Certainly one of the friendliest teams in the paddock, the Team Bennett squad. Up the hill towards Druids, and Jock Borthwick a little bit wide there over the curve. He almost dropped onto the gravel, holds it together, swings it in. Up on the inside there's Simon Reed, and he goes through, forces Jock Borthwick to go wide. It's a good move by Simon Reed. Good aggression from the Iveco pilot, up into 4th position. Down to 5th goes Borthwick in the white and tartan liveried MAN. The colours of My Name's Doddy. Ricky Collett staying ahead of Michael Oliver. Ricky Collett with a down on power engine this weekend. He's had a few engine problems, that truck, over the last couple of seasons. Had a nasty crash with it at Thruxton back in 2020. Oh, and say engine problems, a great flash of flame. Goodness me. Ricky Collett needs to get out of there. He slides it to a halt against the barrier. Well stopped, Ricky Collett. I hope that's truck is not going to burst into flames. Something blew up there. I hope that was just the turbo and not the engine going for a burden. Ricky Collett very much out of the race. Let's have a look again there as they came down the straight. Watch the back of Ricky Collett's truck here. Bang! Something went up in a big way there. Hopefully that's not the engine detonating, hoping it's just the turbo. Yes, the red flag has come out, presumably to deal with Ricky Collett's truck. So we'll see if things are okay down there on the entry 2 paddock, and we'll wait to see what will happen with this race. Such a shame for Ricky, he doesn't have much luck, unfortunately. Well, with the large amount of oil that has gone down from Ricky Collett's truck, the race has been declared at this point. Ryan Smith given the win ahead of Stuart Oliver, with David Jenkins completing the podium. Simon Reed in 4th place ahead of Jock Borthwick and Stephen Powell. Bradley Smith in 7th place, then Craig Reed, John Bowler and Michael Oliver complete the top 10. John Powell wins Division 2 ahead of Craig Evans and Adam Bint. Paul Rivett in 4th place, and it is Jim Bennett who completes the 15 finishers in our second race of the weekend, curtailed early due to that engine failure for Ricky Collett, and that will be, I think, the end of his weekend.
Well, it seems to be a plethora of red flags this weekend so far, with Ricky Collett exploding his engine into more pieces than it's meant to be in. But of course, Ryan Smith and John Powell taking 1st place for their consecutive championships. We're now going over to race 3, the first one of Sunday here at Brands Hatch.
So the grid lines up as follows. It's Division 1 newcomer John Bowler who will start on pole in number 14, his MAN, alongside the Iveco of number 68 Craig Reed. Second row, number 46 Bradley Smith in his MAN, alongside the 10 times champion number 7 Stuart Oliver in the Volvo VNL. Row 3, the Iveco of Simon Reed, number 89, alongside 69 of David Jenkins with his MAN. On row 4, it is the reigning 7-time champion Ryan Smith in the Daimler Freightliner number 1, alongside 92 Simon Faulkner with his Iveco. Row 5, 86 Tom O'Rourke had a tough day yesterday, ended up in the gravel in race 2 and broke the steering on his MAN. Lines up alongside Simon Cole, number 41, with his MAN, graduating to Division 1 this year. Row 6, number 32 Jock Borthwick picked up a fair amount of damage in a collision with Stephen Powell in yesterday's first race, but managed to repair his MAN. Stephen Powell does line up alongside him, and number 12 Michael Oliver with his MAN, son of Stuart, completes the Division 1 grid. Then there's a gap, and we move to Division 2. The grid reversed from the results of race 1, so it's Jim Bennett, number 28 in his venerable Seddon Atkinson, who lines up on pole alongside number 10 Craig Evans with his MAN. The number 6 of John Powell in the DAF, he had a win yesterday, as did the man alongside him, number 5 Adam Bint with the Volvo Whites. And completing the grid, number 22 Paul Rivett. Here we go, the big rigs ready to rumble on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Jim Bennett alongside Craig Evans looking for his first Division 2 win. There's Adam Bint in the Volvo, John Powell alongside him, they had a win each yesterday. Paul Rivett behind them, the ex-saloon car star. Here we go. John Bowler and Craig Reed lead them up towards the red lights. Over 19,000 horsepower about to be unleashed. Here we go, the power comes on and they're away, down towards Paddock Bend for the first time. Good start by Stuart Oliver, good start by David Jenkins, but it's the two front row men who have the advantage into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. John Bowler, is he going to keep his nose in front as they go towards Druids, and off wide goes one of our front row men, that was Craig Reed. He's dropped back, just ran over the gravel there, but he's kept it going. There's a bit of slip and slide in the pack, and Stuart Oliver has come through, as I expected, into the lead. Stuart Oliver leads in the Volvo from fourth on the grid. It's side by side for second, John Bowler and David Jenkins. Great cloud of dust in the background where Craig Reed ran wide. A bit of grass tracking there for Jock Borthwick. 3 wide through Graham Hill Bend. That doesn't work in cars, never mind in trucks. 92 of Simon Faulkner got squeezed in the middle there. Bradley Smith has dropped back a little in the 46. He's battling with the Reed brothers. Wait to see what the order is as they come round to complete the opening lap. Looks like it is Stuart Oliver who's got the lead, and Ryan Smith is in heavy traffic there in the midfield. Stuart Oliver's away and gone in front. David Jenkins having a go at John Bowler for second place. Then it's the first of the Reeds. Which one is that? That's Simon Reed in fourth place. Craig, of course, ran wide on the first corner. Impossible to tell the two Ivecos apart from a distance. David Jenkins trying to go through into second place past John Bowler. They head up towards Druids. Ryan Smith is in traffic at the moment. He was down in sixth at the end of the first lap. Side by side for third. Simon Reed trying to move past John Bowler. David Jenkins has already gone through up into second place. There's Flying Ryan. That's a stunning looking Daimler Freightliner, the bonneted number one, just ahead of Jock Borthwick in the 32. But look at the lead Stuart Oliver has built up already. He needs to build a good lead, because in case Ryan Smith does get through this traffic, he's having a go at Bradley Smith and John Bowler now. John Bowler holding him off. New to Division 1 this year. 10 times champion, still leads, and John Bowler's still holding off Ryan Smith, who now gets a run on the inside up towards Druids Hill Bend. Here he comes, on board with Ryan as they go round the right-hander, steering the truck one-handed, keeping his other hand on the gear lever through there. He's got through past the number 14. I think Bowler's lost another place. I think Jock Borthwick may have come through as well. We look back from David Jenkins in second place, to Simon Reed's Iveco in third. A spin at the back of the field, that's Jim Bennett, the veteran in the Seddon Atkinson, sliding off at Surtees. Just under 11 minutes of the race to go. Jim Bennett's got going again, just being lapped there by David Jenkins and Simon Reed. Gentleman Jim is trying to stay out of the way of the Division 1 trucks there. Bradley Smith's had to go wide around him there. That could let Ryan Smith in for an attack into Druids. Yes, he's got the inside line. Ryan up the inside, squeezes through and up into fourth place. Now, next target, a little way up the road, is Simon Reed. Here's the battle further back for ninth place between John Bowler and Stephen Powell. Stephen went straight on into Druids for the first time in yesterday's race, unfortunately. Never mind that, because look at the way Simon Reed is going. He's right up alongside David Jenkins, but that's left the route through for Ryan Smith. He left the gap there, and Ryan says thank you very much, I'll go through for third place. Now, it won't take him long to have a go at David Jenkins. They are arch rivals, these two. Here's the battle in Division 2. It's close between Evans and Powell. Powell only half a second behind now. Can the DAF, the Dutch machine, get ahead of the MAN? Look at this, the leader's weaving between the back markers. That looked pretty spectacular. Hasn't helped Ryan Smith's lap time, though. He's lost a couple of seconds there. Well, in fact, they're all slower because of getting through the traffic. Less than 3 minutes to go now. Craig Evans still hanging on in the lead, looking for his first Division 2 win. Cloud of dust there, someone's been off. Here they come. Is it going to be checkered flag this time for Stuart Oliver, the man from the northeast, 10 times British champion, 1-time European champion. Here he comes then in the GT Tyres Volvo. Is it going to be checkered flag this time? It certainly is. There's the checkered flag. Stuart Oliver wins our first truck race of the day. David Jenkins second. Ryan Smith has to settle for third. Fourth, it is Simon Reed. Bradley Smith takes a good fifth position. Well done, Jock Borthwick, a fine sixth. His fellow Scotsman, Tom O'Rourke, in seventh. Eighth, it is Michael Oliver. Ninth over the line is going to be John Bowler, just ahead of Stephen Powell Craig Reed and Simon Faulkner. What about Division 2? Where are the Division 2 trucks? They'll be coming round the final corner now. Is it going to be Craig Evans or John Powell who takes the victory in Division 2? They're coming towards us now. It looks like John Powell's got ahead of Craig Evans. In fact, they come over the line. Yes, it's John Powell. Powell has won it. Craig Evans, a slower lap there on the last lap. Was it Evans who ran wide? We saw that cloud of dust at Paddock. It was. Oh, what a shame for Craig Evans. Losing the class win with just a couple of laps to go. What a disappointment for Craig Evans. Let's check out the results of that one then. Stuart Oliver taking the win, while Ryan Smith was given a 10-second penalty for an out-of-position start. He drops down to 6th place behind David Jenkins and Simon Reed, Bradley Smith and Jock Borthwick now rounding out the top 5. Tom O'Rourke turns his weekend around somewhat in 7th, ahead of Michael Oliver, then John Bowler, Stephen Powell, Craig Reed and Simon Faulkner completing the Division 1 finishers. John Powell snatching the win late on in Division 2 from the unlucky Craig Evans. Adam Bint completing the podium among the Division 2 trucks. Disappointment there for Craig Evans. Paul Rivett in 16th place, Simon Cole a lap down in 17th, and Jim Bennett completing the finishers, all 18 trucks going the distance.
Incredible result. I completely, it's almost like I blinked and all of a sudden you were seconds ahead of the pack.
Yeah, I had a great start, you know. The start at Brands is always a little bit touch and go, and all credit to the boys in front. They maybe haven't got the experience as this old lad, but I managed to get a good start, get through and kept in tight, because the outside on Paddock Hill is not the place to be, so over the moon with that.
Fantastic, Everett. So it's a good start to Sunday. Not your first trophy of the weekend though, so that's good news as well.
Absolutely, yeah, that's right. We've got a big trailer to take them all home in, so we'll just keep piling them up.
I'll say you got a few from last year as well, I think, so plenty of room left. Yeah, Stuart, thanks very much for talking to us. Congratulations. Well, what an action-packed race that was, with Stuart Oliver back on top. That's the 10-time British champion, of course, taking his first place for the season. We're heading to race 4 now. Let's see if he can do it again.
So it is Craig Reed, who finished 8th yesterday, who will take pole in truck number 68. 46 Bradley Smith alongside. Second row, number 3 Stephen Powell, the local man, and 32 Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman. Row 3, 89 Simon Reed, and alongside him David Jenkins in the 69 truck. Row 4, number 7 Stuart Oliver, winner this morning, and number 1 Ryan Smith, double winner yesterday. He's got to come through from 8th this time. On row 5 it's number 14 John Bowler, number 12 Michael Oliver. Row 6, 86 of Tom O'Rourke. He failed to finish yesterday's race, went off into the gravel and suffered broken steering, unfortunately. Simon Cole missed race 2 yesterday. He starts alongside, as did number 92 Simon Faulkner. He failed to take the restart, so he starts at the back in the 92. Then there's a gap and we've got the Division 2 trucks. They'll start in reverse order as well. Jim Bennett's number 28 in the set, and Atkinson will be at the front of them. Alongside him, number 22 of Paul Rivett. Then it's Adam Bint, number 5. Number 10, Craig Evans. And number 6, John Powell, going for his 3rd win of the weekend from the back of the grid. Craig Reed minus his front bumper after a bit of contact in, the front valance after a bit of contact in the race earlier on. Race 4 of the weekend then for the British Truck Racing Championship. Bit of steam coming from the water-cooled brakes on Adam Bint's truck. There is the DAF of John Powell at the back. The pace truck is into pit lane. Craig Reed and Bradley Smith on the front of this partially reversed grid. Can one of them hang on to take their first win of the season? 15 minutes of truck racing coming your way here at Brands Hatch in the sunshine on this Easter Sunday. The power comes on and away they rumble down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Good start by Craig Reed, the man from Stoke in the Iveco Stralis, will lead into paddock for the first time. Good start by Stephen Powell there, just getting a bit of dust kicked up on the inside. They've all made it round paddock for the first time. Let's hope they make it around Druids. Craig Reed has the lead. Stephen Powell making a move up the inside, side by side with his old adversary from yesterday, Jock Borthwick. Simon Reed behind them. They've all made it round, I think. Great stuff. David Jenkins running a bit wide there. We're on board with Craig Evans, giving chase to Simon Cole in the number 41. We're having a few teething troubles with his MAN, known as Eleanor, this weekend. He certainly hasn't gone in 60 seconds just yet, though. Craig Reed has the lead, though. Over the curb, and straight off goes Simon Reed. Goodness me. Straight on he goes, misses the tyre wall. And it's a good job he stopped. They got the truck stopped there and didn't cannon back into the pack on the other side there as they came out of Clark Kirk. That would have been disastrous. Somebody else running wide there, Jock Borthwick, kicking up the dust out of Clark Curve there. He's lost some ground. Now, was there contact between Jock Borthwick and Simon Reed? We'll wait and see if we can get a replay of that. Bradley Smith is in third place behind Stephen Powell. Stuart Oliver's up to fourth, and Ryan Smith is fifth. Now, something broke there. There was no contact. That was either a steering or brake failure. The truck just charged straight on. That was a scary moment indeed for Simon. Just went straight off there. No way he could slow the truck down. And he was very lucky. There was a lot of open space for that truck to come to a halt in. That could have been very nasty. On board with Craig Evans, back in the Division 2 pack. He's currently showing us fourth in Division 2 with John Powell ahead of him. Coming up on Simon Cole in the Division 1 machine. Yeah, Simon's still just getting used to his new MAN as Craig Evans goes through. There comes David Jenkins up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend. Up into fourth place. Now Stuart Oliver looking ready to attack, but he's got to be mindful that Ryan Smith is there as well. Smith dodges to the outside. Stuart Oliver moves to cover. Here comes David Jenkins. Oh, Craig Reed's run wide, coming out of Druids. This is Oliver's opportunity. If he can get up alongside, he'll never go round the outside of Graham Hill Bend, surely. Still side by side. If Oliver keeps his foot in, he could take the lead down the straight. Yes, he's done it. Stuart Oliver leads. Craig Reed moving to cover there, but I don't think he'll stop Ryan Smith getting through at Surtees. No, Smith's going to go through into second place, and Jenkins could get third as well. No, Reed able to defend from Jenkins. He's down to third, and it's Oliver versus Smith for the lead now. Still plenty of time to go in this fourth race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship at Brands Hatch. See how much time there is to go as they come up over the line. Just over 7.5 minutes, so we're coming up towards half distance. And here comes Ryan Smith. Here comes David Jenkins up on the outside as well. Ryan Smith is not holding back. He's going for the lead. Round the outside of Stuart Oliver, back to the inside. He's driving that truck like a touring car. David Jenkins to the inside on Craig Reed. He's surely going to go through here for third place at Druids. Yes, he's done it. Achievement to get two cars side by side successfully through Druids, never mind two trucks. Here's the Division 2 leader, Adam Bint, looking for win number 2 this weekend. On board with Craig Evans. He's fourth in the division, behind John Powell ahead there in the DAF. Second ahead of them, Paul Rivette, a better run for his MAN this time, the Napa Racing truck. The other Division 2 runner, of course, is Jim Bennett. He's been lapped. I believe Simon Reed is still running as well in truck number 89. He did get going, but he's a lap or two down as Ryan Smith. Oh, he tried a move there by the look of it. He's gone wide at Graham Hill Bend. What happened there? David Jenkins up alongside him. I saw something fly up into the air. Was there contact there between Oliver and Smith? Yes, Smith's still on the wide line. Throws the truck back across in front of David Jenkins. You know these two are deadly rivals. He does not want to let Jenkins by, but he's going to have to through Clark Curve there. Yeah, Jenkins up alongside. He's going to go through. Is there damage to Ryan Smith's truck? It suddenly seems not to be handling as well. Was there contact there with Stuart Oliver? We didn't see going into Graham Hill Bend. Ryan Smith was up behind Stuart Oliver coming down to Graham Hill Bend. I think he almost clipped the back of him, but he didn't expect Oliver to go so wide into the corner. It's enough to drop him back. He's back up the inside though on David Jenkins into Druids. He goes through. He'll be fired up now, Ryan Smith. Stuart Oliver, you can see him moving to defend as they come down towards Graham Hill Bend. Is it going to be win number 2 for Stuart Oliver? This would tie the score at 2 wins apiece for the weekend. The decider will be race 5. With Craig Evans over the line and challenging John Powell for a podium place in Division 2. Here they come into the final couple of corners. I don't think Ryan Smith's going to do it. I think he's going to have to settle for second place. Stuart Oliver gets his foot down. Ryan Smith will try and get up alongside. He'll try the outside run, but he's not going to do it. Stuart Oliver takes win number 2 of the weekend. Ryan Smith second, David Jenkins third, covered by less than 1.5 seconds at the line. And well done, Craig Reed, a fine 4th place. Further back, Michael Oliver, his best finish of the season so far in 5th. Stephen Powell in 6th, then Tom O'Rourke, Jock Borthwick and John Bowler. And here comes Adam Bint, the Oxfordshire driver in the older Volvo. Is going to come in to take the win in Division 2. 3.5 seconds clear of Paul Rivette. He's led Division 2 all the way. We're on board with Craig Evans. He chases them home. Bint takes a clear win in Division 2. Paul Rivett gets his best result of the season in second, and John Powell just holds off Craig Evans to take third. They were the last trucks on the lead lap. Behind them, Simon Cole a lap down, then Jim Bennett. Simon Reed should come in as well. Trademark sideways celebration from Adam Bint. Shades of Kurt Goranson, who took so many wins in a Volvo similar to that in the late 80s and early 90s. And it was Stuart Oliver who went on to victory ahead of Smith and Jenkins, covered by 1.4 seconds at the line. Craig Reed in fourth ahead of Michael Oliver. Good result for him. Good battle with Stephen Powell. Tom O'Rourke seventh, battling fellow Scotsman Jock Borthwick. John Bowler taking ninth, and well done Adam Bint, second win of the weekend in Division 2. Paul Rivett behind him ahead of John Powell and Craig Evans, then Simon Cole and Jim Bennett a lap down, completing the top 15. Simon Reed did get going again after a visit to the pits. He was the only other finisher because Bradley Smith sadly dropped out. Let's head down to Pointy in pit lane.
We've all been here, and that should be absolutely nailed on.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to live pictures from here at Pembrey, here at Convoy Cymru. Nice to see some highlights from our opening round of the British Truck Racing Championship at Brands Hatch. Truck racing coming back out later on here at Pembrey, but next up on our programme here in sunny South Wales is the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroen 2CV Racing Championship, something completely different. That's followed by the Junior Saloon Cars, and we've got the truck drifting competition. As I say, I've got no idea what's going to happen there, how many trucks we'll see or anything else. Then it's the Track Attack Race Club, their mixture of saloon cars, another truck race and another 2CV race to round out the day. Now, for something, as they say, completely different. Citroen 2CV's about to head out onto track then. If you've not seen this brand of racing before, well, it's completely different to the trucks, but it's still very entertaining indeed. They're making their way out from towards the assembly area now. This will be a 15-minute race coming up. They have two sprint races this afternoon, and these cars have a 100-minute endurance race taking place tomorrow as well. 600cc Citroen 2CVs, all of them largely identical, and this championship goes back to the late 1980s. The first race for 2CVs was held at Mallory Park, so this championship over 30 years old. Some drivers were on the grid in that race at Mallory Park and are still racing today. It's a unique brand of motorsport. You really have to see it to believe it, and that's what we're about to see here at Pembrey this afternoon. There's 3 rounds of the championship that take place in regular length races, and then they finish their season with the 2CV 24-hour race, which takes place at Snetterton in Norfolk on August Bank Holiday weekend. One quirk of 2CV racing is it's the car that scores championship points, not the driver. And therefore what we're going to see in some of the teams in the 2 sprint races today is one driver will compete in one race and hand the car over to another driver for race 2. But it's the car that will score the points, the team that scores the points effectively. And then the car and team score points in the 24-hour race as well. We'll take you through the grid very shortly then. The cars just making their way into the assembly area now. The opening meeting of the year was at Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire. It was Chris Tovey who won both races in the KTR Developments car on that occasion. And he'll be one of the main challengers today. I can tell you it's Nick Crispin who has qualified on pole. Anybody waiting for a bus? Don't tell me that bus is going to join the back of the grid again. We saw that 12 months ago here at Pembrey when the 2CVs were last here. We ended up with a bus missing the pit lane entrance and joining the back of the grid. Not again. South Wales Transport. As we were saying, Chris Tovey will be one to watch. It's Nick Crispin who has set pole position in the number 89, the Dillygaff racing car. I'm sure I don't need to explain to you what that means. And number 97, the reigning champion, David O'Keefe, who competed in that first ever race at Mallory Park all those years ago. He's driving the Team Lion car, which is one of the long established teams in 2CV racing. The legendary Pete Sparrow was their lead driver for many years. Pete is competing in the endurance race tomorrow, but not in the sprint races today. We must thank ECAS 2CV Parts, who are one of the main supporters of this championship, as well as 2CVparts.com. ECAS 2CV Parts, they're backing the team of Matthew Arrowsmith-Brown, number 33, who starts on the 8th row in today's race in their familiar purple colours. Some of the team names, I don't know where they get them from in this championship. my favourite, as I've said before, has to be Pork Pie Racing, Chris and Jenny Hall's car, number 96. Tête Rouge Racing are a leading team as well. French for Redhead Racing, of course. They've got, I think, 3 cars out there, including the Crisis at Tête Rouge team. Crisis Racing used to be a separate team, but now Nick Rhodes' car is running in conjunction with Tête Rouge, hence the name Crisis at Tête Rouge. Team Gadget Racing are here as well. Their blue and gold livery. It was Leon Davies who raced for them last year. They've got Nick Home and Ainsley Bousfield, another 2CV veteran driving this year. It'll be Ainsley who's going first in race 1. Hopefully shortly we can hear from some of the drivers down in the assembly area just ahead of our first race, which is scheduled to get underway in about 10 minutes from now. As we say, 2 sprint races today, and we'll have the endurance race, the mini endurance race, taking place tomorrow. So let's head down to Ewan Dunlop, who's down in the assembly area, to talk to some of our leading drivers.
Cheers, Dave. Here we are down in assembly for our first 2CV race of the weekend, and we're going to get as far down the grid as we possibly can. But let's start in place number 1. It is Nick Crispin, second in last year's championship. You got a podium at Cadwell in the first round, and you're on pole this afternoon. How's your season going so far?
I'm happy with how it's going. Obviously, we had issues in race 2 at Cadwell, so that sort of meant we didn't finish as high as I think we would have done. Pleased with first qualifying. I know I gave Chris a tow for second qualifying, which is fine. I really don't mind. I just like to beat him on the track this time.
Chris has had a great start to the season. We'll catch up with him in a second. What can you do to beat him today? First corner?
I think if I've got the legs on him on the straight, I think we're probably equal through the corners and everything. And as long as I can get ahead, hopefully I can stay and don't get overexcited on the last corner again and mess it up like I did at Cadwell.
Can I ask, please, on your helmet I can see the word chronic. Explain.
Just a nickname I was given some 43 years ago when I first moved to Yorkshire and everything. Someone just said, "You are chronic," and it's just stuck since then, so that's behind.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Let's move on now. At Cadwell Park in round 1, there's only 4 rounds of the championship in the 2CVs, but the man that won both races is Chris Tovey. Chris, great start to your season.
Yeah, it was a great weekend a month ago at Cadwell, and I'm in the same position, qualifying in second this time, so let's hope we can repeat the result.
You've got a really challenging grid, though. So second in the championship and first in the championship behind you for last season. You're leading it right now, but it's a great championship to be involved in, I imagine.
It is a really great championship. It's just the camaraderie in the pits as well as the racing on the track. It's close racing and everyone's friendly. It's a great championship.
And just tell us one thing about what's the key to winning around Pembrey?
Oh, I don't know, because I've never won here, so I'll tell you that after this race.
Fighting talk, good luck. And our reigning champion now, David O'Keefe, had a podium at Cadwell as well. David, reigning champion, looking like the Stig in there. How are we going to win at Pembrey?
It's going to be hard work. This year's hard work because there's like 4 or 5 that are definitely on the pace. So, yeah, us old ones are trying to keep these youngsters honest.
But elderly gives you lots of experience, though, doesn't it, over these youngsters?
Yeah, a little bit. They're good. They're all good at it though, because they've been doing it for years. So it's, you know what it's like. 1 minute you're first, next minute you're 6th, and you know it's just constant, just trying to keep it all smooth and clean and tidy, and just see what you can do.
And why such passion for 2CVs?
I've left them over the years a few times, but just keep coming back because the bottom line is it's just really close racing with good people who just help all each other, and it's just, yeah. And from a cost point of view, you couldn't get closer racing if you tried. So yeah, it's good stuff.
And can you retain your title?
Probably not. Nick's really good this year, and the honest answer is it was a bit default last year, to be fair. So you know, he's a good chap, good driver, good car. So we'll just see where it all ends up.
David, best of luck. Thank you. Thank you, cheers, buddy. Right, the engines are starting, so we'll speak to Andy Bull quickly. Andy,
I don't envy your position on the grid here. Fourth is lovely, but you've got 3 top chaps in front of you.
Yeah, and this is the first time I've been as high up as this as well. I think the plan is just to follow the experience that's outside of me on the grid and not drop off, and then see how it develops after the start in the first couple of laps.
And this is the highest you've been on the grid. How did you get here? What did you do?
Well, this is a new car to me this season. I did my rookie season last year in a different car, and we've really managed to dial it in and get the engine working well. The suspension's all new, so I'm just starting to get used to the car. This is third race it'll be in it, and it's starting to pay off, the work over the winter.
So, just briefly, what were you in before the 2 CVs?
I was in the blue and white 300 car last year, and I took that to the Rookie Championship last year, so
fantastic.
And 5th overall, so I'm hoping to at least beat that this year.
And we ask everybody, why the passion for 2 CVs? It's a really unique class.
It is a unique thing. I had one as my first car way back in '93. I still own that car, and I've been into them ever since.
Mate, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy, thank you. There's our top 4, that's our first 2 rows on the grid. The engines are just about getting ready to start, so what we'll do, we'll have one last look around. It's an absolutely beautiful grid. We have got a few series this weekend, and this is one of the most populated. It's going to be an absolute thrill. Very, very closely matched. Can anybody challenge the front 2 rows? Who knows? We're going to run through the grid with Dave Goddard.
Yes, thanks Ewan. So we'll give you the grid for our first race of the weekend for the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroen 2CV Racing Championship. We'll give you the team names as well. In pole position in the Dilligaff car, it is Nick Crispin, last year's championship runner-up. Chris Tovey, the championship leader for KTR Development, starts alongside. The second row, 97, reigning champion and 2CV veteran David O'Keefe driving for Team Lion. As we say, perennial 2CV champions with David and with the great Pete Sparrow as well. Andy Bull starts alongside last year's top rookie driving for Tate Rouge with Propolis Process Solutions. I'm only saying that once. Row 3, we've got Nick Rhodes, 92, in the Crisis at Tate Rouge car. Mentioned it, and a bit of an amalgam of 2 teams, that car. That's the green and blue number 92 car. And alongside him, number 41, Martin Ryman, the former Fiat racing champion in the Classic 41 factory racing car. The fourth row is the Proietti family car, the Bacon Racing with Liqui Moly car. It's Sandro Proietti driving in that car. He used to race against Martin Ryman in Fiat Unos many years ago. And he starts alongside Julie Walford. Shares the car with her husband Steve. It's Julie driving in race 1. Steve Walford Motorsport car based in Birmingham. Steve will take over for the race later on. Row 5 is number 70 Matthew Hollis. That's the blue and orange car for Hollis Motorsport alongside 2CV veteran Ainsley Bousfield for Team Gadget Racing. That's the gold and blue car. The sixth row of the grid, we've got number 79 Max Wire in the second of the Team Lion cars, Team Lion 2, alongside number 96 Chris Hall for Pork Pie Racing. Pork pies. Row 7, Richard Plyer, number 16 in the Green Frog car, alongside number 40 Chris Yates. That's the Muffins team car. They used to be known as Blueberry Muffins. Maybe other muffins are available in the paddock this year. That's the car with the googly eyes on the headlights. Look out for that. They move as it goes around corners. A really remarkable feature. Where else would you see that in motorsport other than in 2CV racing? Row 8 is the Team ECAS car. ECAS 2CV parts. Matthew Arrowsmith-Brown, number 33, alongside 47 Richard Knights for Yellow and Peril Racing. Row 9, another of the Tate Rouge cars. That's 2 Team Tate Rouge cars on row 9. 81 Simon Turner and number 300 Shirley Hennessy. Row 10 is number 48 Lawrence Broadhurst for the SL Racing team. I know one of his team, David Marsden, is watching on YouTube, aka Chase Racer. That's his online handle. So hello to you, David. Couldn't be at Pembrey this weekend, sadly. Alongside Lawrence is number 35 Neil Graham in the second of the Muffins cars. Row 11 of the grid is number 7, which is Mick Story for Rosie Racing. We normally see his daughters racing with him, Lauren and Katie, but just Mick this weekend in Rosie, the number 7 2CV. Alongside number 42 for Infinite Improbability Racing. Again, a bit of a tongue twister for Martin Sunderland. And at the back of the grid, Colin Etchells, number 67 for Etch Racing. So the marshals bringing them into line. I think they'll do a green flag lap first of all, and then we will get this 15-minute race underway. Certainly unlikely race vehicles. The Citroen 2CV, of course, the car that's put France on 4 wheels. It was invented by Citroen around the time of the Second World War. Pierre Boulanger was the Citroën designer responsible for this remarkable little machine. Designed for French peasant farmers to gain motorised transport eventually, but you still see plenty of them in rural France. Certainly one of the best loved cars in world motoring, really. They have a following all over the world. The French equivalent of the Volkswagen Beetle in Germany, of course, the Fiat 500 in Italy, and I suppose the British equivalent would be the Mini. We will have one or two Minis as a guest class in the Enduro race tomorrow. Yes, as one of our commenters said, Maverick41 says, get ready for some door handle rubbing on the track surface. You get quite a lot of body roll from these cars, as we will see. Green flag lap first of all, though. The green flag waves, and it's Nick Crispin, number 89, who leads them away. The man from Harrogate in Yorkshire. Lining up alongside Chris Tovey in the 49. He comes from Bristol. The Yorkshireman on the second row of the grid, Andy Bull, last year's top rookie. He's from Barnsley in the turquoise coloured car. The familiar red and grey of Team Lion. Team Lion, I believe, is a picture frame company. David O'Keefe comes from Biggleswade in the southeast. There's number 55, that's the Walford family car. Julie driving in this race, based in Birmingham. And there's the other Team Lion car a bit further back. 48, Lawrence Broadhurst. George Broadhurst will take over that car for race 2, based in Cannock in Staffordshire. Many of these teams treating this as a warm-up event ahead of the 24-hour race at Snetterton, which really is an amazing and unique occasion in motorsport. If you're free on August Bank Holiday weekend, get yourself trackside at the Snetterton circuit. It's basically a 24-hour party with a motor race involved. Wonderful atmosphere at Snetterton. Great atmosphere here at Pembrey as well, in the sunshine of South Wales, as the cars make their way around towards the grid. There's Chris Yates, the number 40 car, the sort of bluish grey car with the turquoise wings. That's the car with those eyes on the headlights to watch out for. Well, the maxim we live by is motorsport should be fun. And it certainly is great fun with the classic 2CV Racing Club. 2CVparts.com, the title sponsors of this championship, supported by ECAS 2CV Parts and by Citroën UK as well. Very cost-effective and very enjoyable way to go motor racing in the 2CV Championship in its 30-plus year history. There's the Walford team looking on. With Julie out on track in the red, number 55. They'll be cheering on. So it's the Dayglow red and black machine of Nick Crispin in pole position. The grey number 49 of championship leader Chris Tovey starts alongside. Second row, David O'Keefe, the defending champion in the grey and red Team Lion car. Number 76 for Tête Rouge, Andy Bull in the turquoise car on row 2. Possibly a gap on row 4 there. That should be where Julie Walford is. She might have just lined up a little bit far back. We saw her on the green flag lap. So 15 minutes of racing then for the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Racing Championship. We await the all clear from the back of the grid, and then we'll be underway over 15 minutes as soon as the lights go out. From the 600cc engines, the revs rise, and away they go. And here we go down towards the first corner at Hatchett's hairpin. Not quite as quick as the race trucks were from their rolling start in the previous race. Decent getaway from Martin Ryman, the orange car there up on the outside, but it is the number 89 of Nick Crispin who will lead the way into Hatchets for the first time. Chris Tovey in second place. Andy Bull's got away well, 3 wide into the hairpin. Look at the Crisis car. Nick Rhodes making its way up the inside there. The green and blue car got a good start. The rest of them start to fan out behind, but it is Crispin who leads from Tovey. In third place is David O'Keefe. Andy Bull side by side with Nick Rhodes, and it's Sandro Proietti tucked in behind the white and blue car. Martin Ryman got a good run down the outside, but it didn't come to anything because he didn't get the line for the hairpin. The orange car there. He's got the Team Gadget car of Ainsley Bousfield, I think that is behind him. That car's got a novice cross on the back because the other driver, Nick Home, is a novice. Andy Bull slides up the inside trying to take David O'Keefe, the vastly experienced defending champion, down to fourth. Andy Bull has got through there coming out of Senna, and Proietti slides wide as they come out of Brooklands. Here they come down Speedway Straight, and it is Nick Crispin who has the early lead from Chris Tovey. Bull is up to third, it's 3 wide. Look at this for fourth place. Sandro Proietti going through on the inside. He's almost been bump drafted there by Martin Ryman, who goes through. Nick Rhodes and David O'Keefe dropping back. O'Keefe's going backwards. Here comes Matthew Hollis, the blue number 70 car. He's got the inside line away and goes through. Who's that in there as well? Julie Walford in the red 55 car, and we've got a 3-wheel 2CV. Number 16, that's Richard Plyer. So I wonder why there was a yellow flag out further back. Richard Plyer has shed a rear wheel. As the leaders head into their second lap, it is Crispin who leads the way. Up the inside though comes Chris Tovey out of the hairpin. Looks like the number 49 KTR Developments car has taken the lead, looking for 3 wins out of 3 in 2023. Crispin fights back though as they come through out of Debeni, retakes the lead on the inside. Look how closely bunched up they are. There's Sandro Proietti looking to close in, the Liqui Moly sponsored car, the Bacon Racing car. Fifth is Martin Ryman, then Matthew Hollis has come through into 6th position. Chris Tovey tries again as they come towards the right at Senna, up towards Brooklands. Andy Bull going well, looking for his maiden victory in 2 CVs. We heard he was the top newcomer in last year's championship. Still a yellow flag out there. I can see a green flag at Brooklands. That means there's a yellow flag out at Senna. That'll be where Richard Plyer's car has come to rest. Another car that didn't come through, unfortunately, at the end of lap 1 was the number 96 of Chris Hall. Looks like we may have lost the Pork Pie Racing car. Drew Carter's up towards Honda. The first 4 have broken away very slightly, although Martin Ryman now starting to close back up again, taking Matthew Hollis with him. It's Nick Rhodes, Julie Walford. David O'Keefe is down to 9th, and Ainsley Bousfield rounds out the top 10 in the Team Gadget car. Chris Yates is coming through behind them in the number 40, the Muffins car. Up the inside, Chris Tovey into the hairpin, just as he did a lap ago. He's going to try and take the lead on the inside. Proietti going for the outside. Nick Rhodes has got the tight line there as well, just squeezes Martin Ryman. 3 wide there for second place. Who's going to come out of this with the lead though? Inside at Spitfires is Chris Tovey. Side by side with Nick Crispin, who's got the inside for the next left-hander. Looks like Crispin has still just about got the advantage. They're bunched up like they're in a motorcycle race at the moment at the front of the field. Here's a battle further back. That's the man who starts at the back, number 67 of Colin Etchells, getting past number 42, Martin Sunderland. The Infinite Improbability racing car, Martin Ryman's on the grass, coming out of the crossing. That's dropped him back down the order out of the top 10. So he'll have to fight his way back. Hollis side by side with O'Keefe. There's the number 40, which is Chris Yates in the Muffins 1 car. Through out of Brooklands. The 79 of David O'Keefe's got the window open there. The windows don't wind down at 2CV, they fold upwards. Chris Tovey takes the lead through Carter's, and here comes Sandro Proietti. He's into the lead battle now in the Bacon Racing with Liqui Moly car, side by side with Nick Crispin, but the yellow flag is out. I thought I saw a safety car board there. There's yellow flags out coming down to the hairpin. I think we might, yes, we're going to have the safety car scrambled, and Ainsley Bousfield checks up there to avoid the back of the 92 of Nick Rhodes. That was nearly a crisis, wasn't it, for the Crisis Racing car? So the yellow flags are out, the safety car is being deployed. Now the only car we've got that might be stranded out there could be the 16 of Richard Plyer. Yep, there's the 3-wheeled number 16. We also may have lost Mick Story, number 7. I don't think he came through on that last lap. Chris Hall is showing as a lap down, as is the number 79 of Max Wire, the other Team Lion car. So there is the number 16, the Green Frog, as this car is known. debris being picked up. So I think there's been some contact towards the back on the opening lap there. It might be just where the car's dug into the grass with its wheel hub. There's Richard Plyer, he's okay, the man from Oxfordshire. See the black cross on the yellow background on the back of his car. That means he's a novice. Looks like the safety car has picked up our race leader. Chris Tovey ahead of Sandro Proietti. Nick Crispin down to third place now. Then it's Andy Bull in the Tête Rouge with Propolis Process Solutions car. Yellow flags waved around the circuit by our volunteer marshals. Our thank you again to them. The big mover on the first lap was number 96, Chris Hall, in the Pork Pie Racing car. He's gained 13 places from towards the back of the grid early on in this one. Martin Ryman has dropped down to 14th after going onto the grass. I so evenly match these cars, if you make the slightest mistake, you're being shuffled back down the order. '16, the green frog of Richard Plyer is towed off in a rather sorry state. Now we'll see what happens to Martin Ryman in replay. Oh, he got a bit of a push there from Julie Walford in the 55. She clipped the back of him, sideways for Martin Ryman, and out of the top 10 he went. Rescue Units takes the three-wheeled 2CV onto the infield. As soon as that's out of the way, we'll get back racing once again. Reason for a bit of confusion on the placing of a couple of the cars is transponder issues. Max Wire and Chris Hall's transponders aren't working. There's the 96 of Chris Hall. So that's why he's been yo-yoing up and down the order. No working transponder on that car. We seem to have lost Mick Story, the number 7. Maybe it was him who made contact with the 16 of Richard Plyer. Just behind Chris Hall there, you can see one of the cars with the eyes on the headlights. That's, I think, is possibly Shirley Hennessy. Let's check that. No, it's Neil Graham, sorry, the 35 behind that. So Shirley's old car. Shirley's a bit further back, the number 300. Used to race a Triumph Dolomite Sprint in historic touring cars. Waiting to see if we're going to go back to green flag racing this time. There are the two Muffins cars. Loving those headlights with the googly eyes. Googly eyes make anything funny. Great to see a championship that does not take things too seriously, but the drivers at the front of the field are certainly going to take this seriously, because we're back to green flag racing. The first three pulling away slightly as they head down towards the hairpin. It is Chris Tovey who's got the lead. Sandro Proietti in second place. Nick Crispin in the Dilligaff racing car is down to third. Then we've got Andy Bull in fourth. Julie Walford coming through into fifth ahead of David O'Keefe. She's running well. Then Nick Rhodes, Ainsley Bouncefield, Max Wire and Matthew Hollis completing the top 10. Martin Ryman has fought his way back a few places. Proietti having a look there as they go round Debeni's on the outside at the left-hander. Up to the crossing, can he pull the Liquimolly liveried car up alongside? Nick Crispin having a go as well. Up towards Senna. Proietti could get the inside line away here. It's a long time since we've seen him lead a race, but he's going to take the lead. The Bacon racing car goes through. Great move by Sandro Proietti, the ex-Fiat racing star. And Crispin's going to go through as well, because Chris Tovey has been forced off the racing line. Chris Tovey, good exit from Brooklands. It could be 3 wide for the lead, could be 4 wide for the lead almost, because Bull is in there as well. David O'Keefe's fighting back after a slightly disappointing first lap. They're leaning on each other down Speedway Straight. This is great stuff. Tovey goes to the outside. They're rubbing together on the inside there. Look at this, 3 of them absolutely together in towards Honda, and it's 2 wide behind. Now it's 3 wide. This is incredible. 3 of them, 2 lots of 3 wide. I don't know what you call that. Julie Walford up the inside. This is more like a NASCAR race. Over the line they go. Now, who was leading at the line? I couldn't tell. I think it was Proietti. Who's going to get the lead into the hairpin? Julie Walford's got a run on the inside. They're going to be 4 wide into Hatches. This is going to end in Crisis. The Crisis racing car's at the back of this lot. There goes David O'Keefe going for broke up the outside. Now, who the heck's going to emerge from this lot in the lead? It's Nick Crispin, who's somehow got through. I don't know how, because we had 7 cars practically on top of one another through the hairpin there. So Nick Crispin's got the lead. Proietti second, Walford's up to third, then it's Bull, O'Keefe trying to come through on the inside. I can't keep up with this. It's the Dillegaff car of 89, Nick Crispin, who has the lead, looking for his first win of the season. Second to David O'Keefe in the championship last year. Chris Tovey's been relegated down to fourth place, the double winner from Cadwell Park. Nick Rhodes in the Crisis at Tate Rouge car is up into fifth, and Ainsley Bounsfield is up to seventh. Here comes Martin Ryman on his recovery drive, attacking the number 40 car of Chris Yates down the inside. Takes the Muffins car. Don't know why the team name changed. Like maybe there's a shortage of blueberries, who knows. Here comes the 89 of Nick Crispin. He leads the train at the front of the field. Great to see Julie Walford going well in the 55. Here's the fight at the back between Colin Etchell and number 42 Martin Sunderland, two of our newcomers. They've been slugging it out all race long at the tail of the pack. Now what's going to happen into Hatchett's hairpin this time? There's only just under 4 minutes of this race to go now. There's the number 48, that's Lawrence Broadhurst. He's gone for the googly eyes look. We've got emojis on the headlamps of the car behind him, which is the number 47, I think. Through the hairpin go the leading pack as one. It's still Nick Crispin from Proietti. Then we've got the 55 of Walford in third. This is amazing stuff from the two CVs. These could be the racing formula of the weekend. Sandro Proietti's not finished yet. He's going to go for the lead as they go out towards the back of the circuit. Just behind them, Julie Walford running well. And it's Chris Tovey in fourth place. Nick Rhodes rounding out the top five. Up towards Brooklands they go. David O'Keefe up into fifth position. There's a green flag being waved at Brooklands. Has somebody else gone off at Senna? Have we got a yellow flag out there? I'm not sure. A train of about 10 cars for the lead of this race now. Fastest lap of the race, incidentally. Has been done by Martin Ryman on his recovery drive, 124.187. Here they come down towards the hairpin. They start to spread out across the Cowell Straight once again. Nick Crispin moves to the inside, defends his lead from Sandro Proietti. Chris Tovey trying to go around the outside of Julie Walford. Then it's David O'Keefe, Nick Rhodes. Andy Bull has been shuffled back to seventh place. Then Ainsley Bounsfield, Matthew Hollis and Martin Ryman rounds out the top 10. Proietti making the move for the lead as they come through Spitfires. Has he got the move done? No, Nick Crispin again shuffles him back, coming through the left at Dibeni, just keeps the line through there. Walford getting ready to pounce as well in the 55 car. Julie Walford, a 2CV racing veteran. Here comes Tovey round the outside in the 49 as well. They'll have the inside line, the 30 and the 49 for the next corner, the right at Senna. And through goes Proietti into the lead. Tovey's going to try and go through as well in the 49. Crispin with a wheel on the grass. Here comes David O'Keefe as well. This is more like the pickup trucks we used to see drafting for the lead around Pembrey. They're at Mallory Park on the oval this weekend, and Chris Tovey gets shoveled out wide there almost by Sandro Proietti towards the grass. He's done well to save that there. Andy Bull and Nick Rhodes in behind, then O'Keefe is in there, Hollis, Ryman. Anyone of about 10 cars could still win this. They're coming around to start their final lap this time. Julie Walford up the outside on Sandro Proietti. It's Nick Crispin who's back in the lead and has been able to escape a little as a result of that bit of leaning that came out of Brooklands. Proietti in second, then nothing between O'Keefe and Walford for third place over the line. 2.3 seconds covering the top 10. This is incredible. Four wide again further back into the hairpin. Tovey's been shuffled back because David O'Keefe was later on the brakes there, but will have the inside line for the hairpin. The 79 car of Max Wire is in there as well. There's Ainsley Bounsfield, the gadget car, number 80. But it's Nick Crispin who's been able to escape slightly in the lead, looking for his first win of the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroen 2CV Racing Championship season. Sandro Proietti up there in second. It's Walford in third place, who has shaken off O'Keefe once again. Side by side for O'Keefe and Tovey. Max Wire in there as well. Good run through the field by the 79 and the second of the Team Lion cars. He roars around the outside of Chris Tovey. Then it's Ainsley Bounsfield, number 80. Nick Rhodes, Andy Bull, Matthew Hollis, Martin Ryman. As quickly as that. This is brilliant stuff. You almost wish this race could go on for another 15 minutes, don't you? But they're coming up towards the checkered flag this time. It looks like it's going to be Nick Crispin, unless they can reel him back in here through the final two corners, the two right-handers. A magnificently close race. Chris Yates moving through. Matthew Hollis has got some damage there. There's been a bit of contact. There's the second group further back. The ECAS car is in the middle of that. Matthew Arrowsmith-Brown, Shirley Hennessy in there as well. But they're coming towards the checkered flag this time, and it's a win for Nick Crispin. The rest of them so quick over the line. I'll have to call them from the timing screen. Sandro Proietti in second place. Julie Walford completes the podium ahead of David O'Keefe. And then it's Wire 5th, Bousfield 6th, Bull 7th, Ryman 8th, Rhodes 9th, Yates 10th as quickly as that. Chris Tovey was the man who lost out on the final lap there. He got shuffled back to 12th place, so he's lost time on that last lap. I thought I saw him slowing, so I think Chris Tovey may have had a problem there on the final lap. We'll confirm the rest of the results in a moment, but what an amazing race to open things for the Classic Citroën 2CV Championship, sponsored by 2CVparts.com. Only one or two cars needing 2CVparts.com after that. Obviously Richard Plyer is one, he needs a new rear wheel. Bit of bodywork damage I noticed for Matthew Hollis in there as well, the number 70 car. Not sure what happened to Chris Tovey there, but he must have had a problem on the last lap. He dropped down the order to 12th, having been in the lead fight for most of the way. Provisional result then, the win going to Nick Crispin ahead of Sandro Proietti by 0.653 of a second, the margin given between the two of them. Julie Walford on the podium in third ahead of David O'Keefe. Less than 2 seconds covering the top four. Max Wire a good fifth ahead of Ainsley Bousfield, with Andy Bull dropping to seventh. Martin Ryman, good recovery after his off, into 8th place. Nick Rhodes 9th. Chris Yates rounding out the top 10. Matthew Hollis with a bit of damage in 11th. Chris Tovey dropping back on the last lap to take 12th place. And the top 15 completed by number 35, Neil Graham. Then 81 of Simon Turner, and Chris Hall was 15th in the Pork Pie Racing car number 96. Matthew Arrowsmith-Brown was 16th ahead of Shirley Hennessy. Then Lawrence Broadhurst 18th. Richard Knight was 19th. Colin Etchells and Martin Sutherland were battling all race long, 20th and 21st. And we lost Mick Story and, of course, Richard Plyer. The 2CVs do it all again at the end of today's programme, scheduled for about 4:30. But what a brilliant race to open their weekend here at Pembrey. Can't wait to hear from some of the drivers involved in that 10-car battle for the lead there. The top 10 over the line covered by less than 5 seconds. Absolutely superb. Junior Saloon Car Championship are next for the first of their 3 races this weekend. I must mention as well, somebody in the YouTube comments has said, is that George Russell on commentary for his weekend off? Thanks to whoever said that. You may be surprised at this, George Russell has raced a 2CV. It was at Alton Park a few years ago. When he first started his single-seater career, he needed licence signatures to get his international licence, and he actually competed in a 2CV at Alton Park. So he's gone from one of the slower cars in world motorsport to the fastest. There you have it. Anyway, let's head down to Parc Fermé with Ewan Dunlop.
Well, what a race to start the 2CV weekend. Where are you going? Our winner, we spoke to you before the race. Congratulations, first win of the season.
Yeah, hard work that. Very, very hard work. But I know there's a little bit of touching and rubbing, but ultimately a clean race, and yeah, one I'm proud to put on the wall as a win. So
I think it was lap 6. As you crossed the line, there were 6 of you within 1 second. You were in that group of 6. What is it like to be in that?
Oh, at the time you're thinking, right, who's going to break first, and then you're looking to see who's dive bombing you down one side, and you know that there's going to be a bit of a melee and everyone's going to sort of touch each other or whatever. But do you know what, 9 times out of 10 everybody comes out the corner without a touch or anything like that, and that is why I love this racing.
And when these cars are so close, what is that marginal thing that does get you the win over everybody else?
It's just being able to take a different line out of a corner. Some cars are set up, because we're all on carburettors, some cars are set up for a better acceleration out of a corner. So if you can get a good exit from a corner, especially here, coming out of the hairpin is so vital, because it then carries your speed all the way down to the next hairpin, and if you can get the drive out of there good, you're on for it's difficult for anyone to get past you.
Nick, go and finish your water. Well done.
I will do.
Cheers,
Thank
buddy.
you.
Thank you. Sandro Peretti having some photos here with his second place finish. Congratulations. Sandro, brilliant race.
Oh, it was really good fun actually. It was the best race for a while. Yeah.
Second place, you could have been anywhere from 1st to 10th at some point in there. What was the key to getting second?
Overtaking.
And not being overtook, I guess.
Oh yeah, I reckon. Yeah, which I did get up to first at one point, but then got overtaken. So yeah, the plan failed, didn't it?
Yeah, I think half a dozen enjoyed first place, but well done on your second place. One more race to come as well.
Yeah, it's really good actually. In fact, my son Luke is in for the second race.
Oh, so, fantastic.
Yeah, handing over to him. So I'm sure he'll do just as well.
Good luck to Luca. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. And third place, I've seen Julie. Where is she? Round the corner. Congratulations. Well done. That was a thriller.
Yeah, absolutely thrilled for that. Yeah, really pleased.
I mean, it seemed like organised chaos at a few corners.
Yeah, somehow, yeah, it was all about 8 of us all bunched together. So yeah, but I've seen really good round this last bend. So.
But Nick was telling us, although it's very competitive and it can look aggressive, it's very friendly as well. Everybody wants to get home in one piece.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a friendly series. So yeah.
And enjoying Pembrey, the sunshine, great crowds here this weekend?
Yeah, sunny Wales, which is even better. So yeah, not raining.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. That's our first TCV race done of this weekend. Coming up next, it's our first Junior Saloons race. I spoke to a few of the drivers before we go Junior Saloon racing.
In your own time.
All right, folks, we've got 3 Junior Saloon races this weekend. 1 today, we got 2 tomorrow. Our championship leader is Oscar Dix. Great session at Cadwell Park a few weeks ago. 1 win and a second. Started the season really strongly. How have you done it?
Just been working really hard pre-season, just making sure that myself and the car we can be, top level. Just keep the results in. Just working really, really hard. Every test day, every session, just trying to find time, working on myself, and that's it really.
And you said yourself last year we were kind of like mid-pack. Now you're seen as one of the front runners already this season, and a big part of that has been Westbourne Motorsport as well, yeah?
Yeah, and big help from Ed Peed as well for coaching. Right from the get-go, we've been training a lot pre-season. They've really helped support me, not just on the track but off track with nerves and stuff like that. So I think all of that is definitely a big part has come from Westbourne.
And this weekend, good qualifying session?
Yeah, I mean, front 2 rows is sort of my aim every qualifying. You can be fighting for podiums at that rate, and every point works. So yeah, I mean, obviously would have liked for front row, but don't always get what you want. So yeah, we just have to make work of it.
And 3 races this weekend. What would be success?
I'd like to win one at least. Win one every weekend. I think podium for every race is the target.
Fantastic, mate. Good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Right, Oscar Dix, car number 11, one to watch. Let's see who else we can find in the Junior Saloon paddock. And I've come a few metres down the paddock and find our pole sitter, Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Come from karting very recently, had your first ever races last month at Cadwell Park in a car, and now you've put it on pole. How did you do that?
I think a lot of testing, a lot of practice, and a lot of hard work with my team has come in very handy and very useful. Callum testing with me in the car, Nessie, Spy Sports giving me the mindset coaching, and obviously my dad for paying for it all. But I'd like to say thank you to Callum, to Nessie, to the team obviously for the faultless car, always presenting perfectly, and I think we're the best looking team in the paddock. And thanks to my sponsors, Line Shield and Pharrell for the backing.
Excellent. First ever pole, because it's only your second weekend in a car. What would be a great weekend for you? Can you turn this into a win?
I think a win would obviously be the dream, but I think realistically 3 good top 3s for the championship and good points would be more than ideal.
Mate, best of luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. It is a triple front row pole position for Cameron. Possibly it can be a triple win. Let's find out. Over to our first of 3 races this weekend in the Junior Saloon cars. Over to you, Dave.
Cars already coming up to the grid then, so we'll quickly run you through the grid for this one. It is Cameron Pratt-Thompson, who we've just heard from in pole position, alongside number 12, Jonathan Moore. This big grid of identical Citroen Saxo VTRs. Second row, 53, Jack James, and the championship leader, 11, Oscar Dix. The other race winner at the season opener at Cadwell Park was Dara Flock. He starts 5th in number 22, alongside CJ Morgan, number 59. Row 4, treble 3, Zach Palmer, 78, Kieran Roberts. Completing the top 10, number 6, Charlie Constable, alongside number 10, Harry Smith. Row 6 is number 7, Elliot Fuster, alongside 30, Will Fallon, the JSCC scholarship winner in the winter. Row 7, James Sherrington, number 40, and number 110 of Josh Salvadori. Row 8, Oliver Law, number 77, and Cole Lynch, the leading lady, number 353. Row 9, 17, Will Crewsdon, alongside 88, Harvey Kersley. The 10th row is 50, Francisco Howitt, and number 36, Joel Daniels. 11th row, 52, Noah Checkley, alongside number 70, Wilf Butler. Row 12, 38 of Caleb McDuff, starts alongside 33, Jacob Baldry. Penultimate row, number 4, Jude Cooper, and 317, Jack Harrison. Completing the grid, treble 2, Oliver Kerr, and 888, Alexander Mosthav. That's your grid then, they're already in position. It will be a 15-minute race, identical 1600cc Citroen Saxo VTRs. These are the saloon car racing stars of tomorrow, aged 14 to 16. These drivers, it's the Vinner Sport car of number 37, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, on pole position, looking for his first ever win in the category. Season opener at Cadwell Park, there were wins for Oscar Dix and for Dara Flock. There'll be 2 to watch from 4th and 5th on the grid. Revs starting to rise then. The 5-second board is held aloft. It is Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Jonathan Moore on the front row of the grid. And away they go. Down towards Hatchett's Hairpin for the first time. Look at the size of this grid of Citroen Saxos. Many of these drivers just coming up out of the world of karting, looking to make their name as they move into saloon car racing. So it is Cameron Pratt-Thompson in pole position, trying to move around the outside. Jonathan Moore in the number 12 car. Let's see if he can take the lead away. Are they all going to get through Hatchett's Hairpin? One car with a wheel on the grass there on the inside. I think they've all made it round the hairpin okay for the first time. It is Jonathan Moore who's got the lead ahead of Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Jack James, the number 53, was quickest in free practice this morning, is up into 3rd place. There's the number 40 car, that's James Sherrington. Side by side there for 3rd. Looks like Dara Flock, the Irishman, has got through into 3rd place. There's Oscar Dix, the number 11, he's in 5th, ahead of Zach Palmer, the number 6 of Charlie Constable. The Oryx competition car is next. Oryx with plenty of cars in this race, and Westbourne Motorsports, one of the numerically dominant teams as well. Oh, we've got a tangle further back and damage there to a couple of cars. One of them is our scholarship winner, the number 30 of Will Fallon. Everybody else goes grass tracking to avoid him. The other car involved is Joel Daniels, number 36 in the Chandler Motorsport car. I think that's going to be a red flag. You're not going to safety car your way around those two. Yes, the red flag is out straight away. 2 cars in the middle of the track there, racing not able to continue, so the race is stopped. That, I imagine, will be a full restart, which will disappoint Jonathan Moore, the number 12 in the Westbourne Motorsport car. Look at the state of Joel Daniels' car. Let's hope he's all right. Took an impact in the front end there. Okay, so the red flag is out. We'll try and see what happened there for Joel Daniels and the number 30 of Will Fallon. Fallon tangled with another car in there and bounced back into Joel Daniels. The car he tangled with was Elliot Fuster, number 7. And then as Fallon came back in, Daniels into the side of him. I think Will Fallon was able to drive away, but Joel Daniels' car heavily damaged. That's a great shame for particularly Will Fallon, who won the JSCC scholarship in the winter. Joel Daniels then thankfully out of the car and is able to walk away. The 15-year-old raced in several different national championships in karting, drove with Wheatley Motorsports last year in his debut Junior Saloon Car season. The man from Bury in Lancashire, driving for the Chandler Motorsport team this year. I've seen them running cars in the Mini Challenge as well, so maybe he'll move into a BMW Mini in years to come. He's out of this race, very much so, sadly. Gives us a chance to go through some of the drivers. Our thanks to Dave Beecroft at Junior Saloon Cars, their series boss, for the profiles on their website. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, only 14 years of age, the man in pole position, has raced in the IAME karting championships, the Junior X30 class last year in UK and Europe, was 8th in the British Championship, driving for the Vinner Sport team. This season made his debut in karting in 2019. Cameron, his first ever pole position today. Starting alongside Jonathan Moore, another 14-year-old, drove in some races last season as part of the Jeekins race preparation team. Also competes successfully in sim racing. He got the lead there until the red flag came out. Quickest in free practice this morning, meanwhile, was Jack James. 16-year-old, won the scholarship in 2022, the Londoner. Started out in rental karting when he was only 6 years of age. He's one of the most experienced drivers on this grid, driving for Westbourne Motorsport. The two championship contenders after round one, separated by just a point at the top of the charts, Oscar Dix and Dara Flock. Dara Flock comes from Dublin, finished 6th in the championship last year, so many backing him as a title favourite. There's the number 30, that's Will Fallon, so he didn't get very far, having driven away, sadly. That's the end of his race as well. He won the Kent Karting Championship last year, driving the scholarship-winning car for Orex Competition this year. Oscar Dix, meanwhile, 17 years of age, so one of the elder statesmen of the grid. Raced last year as well, his second season in the championship with Westbourne Motorsport. And they're separated by just a point at the top. Oscar Dix 1 point ahead of Dara Flock, because Flock got an extra point for the fastest lap in race 2 at Cadwell. Charlie Constable is third in the points. Began his racing career at the Brentwood Karting Circuit in Essex. And Ewan Dunlop, I believe, as the grid reforms, has found somebody to talk to down in the paddock.
Cheers, Dave. A face you might recognise, Alex Kersley of Hyundai Coupe fame, let's say, but Kersley Motorsport run as well. Your boy's in this race. Harvey, how's he doing?
He's doing all right. Yeah, it's his second meeting in the Junior Saloon Cars. He's making leaps and bounds like you do.
Yeah.
Just wants to be like his dad, doesn't he?
And taking chunks out your wallet, I imagine.
Yeah, it's yeah, I know. Don't worry about that bit. We don't talk about that bit.
What is it like? The situation we've got right now, it's a little bit, nobody likes this. It's a red flag, it's a junior race, it's nothing nice. What's it like as a parent?
It's if you think about it, it's always going to be worrying, because you know it's a dangerous sport, but they're really safe cars. They're well built. Kids bounce back, right? Don't they? Yeah. So you can't think about it. Yeah.
What are you teaching him at the moment? Is he sort of you learning from him, or is he learning from you?
I'm trying to teach him, but being his dad, he's not going to listen, is he?
Yeah.
What do I know?
Just won a few races here and there.
Yeah, the odd one or two, but no, he's picking up well. He's 14. I've got to sometimes have to dial myself back a little bit and sort of meet him in the middle. A lot of it comes naturally, you know. He's just got to get out there, do some laps and get some time in, and yeah, he's doing all right though.
On top of it all, I imagine huge pride though, yeah?
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Yeah. We're out for 16 weekends this year.
Wow.
And it's it's a busy summer, isn't it? We're going to remember this one.
I mean, are you getting time? I know we were at Donington Park last weekend and you were running the team, not racing. Are you going to be doing much racing this year yourself?
I like to think I'll do the odd one or two. I haven't even got my licence yet. I need an eye test because I'm old now, but yeah, I'll sort of try and look into the future, see if there's a gap and a seat free and have a little go.
And you didn't correct me, but Weldon, it was Snetterton, not Donington. Dave just reminded me in the earpiece. But you had a really good, your team, I mean, Luca is absolutely flying in the Hyundais right now.
Yeah, he's on it. We've got that car right, and we've got Luca just right, and it's sort of perfect package.
He's an excitable guy, isn't he?
He tires me out, bless his heart. I wouldn't have him any other way though.
Right, really appreciate your time, thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
Right, we don't know how much time we've got here now, but we might come back down here again, Dave, if I can find somebody else to talk to. So back to Dave for the time being, but you might find us back down here in a few minutes.
No problem, thanks very much, Ewan. Good to hear from Alex Kersley there. Now we see why he's not racing his Hyundai Coupe this year. Busy running Harvey on his graduation from karting in the JSCC, his first season out in the family run. Saxo picked up a couple of points in... Oh, that's another car that's been involved down there. The number 17, Will Crewsden. We didn't see what happened to him. Look at the state of that car. Now that, I don't think, was involved in the incident at Brooklands. That's further back round at Senna. Will Crewsden, that's a heck of an impact. I'm glad to see Will is okay there. Will Crewsden for Oryx competition, the man from Newcastle. Began his career with the Team Sport Karting Academy. Has taken part in the E-Series online as well, and Rocket's F4 as well in their sim series. It's a bit of a baptism of fire for Will, certainly in junior saloon cars. He and Harvey Kersley both picked up 4 points at Cadwell Park. Drivers just opening their doors to keep cool ahead of the restart as soon as the clerk of the course is satisfied that the circuit is clear. Senior clerk of the course this weekend is Dorothy Uwota. JSCC clerk of the course is Craig Shawnee. Other clerks, Darren McClinton, David Cartwright, Andrew Harris and Charles Grattan. Next to them for their services. Rodri Jenkins, the driver of the safety car as well. And Roger Dowden will be driving tomorrow in the safety car, the former chairman of the Welsh Racing Drivers Association. Their championships here tomorrow, the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship. They will race on Sunday only. Thanks again to all of you in the comments section.
All right, brilliant. I will.
Zoe Fuller says, "Come on, Oscar," supporting Oscar Dix. Beachy 07 supporting Jonathan Moore. David Marsden says there might be more Saxos racing at Pembrey than are left on the road. Yes, you don't see many Citroen Saxos on the road these days. They all got boy racing, didn't they, when they were new? Where is Cameron Pratt-Thompson in the Vinasport Saxo on pole? He's got it all to do again. He's got a second chance here, beaten away by Jonathan Moore on the first start.
Yeah, I'm probably better off going.
Simulation Aiden says, "Come on, Francisco." That's Francisco Howitt at car number 50. Look out for him. Molly Rhodes supporting Jack James, number 53. Starting third on the grid. Beth Morton says, "Go on, Jack." I assume that's Jack James. Tara Lynch cheering for Cole Lynch. Only lady racer on the grid, I believe, this year. She's a bit further back in one of the Westport Motorsport cars. Had quite a big shunt here at Pembrey last season, hoping for better fortunes here. There is Jack James. Winner of the scholarship for 2022. Could be a title favourite this year. It was quickest in free practice first thing this morning. And I believe Ewan Dunlop is down in pit lane. He's found someone else to talk to while we wait for the track.
Cheers, Dave. I have found Daisy, our chief start line person. First of all, Daisy, what does a chief start line operator do?
So a chief start line kind of runs and times the races. Obviously just kind of making sure that we're kind of checkering them at the right time and things like that.
And have you got a team behind you? What is the team sort of you are the chief, but I'm guessing you've got some other guys on the team as well.
Yeah, so we have a team. Most circuits will run pits and start line together. So there's 2 of us here this weekend today. And we're just kind of doing a bit of everything between us.
Fantastic. So you basically get the races started. And what about the situation right now? When there's an accident and there's a red flag, what's the process from the accident taking place to getting the guys back on the grid? I'm sure you're very much involved in that.
Yeah, so the normal process will be that they'll obviously, red flag will go out, they'll slow to a non-racing pace. Within a race, they will then stop on the grid. We will then obviously get them re-gridded. The grid may be original if it's under 2 laps, or if it's over that, then obviously it'll be a new grid. We'll get them re-gridded up and we'll just kind of wait until we're ready to go again when everything's clear.
How on earth did you become a motorsport race starter?
Years. No, it's quite easy to become a volunteer. There's always events on every weekend, everywhere. We're always looking for new people, especially within like the specialist role. And then, yeah, you can just have a go at doing a bit of everything. So, you know, if you go to a taster day, you can do a bit of starting, a bit of gridding, a bit of pit lane, a bit of circuit. There's so many different things you can do.
So if I'm at home thinking I want to do that, what's my first step?
Your first step will be to go onto a website, so you can go onto BARC's website, click Become a Marshal, and then you can go through that process and attend a taster day.
Fantastic. And you've got a dual interest today here, haven't you? Your partner's racing, Adam Bint.
Yes, he is. Did quite well in the first race.
Yeah.
I was quite proud of him for that. Yeah, tried to get a bit close to the checkered flag as per usual, but hey-ho.
He had a good start at Brands Hatch as well, didn't he? A good start of the season.
Yeah, we had a really good start after just bad luck year after year. So it's quite nice to kind of, and refreshing to have a bit of good luck for once.
Do you sometimes, is there any way you can give him an advantage, flag a little bit quicker or slower to give him a nudge up?
Sadly not. I am non-biased in this. Obviously, you know, it's kind of one of them things. Luckily, I think he probably has it harder than everyone else. I think I'm more strict on him than I am everyone else. So, yeah, poor guy.
Daisy, thank you so much. That was really interesting, and good luck to Adam as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Cheers. Throughout this season, what we're going to try and do is do loads of little these behind-the-scenes conversations. We spoke to Scrutineering last week at Snetterton, spoken to Daisy today, so we'll try and get some more from you. But for the time being, it is back to Dave. I think we're going to go racing soon. I've heard that little bell there.
Well, thanks so much, Ewan. Thanks to Daisy as well. Daisy Late, our Chief Start Line Marshal this weekend. Always nice to hear behind the scenes in motorsport. Now you can see the clear-up is still going on at the moment up at Brooklands. The remains of Joel Daniels' car about to be cleared by the recovery lorry, and quite a bit of fluid to be cleared up as well. Hopefully that's just coolant that's gone down from the radiator of the number 36 Chandler Motorsport car. Plenty of you on the comments cheering on your favourite drivers. Liam O'Sullivan Racing says Jack James for the win. Riley Price, a name we recognise in this series, says Harry Smith is he's cheering for the number 10 Westbourne Motorsport car. Jack Warboys says come on Harvey. I assume that means Harvey Kersley, the number 88. Max Papworth cheering on Jack James. Lots of you saying big up the Orange family, the Orange Army. Our volunteer marshals. Nolene Lynch says good luck to Cole Lynch in car number 353, looking for her results to improve. She's improving all the time in her second season in the championship. It'll be a full 15-minute restart, I can tell you, once the circuit is clear. The reason for the delay here being the clear up of the fluid, I think, from Joel Daniels' car, just making sure that all the drivers are okay, possibly one or two of them just being taken, we saw the ambulance leaving the track there, just being taken for a checkup. Thankfully no serious injuries would appear. Louis Howitt supporting, or Lewis Howitt, apologies if I mispronounced that, supporting Francisco Howitt, Disco as he's nicknamed, in car number 50. Adam H 333 cheering on Jonathan Moore. Was that Adam Harding, who used to race in this series, I believe? Great to see these young racers with lots of support online and here at the track as well. So the Orange family doing their stuff to get the fluid cleared up. Apologies for the enforced delay here to race number 1 for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. A new promoter Track Action in place for this season, run by Dave Beecroft. We're actually going to see Dave racing today in his other series, the Track Attack Race Club. He's going to be out in a Saxo of his own. I wonder if that's the next Junior Saloon Car machine that he's driving. Dave also competing in the Brick Car Trophy in a Seat Cupra over the last couple of years as well. Another name from the last couple of years of this championship, Jensen Bell Racing, is online as well. Hello to you, Jensen. Says Johnny for the win. They're all supporting Jonathan Moore. He's got all his friends watching this weekend. As is somebody we were watching on BRC TV last weekend. Somebody called Harry Hickton is online as well. Came close to the Junior Saloon Car title last year, now in the mini challenge with his old rival Max Hall. Who else have we got? Joanne Auricola and Flame Auricola, who races on the circuits as well. They're cheering on Cole Lynch. Jack Ruddell is watching on too. Another one cheering on Jonathan Moore, number 12. He's got the biggest fan base here at Pembrey this weekend. Right, to Beachy 07 as well. There are plenty of comments from him or her. So just drivers out of their cars for the moment, just keeping cool down there, taking on some fluids. Silverstone one says, come on Harvey. It'll be Harvey Kersley. Maybe we'll see him in the Hyundai Coupes as well, just like his famous father in years to come. There are still some drivers who aren't old enough to race in this series yet. I know Kyle Wells is going to be joining the series later in the summer when he turns 14. I remember him racing on the short ovals in Ninja Karts when he was only 6. Now Ewan Dunlop is still down in pit lane. Let's see who he's found to talk to.
Cheers, Dave. That didn't take long. We've moved a little bit further along the assembly area or paddock here, and I found our safety car driver team, Glenn and Rodri. Rodri, first of all, you're driving the car today. You must be fairly experienced in a racing car to be able to get this job, I imagine.
Yeah. I mean, I've raced cars for years, but the person that really does all the work is the person sitting next to me, which is Glenn, because he's the one that's really in control of anything. I just drive the car around like we normally do, and are told how fast to go by Glenn, and that's the best.
Before we kick you out of the way then, tell us a little bit about your racing driving experience, and how do you get this job? It's very, very unique.
Yeah, well, I raced for many, many years down here at Pembrey. I raced in the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship, which is actually down here tomorrow. Mm-hmm. And as you get older, you stop racing. I actually won the championship 20 years ago this year, and 19 years ago. But then you move on and you get into doing other things. There are loads of things that you can help with, you know, marshalling, safety cars, all sorts of things. So people that have been in racing tend to want to stay involved with racing, and there's all sorts of roles that you can play. So it takes a huge team to put on something like this. Most of them volunteers, and that's what we've got in the BARC.
And did you apply for this job?
No, I've been on the board of the BARC, so I'm lucky enough to be asked now and again to come down and do these things.
Fantastic. Yeah. Can we bring Glenn in into the middle here? Now, Rodri says you're actually the really important person. What are you doing? You're in the passenger seat. What are you doing?
Well, I'm the link, if you can call it that, between race control and the safety car. And so, while Rodri's doing the driving, I'm there doing the communication between the car and race control.
So take us through the process as we've got right now. There was an incident and very quickly scrambled was the safety car. What's the connection? Who's talking to who's saying what?
Right, so if there's an incident on the circuit, then race control, one of the clerks, will tell us to stand by. So we get ready, we put the lights on the roof. If we need it, they'll ask us to scramble. So we'll go out on circuit, hopefully pick up the leaders, and then we'll just go round then for as many laps as is required until they ask us to come back in.
Okay. And I imagine there's some race weekends that are very busy. There's some race weekends where you do very, very little. Do you just listen to Radio 2? What do you get up to on the quiet days?
Well, it's not always Radio 2, is it? It's
not always Radio 2.
Yeah, it could be Swansea Sound sometimes.
It can be Classic FM.
Yeah, Classic FM. But as you know, you never know when you're going to be needed. So sitting and waiting.
The same as I asked Rodri, how do you train or get this position?
Well, myself, I was 10 or more years ago. I was asked. They were short for somebody in the safety car observer. Do I fancy having a go? So I said yes, let's try it. And that was it then, and ever since I've volunteered for the role then.
And when you say the word observer, I'm guessing when you're in the passenger seat and you're on track here, you're spotting the car that we're trying to find, that kind of situation?
Yeah, it can be. Hopefully you pick up the leader, but sometimes you have to come out if it's an endurance race, you'll be out in the middle of the pack sort of thing. So you might have to pick certain cars. Control will ask you to wave them by, do that sort of thing until you get back to the leader again then.
So a true team, I'm guessing you get on very, very well, you guys.
Well,
of course we do.
You've got to, haven't you?
Yeah, you've got to.
Well, in the car at least anyway.
Yeah. Glenn, Rodri, thank you so much, really interesting, thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
Thanks a lot.
Pleasure. Thank you.
There we go, that's your safety car team here at Pembrey this weekend. For the time being, back to Dave. If we got time, we will find somebody else to have a chat with.
Thank you, Ewan, and thank you to Rodri Jenkins and Glenn Davies there, our safety car team for today. I think it was a Honda that Rodri Jenkins won his titles in a few years ago. The Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship recently had some extremely sad news as well. Their first ever champion, Blake Edwards, recently lost his life in a tragic accident off track, so we extend our condolences to Blake's family and many friends in motorsport. He was a safety car driver in recent years as well. Very sad to hear of the loss of Blake and the championship racing in his memory this year. We'll see them out tomorrow. Loving all your comments coming in on the stream. Thanks very much to all of you for getting in touch. Hi to Jodine Sullivan, who says supporting Ryan Smith in the trucks. Kira Valentine Bull, who says watching my dad in the 2CV Racing Club, trying to get him to let me race. Hopefully we'll see you on track soon, Kira. The whole of the Lynch family are watching, supporting Cole Lynch. And surely the safety car team should be listening to our commentary while they have breaks in the action. Jensen Bell says, don't stuff it in the barrier again, Johnny. Presumably meaning Jonathan Moore. Everybody seems to be supporting Jonathan Moore and Jack James. They've got to get past our pole sitter, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, first of all. I think we're nearly ready now for a restart to our first Junior Saloon Car race. If you have just joined us here on BARC TV, a warm welcome to sunny South Wales. Currently a delay after a first lap shunt in this race. Some fluid needed clearing up from Joel Daniels' car. He and Will Fallon, the scholarship winner, involved in the tangle. And we saw the 17 car of Will Crewsden sadly crash out as well. Well, the board has been held aloft by Daisy, our Chief Start Line Marshal, who we heard from a little while ago. There's the 30-second board. So the car's about to be sent on their way on their green flag lap. There's Joel Daniels' car being towed back in. The Chandler Motorsport team will try and repair that for the other two races taking place tomorrow. The Junior Saloons kick off race 2 tomorrow at 9:45 and then have another race at around 10 to 2. Jack Warboys says Harvey Kersley 88 he's cheering for. Yep, making his debut this season, moving up from karting. So I'll remind you of the lineup then for this first race of the weekend. Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Jonathan Moore on the front row. Second row, Jack James and Oscar Dix leading the championship by a point ahead of the man in fifth on the grid, Dara Flock, the Dubliner. Alongside him is CJ Morgan, number 59. Fourth row, triple three, which is Zach Palmer, and 78 in the citrus yellow car. That's Kieran Roberts. Row 5, Charlie Constable, number 6, and number 10, Harry Smith. Row 6, number 7, Elliot Fuster, alongside 30, Will Fallon. Will Fallon won't be starting, was involved in that incident. Start delayed is the message now being displayed. We'll go through the rest of the grid then. Row 7, number 40, James Sherrington, and number 110, Josh Salvadori. Row 8 is Oliver Law, number 77. Now, I believe he is the son of Justin Law of Jaguar racing fame. The car is run by Don Law Racing. And I think Oliver is the son of Justin Law, who has raced Group C Jaguars, among many other things. He, I think at one time, held the hill record at the Goodwood Festival of Speed in a Group C Jaguar. Oliver starts alongside Cole Lynch, number 353. Then we've got number 17, Will Cruzen, won't be starting with damage from the incident there. So Harvey Kirsty, number 88, will start on row 9 alone. Row 10 will be number 50, Francisco Howitt. We don't have Joel Daniels, number 36, as we've seen. Row 11 is number 52, Noah Checkley, alongside 70 of Wilf Butler. We had one supporter of Noah Checkley, Christine Checkley, hello to you. Behind them, number 38, Caleb McDuff, and 33 of Jacob Baldry. The penultimate row, number 4, Jude Cooper, 317, Jack Harrison. The final row, treble 2, Oliver Kerr, and triple eight, Alexander Mostav. Big hello to Richard Barwick, one of our team down in the paddock, who is currently fitting onboard cameras. Thank you, Richard. Hi to Lauren Taylor as well, looking to follow in the footsteps in truck racing of her dad and granddad, Roy and Steve Taylor. Good to hear from you, Lauren. Plenty of you cheering for Cole Lynch. She's car 353, a bit further back on the grid. Not too sure of the reason for this latest delay. Maybe the clerk of the course not yet happy with the circuit conditions after the clear up there, but I'm sure the marshals are working on it. Drivers just trying to keep cool, as you can see down there in their cars. The grid has been cleared. So apologies for this slight delay here. Hello to Paul Dunn, uncle of Dara Flock, watching from Dublin. Dara looking for his second win of the season. The remainder of the schedule after this, we've got a truck drifting display after this. I'm looking forward to seeing that. That's followed by the Track Attack Race Club. They've got Clio's 206s, Saxos, a grid of French cars from them. That's followed by our second truck race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. And then we've got our second race for the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Racing Championship. They were absolutely brilliant if you missed them earlier on, with Nick Crispin taking the win. Ryan Smith looking for a second win in the British Truck Racing Championship. Adam Bint in Division 2. We've not seen the Track Attack Race Club on our BARC TV coverage before. Chilled Mackers says, truck drifting, where is Kurt Goranson? My sentiments exactly. I remember when I was very young seeing Kurt Goranson in action in European truck racing, the Swede. And he used to drive like he was in a drifting competition during races, would power slide his Volvo around in incredible fashion. That's a nostalgia trip right there. One of the great truck racers of all was Kurt. Maybe it is Kurt who's going to be drifting round, who knows? This is why we should have a Stars of the Past race for the truck racers, a classic truck racing. I know Richard Walker still competes with his son Jack Walker-Tully occasionally in historic cars. I saw them in a Lotus Cortina at Donington a couple of years ago. Yes, and pointing out the reason why Kurt Göransson drove like that. Used to work in the logging industry in Sweden, would drive his trucks laden with logs on icy roads and would have to slide them around. KP says, I remember the Bandag Bandit burnout truck. This Bandag were the company that did tyre remoulds, weren't they? Who was it? It was sponsored by them in truck racing. Might have been George Allen and his brother Les Allen, the owners of Trucker Line, which are still going in London, or near London. I think Les Allen had the Uniroyal sponsored truck. Richard Walker had the black Mack, or was it a Kenworth, as one of our comments. That was the Kenworth, the Century Oils truck that got wrecked in that start line crash at Zolder in, I think it was the 89 season. So apologies for the continued delay here before we get this restart underway. We'll wait to see if the time has reduced. The timing screen still saying 15 minutes at the moment. Not too sure of the reason for this extended delay, but making sure everything is as safe as possible. Thanks to Chilled Maccas for sharing a few truck racing memories. Yes, I've got some truck racing VHS tapes as well. No, the incident where the rear axle came off the Kenworth was at Silverstone, I think, where he got spun into the wall. It was either Silverstone or Donington. The incident at Zolder was where the front row suddenly stopped on the grid and Richard couldn't see the flags and went through the back of them. Hi to Stuart Evans as well, saying I have a good memory for stuff like this. It's because I don't know anything else, Stuart. I grew up around truck racing. Big thank you to my father John, who was a truck racing official for a number of years in the late 80s and early 90s. His job was helping calibrate the tachographs, recorded the truck's movements, and checking the speed limiters as well. So I was around truck racing paddocks from an early age. Meanwhile, our junior saloon cars are about to get underway, so thank you for your patience, everyone, during that enforced delay, just while we got everybody back into position after dealing with that incident up there at Brooklands. We had a tangle between Joel Daniels, Will Fallon and the 17 car of Will Crewsden involved as well. But it's now time to go racing with our next race for the junior saloon cars. First of three this weekend. The green flag lap is underway. It will be a 15-minute race. It's Cameron Pratt-Thompson who leads them away. Full credit to the marshals, the medics and the recovery crews there for getting the circuit back into tip-top condition. As we say, hope everyone's okay after that incident at the far end of the circuit. Jensen Bell also cheering on CJ Morgan here. Yes, quite an experienced name in junior saloon cars. CJ used to race the pink Saxo, if I remember rightly. Karted since the age of 6, now racing for the Chandler Motorsport team. It's his 3rd season in Junior Saloon Cars. There is CJ, the white car with the yellow wheels. Behind him, treble 3, which is Zach Palmer. Another ex-short ovaler, Ninja Karts in the age of 6. Also raced junior hot rods. A few ex-short ovalers have come through this championship. We saw Ashley Gregory, the ex-Wharton Stock Car Club mini stocks racer. She's now in the Mini Challenge Trophy. There is Cameron Pratt-Thompson for the Vinner Sports team. I'll be a little nervous here. His first ever pole position. Top 3 times for each driver, setting the grid for each of the 3 races this weekend. Second quickest for race 2 tomorrow and the 3rd quickest for race 3. So the concept of race 1 result setting the grid for race 2 not being used this year. Up to the grid they come. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, the white and black 37 car. Alongside the black and Dayglow yellow car of Jonathan Moore. Row 2, the turquoise car, that's Jack James, number 53. In black and red, Oscar Dix, just narrowly leading the championship by a point ahead of the blue and red car, that's Dara Flock. And then the white car with the yellow wheels, that is CJ Morgan. Here we go. Into position, last few cars moving into line. We'll have more of your comments after this race. Five-second board is held aloft then. Here we go. Attempt 2 with the Junior Saloon Cars. Race 1 of 3 this weekend here at the Pembrey Circuit. The revs are up and away they go. Good start by Cameron Pratt-Thompson from pole position. Slightly reduced grid, 1 or 2 cars not taking the restart with a bit of damage. Jonathan Moore trying to get it down the outside, slotting into 3rd place Jack James with Dara Flock alongside him. Oscar Dix is down to 5th. Jonathan Moore all the way around the outside. He's done exactly the same as he did at the first attempt. Now can he hold it as they come along towards Spitfires and DeBenny? 3 wide moment there in the pack with 317 car. That's Jack Harrison in the middle, side by side for the lead. Moore on the inside for the left at DeBenny alongside Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Can he take the lead away? Dara Flock is in 3rd place on the inside line. Jack James is in 4th position. There's a bit of a bump there with Oscar Dix possibly, but Jonathan Moore has done it. He's taken up the lead, slides his way spectacularly through Senna up towards Brooklands. Oscar Dix, the black and red car, trying to take 4th place away from Jack James. Next in the order, CJ Morgan, as they start to sort themselves out around the first lap. Behind him is Zach Palmer, but it's Jonathan Moore who has got the lead in the number 12 car. Down towards the end of the opening lap then in this full 15-minute restart. They sort themselves out further behind. Side by side there, the number 7 of Elliot Fuster moves through on the inside past Cole Lynch in the 353. They cross the line to complete the opening lap. It's Moore that leads from Pratt-Thompson, Flock, James. 5th is Oscar Dix, 6th CJ Morgan, then it's Zach Palmer. Harry Smith is in 8th position, the number 10. Then Charlie Constable is 9th, and Kieran Roberts, the green, the sort of citrus green car, rounds out the top 10 as they bounce their way through the hairpin. Charlie Constable, the Oryx competition car, side by side with Harry Smith in the number 10, the Westbourne car. But it's number 12 of Jonathan Moore, also with Westbourne Motorsports, who leads the way in the early stages. Jack James moving up, trying to have a go at CJ Morgan, who's got through there on the hairpin. So Jack James losing a couple of places into the second lap. 4 cars, I think, not taking the restart in this one. We knew about Crewsden, Fallon and Daniels. I don't think Oliver Law is out there either, the number 77. Somebody kicking up a bit of dust there, coming out of Senna up towards Brooklands. Yes, there's 1 car in the pits, it's the 77, that's Oliver Law. I think he came in, actually, at the end of the opening lap there. Jonathan Moore leads, shadowed by Cameron Pratt-Thompson, both looking for their maiden victories in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Dara Flock has won already this season at Cadwell Park. And running wide there, Pratt-Thompson coming off Honda Curve. As they come down towards the hairpin, the pit board showing the drivers their positions. Down towards the hairpin, Moore leads the way from Pratt Thompson. Dara Flock is closing fast. He wants the lead of the championship at the end of this one. Jack James up the inside, trying to take 4th place back from CJ Morgan. See in the background if he's done it. Indeed he has. Oscar Dix up alongside CJ Morgan now for 5th position. The rest sort themselves out behind. Jonathan Moore just escaping a little bit there as they head over the crossing into the left-hander. First 3 have broken away. James in 4th. Dix is back up into 5th place. CJ Morgan being shuffled back slightly. Then we've got the treble 3 of Zach Palmer. Up on the outside of him, Charlie Constable in the number 6 Oryx competition car. Then Harry Smith, and then the green machine of Kieran Roberts, number 78. 110 of Salvadori is next in the order, and a bit of pushing and shoving there, and off go the 10 of Harry Smith. The 6 of Charlie Constable go grass tracking. They've lost about 2 or 3 places as a result of that. So they've managed to rejoin. The 7 of Elliot Fuster goes through. Number 6 just behind them, Charlie Constable has got it going again. The change for the lead and for 2nd place while that was going on. Pratt Thompson has got through. You take your eyes off the lead battle for 1 second and it all changes. So Cameron Pratt Thompson has taken it up ahead of Dara Flock. 3rd place is Jonathan Moore. Tries to fight back as they come out of the hairpin up towards the right at Spitfires. Then down towards the left at Dibeni. Looking on from 4th place, it is Jack James. So it's all change. I think only 1 car was in the same position as it was at the end of lap 2, and that's Zach Palmer in 7th place. Everybody else has changed places. That's how close it is in Junior Saloon cars. These Citroen Saxos so evenly matched. Cameron Pratt Thompson looking for his maiden win. Oscar Dix coming under fire from the 59 of CJ Morgan. Looking at the colour scheme on Oscar Dix's car, I'm wondering if that's the old Lewis Saunders machine. He used to race in a black and red colour scheme. He even had red headlamps at one point. Zach Palmer next in the order behind those 2. Then it's Kieran Roberts. Then the number 110, which is Josh Salvadori. He's got the number 40 car, the green and black there behind him. That's James Sherrington. Here's Harry Smith and Charlie Constable. We saw them go off at Brooklands a lap ago. Leaders over the line. Dara Flock, 0.4 of a second back on Cameron Pratt Thompson, who's got the fastest lap of the race, 1:11.509. We're still only at 1/3 distance in this race, 1 of 3 this weekend. Round 3 of the season, I should say, for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Oscar Dix holding off the Chandler Motorsport car of CJ Morgan. We've seen Chandler Motorsport successful in their classes in Brick Car Trophy with Volkswagen Golfs. They're in the Mini Challenge this year with Reese Hurd leading their challenge in 2023. Here come your leaders: Cameron Pratt Thompson, Dara Flock, Jonathan Moore and Jack James, the first quartet. Then the pair battling for 5th. Oscar Dix leading the championship by a single point coming into this race, but it stays like this. I think Dara Flock will move to the top of the points. Cameron Pratt Thompson only 6th in the point standings, 14 points off the lead coming into this race. There's Zach Palmer holding off Roberts. Then Sherrington's got ahead of Salvadori. Fuster is next, then Harry Smith and Charlie Constable. Next behind them, the number 33, that's Jacob Baldry. He's ahead of Noah Checkley, one of our newcomers in number 52, the young man from Birmingham. Then it's Cole Lynch, and there's Disco Francisco Howitt in the red and green, number 50, just ahead of Jack Harrison at number 317. Midfield battle heads down into the hairpin. The lead gap was just under a second. New fastest lap for Cameron Pratt Thompson, the race leader, 1:11.174. Here's the fight for 2nd place. You can see Pratt Thompson's been able to pull away slightly. Dara Flock up there in the active welding car in 2nd place. It's number 37 Vinasport car that leads. Westbourne Motorsport of Dara Flock and Jonathan Moore 2nd and 3rd. Jack James is 4th. He's a Westbourne driver as well. They go towards Brooklands. 3 cars fighting for 2nd place now. 2 cars fighting for 5th. Oscar Dixon, yet another Westbourne Motorsports car. He's under fire from CJ Morgan for Chandler Motorsports. Next in the order, Zach Palmer. He's a 2nd of the Vinasport cars. He's got Kieran Roberts, number 78, on his tail in his self-run car. Most of them string out behind. Harry Smith having a good go there at Salvadori, the number 110 car. No relation to the former Grand Prix driver Roy Salvadori, different spelling there. Through goes Harry Smith up into 10th position. Lead gap is up to 1.5 seconds now. Cameron Pratt-Thompson beginning to pull away. The three squabbling behind, losing time to win the harder they fight each other. Charlie Constable up the outside of the number 110 of Josh Salvadori. A little bit of a rub there, and Charlie Constable on the grass. This is going to allow number 7 of Elliot Fuster in the Tockwith Motorsport car to try and go through. Great looking car, red, white and green tricolore livery. Just behind them, Jacob Baldry. Plenty of experience in junior saloon cars over the last couple of years. He's in 14th position, just ahead of Noah Checkley, number 52, another of our karting graduates for the Oryx competition team. Going through to complete lap number 7 this time. Our race leaders have got 6.5 minutes of the race to go. Side by side for 5th between Dix and CJ Morgan. Oscar Dix holds the place at the moment. Zach Palmer closing up. Then it's Kieran Roberts in the 78s. Leaders have already gone through. It's a frantic fight for 5th place at the moment. Almost going to try and go 4 abreast, as we saw in, maybe they've been watching the 2 CVs earlier on. The lead gap is increasing because Pratt Thompson's pulling away. He's over 2 seconds clear now of Flock and Jack James, who's got through into 3rd ahead of Jonathan Moore. Oscar Dix just about holding on ahead of this group for 5th position. Thought I could hear a car slowing in the background there, so we'll wait and see if anybody's going to come into the pits. Zach Palmer holding off Roberts. These two still at it for 5th place. Here's the fight for 2nd. Dara Flock side by side with Jack James, the 2022 JSCC scholarship winner, is forced to go wide there, puts a wheel onto the grass. Jonathan Moore back on the inside, could capitalise and retake 3rd place. Looks like he's going to. Yes, he's got it done at Brooklands. Jack James moves back to the inside and running wide in the background there. Oscar Dix, oh, they're all running wide through Brooklands. Don't tell me somebody's dropped some fluid there. Somebody has come into the pits. It's Harvey Kersley. I thought I heard the pit alarm go off there. Harvey Kersley unfortunately has pulled off. Third place is now side by side between James and Moore. Dara Flock still 2nd. And it's a complete change in the order behind because everybody went wide onto the grass at Brooklands. This is all allowing Cameron Pratt-Thompson to escape into the lead. 3.8 seconds up now. Jack James up the inside, it's the hairpin. Jonathan Moore will cede him room, and James into 3rd place. It's now CJ Morgan 5th, Oscar Dix down to 7th behind Zach Palmer, Kieran Roberts still 8th. The number 40 of James Sherrington and Harry Smith, number 10, completing the top 10. Their way towards the back of the circuit. Jonathan Moore still having a go at Jack James for 3rd place. Of course, the harder everybody else battles, the further behind the race leader, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, they will fall. We just got a glimpse of the leader there in the background in the Vinner Sport car. 4.5 minutes left, just under. Again, running wide there, that's Zach Palmer and Kieran Roberts. So Oscar Dix could fight back here. Going to lose his championship lead to Dara Flock as things stand. Through goes Dix. Past the treble 3 of Zach Palmer, the 2nd of the Vinner Sport cars. Over the line goes the 2nd place fight. Battle is now for 6th. Oscar Dix under fire. Palmer and Roberts. Further back, Sherrington and Smith. Harry Smith has got himself back up into 9th after he ran wide earlier on. Lead gap is now 4 seconds between Pratt-Thompson and Flock. Jack James in 3rd. Things settling down slightly now after this frantic first half of the race. Oscar Dix, is that in the background coming under fire? No, it's Salvadori coming under fire from the number 7 of Elliot Fuster. That's for 12th place. Behind them, Jacob Baldry, Noah Checkley, Cole Lynch, Jack Harrison, Alex Mostow has come through from the back of the grid into 18th place. Kieran Roberts has got ahead of Zach Palmer, the treble 3. It is for 6th, 7th and 8th. Kieran Roberts is sliding his Saxo around. Here's a battle further back, the number 4 of Jude Cooper. This is for 21st place. He's got number 38 Caleb McDuff on his tail. And here's Elliot Fuster. Salvadori behind him, then Jacob Baldry in the green and black at number 33. Elliot Fuster driving for the Tockwith Motorsport team. Salvadori for Chandler Motorsports. Just behind them is Noah Checkley, one of the newcomers for Oryx competition. Kieran Roberts certainly sliding a lot on the turns. A lot of front end bias on that car. Dara Flock still second. Again losing a couple of tenths to Cameron Pratt-Thompson that time around. A couple of laps to go, I estimate. We'll see what the time remaining is when Cameron crosses the line this time. In this 15-minute race for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Here comes the leader. You can hear the pit alarm sounding again in the background. Oh, it's Jude Cooper, the car we just saw in a battle for 21st, has pulled into the pits, unfortunately. Still 3 cars line astern for second. And the gap was 4.2 seconds. These 3 were covered by 7/10 of a second. 1 minute 40 left on the clock, so it's 2 laps to go for Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Jonathan Moore pulls to the inside. I don't think he's going to be close enough. No, he's not, to have a run on Jack James here for third. So the lead battling seems to have settled down. Change for 10th place. Charlie Constable has got ahead of James Sherrington. 110 of Josh Salvadori hasn't come through on that lap. So where's the 110 car? He was involved in the midfield scrap and locking up there and running wide. That's the treble 2 car now. That may not have been a lock-up. We'll wait and see. Was that engine smoke? It's the treble 2 of Oliver Kerr, the Simpson Race Exhausts car. Yes, it was a lock-up. He has rejoined. So Ollie Kerr rejoins. Jack Harrison, meanwhile, coming under fire from another of the Chandler Motorsport cars. That's Alex Mostav in the 888s. They're fighting for 18th place. So Ollie Kerr in the GTL run car has kept it going. 4.4 seconds is now the lead gap. It was last time through. Yep, same this time across the line. So we're on to the last lap now of this Junior Saloon Car opener. Jack James wants second place. He'll have seen the last lap signal. That's his signal to go for it and attack Dara Flock. They're not going to catch Cameron Pratt-Thompson. He's heading for his maiden victory. Through towards the crossing he comes. Got a second chance after being outpaced by Jonathan Moore when the race was red flagged after 1 lap. Dara Flock is going to try and push to catch him, but I don't think he'll make up a near 4.5 second deficit. CJ Morgan still 5th ahead of Oscar Dix, who's going to complete the podium places. Then Oscar Dix dropping back into the clutches of Kieran Roberts now, the 78. It's going to be the number 37 for Vinner Sports. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, 6th in the championship coming into this round. He's heading for his maiden win. Is Dara Flock going to hang on for second place? This will provisionally put him into the championship lead with Oscar Dix down in 6th place. But Cameron Pratt-Thompson is the hero of the hour here at Pembrey. He takes his first ever Junior Saloon Car victory. Well done, Cameron. Second place, Dara Flock will just hang on ahead of Jack James. Jonathan Moore is 4th. 5th it will be CJ Morgan. Oscar Dix into 6th place. Kieran Roberts is 7th. And then a gap back to next through. It should be, no, Harry Smith coming through for 8th. 9th is Charlie Constable. What's happened to Zach Palmer? Fuster completes the top 10. We've lost Zach Palmer somewhere on the final lap. Pick up on that if we can. Cole Lynch comes across the line 14th. Oh, I've just seen on the timing screen, Cameron Pratt-Thompson has got a 5-second penalty. We don't know why. I assume, yep, that's just come up. We assume that is for exceeding track limits, but we'll await confirmation of that. We didn't get notification during the race, but that might be for track limits. But Cameron Pratt-Thompson, a 5-second penalty. That's going to give the win to Dara Flock. It drops him 0.14 of a second behind Dara Flock. If only he'd made up just another 0.14, he would have been okay. Well, Cameron Pratt-Thompson takes the checkered flag in first place, but he's going to be demoted to second by a 5-second penalty, and Dara Flock will inherit his second win of the season and move into the championship lead. Jonathan Moore's got a penalty as well. In fact, a few cars have. Yeah, Jonathan Moore's got a 5-second penalty, Charlie Constable and Elliot Fuster. So the Provisional results is a win for Dara Flock after that penalty applied for Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Jack James takes third. It's CJ Morgan fourth ahead of Oscar Dix. Jonathan Moore is dropped to 6th place by a 5-second penalty. 7th goes to Kieran Roberts ahead of Harry Smith. And James Sherrington and Josh Salvadori completes the top 10. Salvadori, I thought had gone missing. It must have been his transponder stopped working. Jacob Baldry 11th ahead of Noah Checkley. Good result for him. Charlie Constable dropped to 13th by his penalty. Cole Lynch, that's one of her best results so far, in 14th. Elliot Fuster drops to 15th with a 5-second penalty. And then Jack Harrison, Alexander Mostav, Ollie Kerr, Francisco Howitt, Caleb McDuff, Wilf Butler. We lost Zach Palmer somewhere on the final lap. Jude Cooper and Harvey Kersley pulled into the pits, and we lost Oliver Law into the pits at the first lap of the restart. Oh, bitter luck then for Cameron Pratt-Thompson. And it's such a shame, he drove so well there, but a 5-second penalty drops into 2nd place, and it is Dara Flock who takes his 2nd victory of the season. Let's head down to Ewan in Park Fernley.
Cheers, Dave, here with Cameron. Crossed the line in 1st place, but a 5-second penalty for track limits. First of all, do you agree with that? Are you happy with 2nd? I'm sure there's a little bit of gutting in there.
Well, I'm obviously gutted to not take the win, but you know, it's my first year. Mistakes are going to be made, and I've just got to accept that that's what it is and got to take on the challenge. But I'm more than happy with 2nd place. Like I said earlier, good points and fair play today. He didn't get the track limits, and he's done a good job.
You were smashing that. I mean, you were almost more than 5 seconds out in front. Was it the guys fighting behind you that let them sort of fall back a little bit, or were you that good?
I think that sort of helped, but I think also my pace on my own this weekend has been really good. I've not really needed a tow, so I think that's a big factor. But like you say, they were battling quite hard behind, and I saw that. I thought just time to maximise the opportunity and go.
Without giving clues away, what is the key to your success at Pembrey? You're clearly absolutely loving it here.
Just a great team around me. You know, Vinna have got the car perfect, and obviously I've got a great team. Callum's the best coach I've ever met, and all my sponsors are really helping me out.
Love that, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Let's speak to Dare here as well. Congratulations, Dara. We've seen you on the podium a few times last year. First win this year. Congrats, massive, yeah?
Yeah. Coming off of Cadwell, it's good to get another win. I had one at Cadwell, so to get 2 wins in 3 races and I got 3 podiums isn't too bad.
And, that'll surely make you championship leader now. It's all a target on your shoulders, on your back.
Yeah. Well, me and Oscar are battling up top in the championship. I don't know where he got in this race, but. Yeah, he's not in the top 3, so I should be in the lead.
Yeah, because he had a 1-point lead. I think he was 5th or 6th, so you will be championship leader now. 2 races tomorrow. I mean, this is already a good weekend. What can sort of tomorrow possibly bring?
Hopefully the same. 2 more wins, but yeah, got to look forward and do some things to the car just to make it handle a bit better. But yeah, still good.
Can you tell us what?
It's just not really turning a little bit, but yeah, it's still good, but just a little bit more.
You made it work, well done.
Yeah, thanks.
Cheers, buddy, thanks a lot. Let's go speak to Jack James here as well, 3rd place. Started from 3rd and finished in 3rd. First of all, congratulations, but how was the race for you?
It was a bit hectic, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was all over the place in turn 1. I got done twice by Dara around the outside, which wasn't great, but it was really good racing. About halfway through, when we got into the pack of 3, it was a bit look over the shoulder and then trying to attack at the same time. But the 3rd is brilliant.
With the massive delay, as a young driver, you've probably not experienced that too many times. Were you just getting hot in the car? What you do over there?
Yeah, I was saying to my engineer actually, I was more like medium rare sitting on the grid. I mean, it was, I was sitting there, I was like, come on. The door, I was trying to waft some air in, and it was just like creaking. So all I could hear was like every time, and it was it was a bit tedious.
Qualified well, finished well. Clearly enjoying Pembrey, the sunshine and the crowds there, having a good time, yeah.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I mean, we did have the pace for pole this morning, but we couldn't quite put the lap together. But I mean, championship points is what we need this early in the season. So I'm over the moon.
Mate, great start to your week. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. Right, that's our first of 3 races. That's 1 done today. We've got 2 tomorrow for the Junior Saloons. Coming up next, it is truck drifting. Ever heard of that? Ever seen that? Let's go back to Dave first of all, then find out what it's all about.
Well, thanks, Ewan, and I'm not sure what we're going to see next, to be quite honest. If we see our truck drifting competition. Basically what we're going to see is, as we said, I think, trucks trying to go as sideways and make as much tyre smoke as possible. We don't know who's involved with this. We've not been told how many trucks are going to be taking part or whether it's going to be more than one or any of the names of the drivers. So we're certainly going to see a spectacle if we see truck drifting out on track, that's for certain. Maybe Pointy knows more. We'll perhaps be able to hear from him down in the truck racing paddock. We've still got 3 races to go after this. We've got the Track Attack Race Club. The British Truck Racing Championship have their second race of the day, and we've got our second 2CV race as well, the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroen 2CV Racing Championship. Don't forget we've got the Enduro race coming up for them tomorrow, 1 hour 40 minutes for the 2CVs tomorrow, some of them with more than one driver. We've actually got one team of 3 drivers sharing 2 cars. That's going to be interesting at the pit stops. Minimum of 2 pit stops per car during that race. We're just waiting to see what is going to happen on track next then. I've got no idea what's going to happen next. Of course, the crowd will be checking out hopefully our show trucks in the paddock as well. We'll probably see a bit more from Pointy tomorrow on our truck show taking place this weekend. I reckon Pointy's gone for a ride in the monster trucks that are here this weekend. Okay, we are on board what I presume is the drift truck. Maybe it's Rig Stig from that Top Gear feature we saw all those years ago when he was drifting a truck around a skid pan. I think the drift truck on that occasion was one of Fabian Calve's old MANs from the European Championship, but I could be wrong. It was a few years ago now that Rig Stig hit the skid pan. That was at Millbrook in Bedfordshire, I think. It appears to be a volleyball game going on at trackside at the moment. They need to be careful with that ball. It doesn't end up on the circuit. Waiting to see if our drift truck is going to head out then. We are now a slight distance behind on the schedule because of the enforced delay with our Junior Saloon cars, but thankfully the circuit cleared up fully by the marshals and the recovery crews. Pretty sure Rig Stig was... Shh, it's a secret. Not reading that comment out. Not supposed to know who the Stig is. Just waiting to see if our drift truck is going to make an appearance on the circuit then. Hear a bit of live music in the background as well. Now we're just waiting to confirm if we are going to see the drift truck come out. It may be that because of the delay before our previous race, we may not see it out at this point because of the delay to the timetable. We are just awaiting confirmation of that, which would be disappointing if it doesn't happen. I'm sure we'll see it tomorrow though. There is another session scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Save a bit on tyres, I suppose, as well. We're hearing that it may possibly It isn't official yet. The truck drifting may possibly have been postponed to the end of today's programme to allow us to get the full race programme in. So we may see the truck out later on. So apologies to those who were expecting our truck drifting display next, but that may be taking place at the end of the day after the 2CV race. Thanks again to everybody for your input on our YouTube feed. And next up, we are going to be seeing, if the truck drifting does not take place, it'll be the Track Attack Race Club for their mixture of saloon cars. And we can hear from their boss man, Dave Beecroft, their coordinator and racer in the Track Attack Race Club. Dave Beecroft caught up with Ewan earlier on.
Okay, next up we've got the Track Attack Racing, and what I've heard a lot of people say today is, what is Track Attack? Well, we're going to find out because I've got Dave Beecroft here, who heads up not only Junior Saloons but also Track Attack. Dave, what is Track Attack all about?
Track Attack, it is a series of races that are following the Junior Saloon Car Championship around, and it's quite basic in that if you've got a French car, like this, or a Peugeot here, you race in the French section. Yep. If you've got a British car, you race in the British section. You've got a German car, you race in the German section. And it's sort of a group of like-minded guys who are into French cars or into German cars or whatever it may be.
That's really unique. Usually it's engine size. That's very unique to be sort of nationality.
It is. Nobody else is doing it. I didn't found it. Steve Vince founded it. Steve's retired. We've taken it on and we want to promote it and move it forward. We've got everything from the little Peugeot 206 production cars, which are absolutely virtually standard. You can pick one of these up for £3,000, ready to go. Motorsport is expensive. That's as cheap as it's going to get.
So we're talking about affordability here, aren't we?
Very much so. Affordability and keeping the rules simple, keeping the rules easy to apply, make it easy for the scrutineers and the clerks to do everything, and for these guys who are just club racing, have some fun.
Clearly a very busy guy, but you're actually racing today as well in the Track Attack.
I am, for my sins, yes. I've always wanted to race and sort of never been in a position. This allows me to race on a budget. I'm racing a little Saxo here, which is basically the same as the junior cars. Yep. This has got 50 horsepower more than the juniors, and I'm only as quick as the juniors.
Dave, thank you for your time. Best of luck racing.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Right, for the first time on BARC TV, let's go Track Attack Racing. Over to you, Dave.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ewan. Good to hear from Dave Beecroft there. Just confirmation that the truck drifting display has been postponed to the end of the day, so we'll see the Track Attack Race Club out next, and they're making their way to the grid now. Now, we mentioned it's different types of saloon cars, a bit of a run what you brung series. This one, this weekend, the entry is all French. The French category run by the Track Attack Race Club used to be known as the Tricolore Trophy. And in pole position for this one is number 73, that's Adam Croft, at the wheel of a Peugeot 205 GTI. He's got a Renault Clio alongside him, that's number 7, Lee Curry. Second row of the grid, number 52, Mike Bowman, he's also in a Clio. And then there's Dave Beecroft in his Citroen Saxo, that's one of Oryx Competition's Saxos that Dave is competing in today. After that, we've got the cars taking part in a subclass within the French division, which is the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup. And the first of them is number 25, which is Matt Anderson. He won both their races at Cadwell Park in that subclass, starting alongside number 42, Paul Rice. Row 4 is number 303, which is Jake Richardson, and 31, which is Lewis Charlton. They're also in 206 GTIs. And the fifth row of the grid, number 12, Paul Evans, at the wheel of a Renault Clio. It's a Clio 182, and number 34, Steve Fuller, with his Peugeot 206 GTI. Double winner at the season opener at Cadwell Park was Andrew Neal with a Peugeot 106 GTI, but he's not made the long journey to South Wales. This will be a 20-minute race. We've never seen a Track Attack Race Club on BARC TV before. Let's see how Dave Beecroft gets on then in the second row in the Saxo. Seen him in Brick Car Trophy in the past. Green flag waves then, the green flag lap gets underway. Track Attack Race Club grew out of a number of open saloon series, the first of which, if I remember rightly, was the Nippon Challenge for Japanese cars. Many years ago we'd see Skylines and Celica's and all sorts in that series. There's a class for MR2s as well. Then the Tricolor Trophy came along, which is basically what you see now, the French cars. But we saw a few different cars out at Cadwell Park. There were a couple of BMWs out there, a couple of VWs, and even an MG saloon as well. So pretty much anything goes with Track Attack. But it's all French cars that we've got here this weekend. The battle between the 206s is going to be interesting. That's a similar ethos really to the Hyundai Coupe Cup that we saw last weekend at Snetterton there. Designed to be as equal as possible, fairly standard cars aimed at the newcomer to motorsports. So they make their way to the grid. Then there's number 34, which is Stephen Fuller with the yellow Peugeot, just behind the Clio of Paul Evans. There's a few subclasses, I think, based on engine size in this one. Adam Croft is in Class A, Class C for Dave Beecroft. Lee Curry and Paul Evans Clios are in Class E. The 206s are all in Class F. And Class G, which I think is a guest class, is Mike Bowman in the later shape Clio. So this will be a 20-minute race for the Track Attack Race Club. Slightly small grid, but as we said, it is a long journey to South Wales for a lot of these tight budgeted drivers. Taking a look at the qualifying times, it was fairly close, less than a second covering the top three, so it's going to be those three I think fighting for victory: Croft, Curry and Bowman. The battle in the 206s should be fairly close. There was less than a second between Matt Anderson and Paul Rice as well. In position then, ready for the first time ever on BARC TV, the Track Attack Race Club. 20 minutes race duration, the 5-second board has been displayed. The revs are up, waiting for the red lights to go out. They do so now, and away we go. Good start by Adam Croft in the Peugeot 205 GTI from pole position. He'll lead down towards the first corner at Hatchett's. Moving to cover is Lee Curry in the black Clio. Dave Beecroft with a good start in the Saxo up into third place. He's got ahead of Mike Bowman in the orange Clio. 206s make their way round behind. The interloper in among them is number 12. That's Paul Evans at the wheel of his Clio 182, the man from Liverpool. But it's Adam Croft who leads the way, comes from Taunton in Devon. Number 34, Stephen Fuller at the back of the field, but the first two have already gone clear. Lee Curry in behind Adam Croft. Beecroft is third. Then we've got Mike Bowman in the orange and white Clio. Similar looking car to the car that Charlie Hand raced last season in the Brit Car Trophy. Not sure if that is the same car. We've got the Peugeot 206s behind him. Their division being led by Matt Anderson, looking for 3 wins out of 3 in that class this year. He leads the number 42 of Paul Rice in the white and red total liveried car. Chasing behind them number 31, which is Lewis Charlton. Come round to complete the opening lap then. Of course, the Peugeot 206, perhaps better known as a rally car in the early 2000s. Marcus Gronholm and Richard Burns, one of the big names for Peugeot. Harry Rovanperä as well, the father of Kalle Rovanperä, the current World Rally Champion. It's Adam Croft in the Peugeot 205 GTI who leads the way. Looks similar to the cars that the Preble family have raced at Castle Combe in their Saloon Car Championship. Not sure if it is one of those cars. Croft leads by 3/4 of a second ahead of Curry in second place. Then Beecroft and Bowman, they're all leading their respective classes, as is number 25 Matt Anderson, the man from Doncaster in Yorkshire. First two have gone clear. Beecroft up to third ahead of Bowman, who's under fire from Matt Anderson in the 25. Paul Rice and Lewis Charlton next to the 206s. Then we've got 303, which is Jake Richardson. Rounding out the field, the number 12 of Paul Evans and Steve Fuller with his Peugeot 206. So a fairly close group here in the midfield. The main battle is going to be between the 206s in the GTI Cup, I think. Anderson led that by just 0.4 of a second at the end of the opening lap, with Paul Rice, who's raced this 206 for a few years with Track Attack now, trying to keep up. Over the line go the leaders. The lead gap up to nearly 4 seconds now for Curry over Croft. Now, they both completed the lap, so what has happened there? We didn't see the number 7 take the lead there of Lee Curry. Adam Croft has dropped back into second place, so he's lost time on that last lap. Lee Curry has gone to the front in the Renault Clio. We were watching the midfield battle, so it is Lee Curry who leads. Further 6.666 seconds back is Dave Beecroft in third in the Saxo, ahead of Mike Bowman, who's chasing him down now in the clear. There's Anderson, there's Rice holding off Lewis Charlton for 6th position. Next in the order 303 of Jake Richardson from Nottinghamshire. The silver Peugeot there with the Works Peugeot stripes. The leader comes over the line. Number 7, Lee Curry, comes from Merseyside. Croft in second place in the 205. The Clio lapping considerably quicker there. He was over a second quicker than Adam Croft that time through. Leads by nearly 5 seconds now ahead of Beecroft, third in the Saxo. He's coming under fire from Mike Bowman in the orange and white Clio, the Agincourt Consulting liveried machine. No change on that last lap. Anderson still leads Paul Rice by 1.7 seconds in the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup. Some leading runners in the old Tricolour Trophy included Carl Chambers in his Peugeot 306. It was then. He now races the Peugeot 208. We saw him out with the Snetterton Saloons last week. Also Tony Hunter, based near Silverstone, with his Renault Clio. For third between the Saxo and the Clio. Mike Bowman chasing Beecroft for third place. Over the line they go. Lead gap is up to 5.8 seconds. New fastest lap for Lee Curry. 108.255 as Mike Bowman trying to go around the outside on the hairpin. Noticing the name on the window of the Clio there of Mike Bowman, the car being campaigned by Sarah Franklin, the motor racing lawyer from Northamptonshire. Mike Bowman in the car this weekend. That means it is the ex-Charlie Hand car, because had that confirmed by Sarah at the start of the season. There go your leaders. They're well ahead now, Curry and Croft. Here's the battle for third. Still Dave Beecroft in third place at the moment in the Saxo. As we heard from him, about 50 VHP more than the Junior Saloon Car Saxos run by the Orex competition team here this weekend. And they're about 5 seconds clear of Matt Anderson, who leads the 206s. We see the 206s in the background. Paul Rice and Lewis Charlton behind him. Still a long way to go in this Track Attack Race Club event. Mike Bowman has a go on the inside. He was on the grass there on the run down to the hairpin. He's surely going to get through here on the inside, but he needs to be careful if he's going to pull off antics like that he doesn't get pinged for track limits. Covers from Beecroft on the exit towards Spitfires. He's up to third in the Clio. There's Steve Fuller towards the back of the field. Black Coyote Racing, I think it says on the side of the 206 there. He's at the back of the field at the moment, just behind the Clio of Paul Evans. There's the Clio 182. Here's 303. This is Jake Richardson from Mansfield. You can see the old Works Peugeot stripes on the side of that car. Made famous in the early 90s, the Works Peugeot colours, when they dominated the Le Mans 24 Hours in the early 90s with the 905 prototype. It's the centenary of the Le Mans 24 Hours this year, so I'm sure the Peugeot prototypes will be part of the parade of winners. Fastest lap of the race last time around for Adam Croft, 107.878. So he's trying to close back up on Lee Curry for the lead of this race. Here's the battle for ninth, Evans and Fuller. Over the line they go. It's the top five all leading their respective classes as well. Croft Class A, Beecroft Class C, Lee Curry is in Class E. His only class rival is Paul Evans. Peugeot 206 GTI Cup is Class F, that's being led by Matt Anderson. And Class G, which is the guest class, by Mike Bowman. Here's Lewis Charlton, number 31. It's Whitchurch in the Charlton Motors car. Again with the novice cross on the back of his car. The 206 GTI Cup aimed at the newcomer to motorsport, started a few years ago by the Track Attack Race Club. I know Jason Jesse was instrumental in starting that series. He used to race a very modified Toyota Celica in the old Nippon Challenge. Jason. There's Adam Croft in the 205. One of the great hot hatches, the Peugeot 205 GTI. Lovely looking cars, aren't they? He's got the gap down to 4.2 seconds now, just setting the fastest lap of the race, 107.754. Closing on Lee Curry for the lead. You can see the gap has come down on Speedway straights. 205 perhaps more famous in motorsport as a rally car, the old Group B 205s of the 80s, the likes of Ari Vatanen and Timo Saladin, Juha Kankkunen as well, the great Finns in their 205 T16s. There's a T16 replica, races in the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Series at Croft. Scott Hubel is the owner of that one. Clio 182. Voted by many motoring magazines one of the greatest hot hatches. And this one, Paul Evans, under fire from Stephen Fuller's 206 GTI. No points on the Track Attack Race Club. Steve Fuller's kicking up some dust there. It's not a championship, it is a series. Again, ethos motorsport should be fun. Reflected by this club. Racing purely for enjoyment of its members. Steve Fuller maybe going to try and move here on Paul Evans down into the hairpin. The lead gap has come down as well. Yes, Croft's got to within 3 seconds of Lee Curry now, so we could see Adam Croft's 205 GTI challenge for the lead. Is that a puff of smoke there from Steve Fuller's car? Or was that just a bit of tyre smoke as he braked for the hairpin? Well, keep an eye on that. Bowman still third in the clear. He's pulled away from Dave Beecroft now. Then we've got the battle in the 206s with Anderson leading by nearly 3 seconds over Paul Rice in the 42. Lewis Charlton third. Steve Fuller runs wide there, coming out of the right-hander at Brooklands, up towards Speedway Straight, and they're going to be lapped soon by our leaders. Here you can see the gap coming down, slowly but surely, between the Clio of Curry, the 205 of Croft. Let's see what it is this time. It was 2.91 seconds. Has Adam Croft been able to close in any further? Coming up to lap these two shortly. Come over the line, the two leaders. It's decreased slightly again, 2.697 seconds is the gap this time. Still got 8 minutes of this race to go. There's our leader, number 7, Lee Curry, the Manor Park Classics Clio. Comes from Merseyside. Adam Croft from Devon. Paul Evans, number 12, another Merseyside-based driver. Steve Fuller on his tail. These two need to watch their mirrors here. The leader, you can see, flashing his headlights at them, saying, move out of my way, I'm leading this race, and Steve Fuller hasn't seen him there. Nearly contact between the two of them. That was a dicey moment. The marshals will have the blue flags out. Now they've seen him. Excuse me, says Lee Curry. That was pretty close there. They kick up a bit of dust there from the Junior Saloon Car spillage earlier on, and this has allowed Adam Croft to close up, though. You can see he's got Lee Curry in his sights now. He's got past the back markers with no problem. He's going to try and close in on Lee Curry. That might have unsettled Lee a little. See him flashing the lights there to warn the back markers that he was there to lap them. He nearly hit Steve Fuller going into Senna. And now the gap is down to 0.6 of a second. He's lost about 2 seconds there. Adam Croft, that's a big lunge up the inside. He'll never get the car stopped, and they touch. Adam Croft comes to a dead stop in the middle of the hairpin. That was never on there for Adam Croft. He saw the gap. He was way too far back. He was lucky he didn't spin Lee Curry around there. Now I hope that hasn't damaged the two cars. Adam Croft straight down the inside. Lee Curry wasn't going to give him way from that far back, and Croft ended up anchoring up. He nearly came to a dead stop in the middle of the hairpin. He clipped Lee Curry's Clio, and that was lucky. He didn't take both cars out of the race. That was over-optimistic there by Adam Croft, and now he's got it all to do again. He's dropped back again. Coming up on one of the 206s, that's 303 of Jake Richardson. Again, the leader flashing the headlamps. Blue flags being waved by the marshals as well. Jake moves to one side, lets him through. Clio, you can see it sliding out there. You can see a dent in the rear quarter panel on the Clio. I hope that hasn't damaged the suspension on Lee Curry's car. Adam Croft, how much time did he lose there? Yeah, 1.1 seconds now in it, so he's only lost about half a second. Closed back up again now. He's been using the power of the 205 in a straight line. He was lucky, and that didn't take them both out. Can he catch him once again? They're 30 seconds clear or so of the Bowman and Beecroft battle further back, I think. We'll see when they come over the line what the gap is. Yeah, 30 seconds between Croft and Bowman. Bowman 4.5 seconds ahead of Beecroft. Here's Mike Bowman in the Clio, shared with Sarah Franklin in Brick Car Trophy competition, among other things. The leaders now almost together. They lap another of the 206s, that of Lewis Charlton, and Adam Croft is now right with Lee Curry once again. I still don't think he'll be close enough for a move into the hairpin. He'll think twice about that again, I think. That was an audacious dive down the inside. Nearly ended in disaster. Over the line they go. They've got just under 5 minutes of this race still to go for the Track Attack Race Club. Lee Curry still leads in the Clio. Into the hairpin they go. And towards the crossing. Bowman still third ahead of Beecroft. The only other cars on the lead lap, Anderson and Rice. The gap between the two leading 206s has come down a little. It's 2.3 seconds now between Matt Anderson and Paul Rice. I think I just heard from the circuit PA in the background that Adam Croft may be getting a penalty for exceeding track limits. We haven't had notification on the timing screen, so we'll keep an eye out for that. No board at the start line at the moment. There goes the 206 leader. We'll keep an ear and an eye to that, because I'm sure I just heard the PA commentary in the background saying that Adam Croft had got a 5-second penalty. But we don't know for certain yet. Got the fastest lap of the race, 107.754. Leaders now lapping the leading 206s fairly shortly. There's Paul Rice ahead of them through the crossing up towards Senna. There is Rice, there's our leader, and there's Adam Croft. But the 205s escaped without any real damage after that little bit of contact earlier on. Still these two together, Evans and Fuller, they've been together all race long. Clio just having the legs of Steve Fuller's Persia. A lovely Saturday afternoon drive in the sun here at Pembrey for the Track Attack Race Club's intrepid drivers. See what the lead gap is as the two leaders cross the line. It's 1.6 seconds now. As Lee Curry laps Matt Anderson. He's heading for 3 out of 3 in the 206 GTI Cup this year, if he can hold off Paul Rice. Won both races at Cadwell. The overall winner on that occasion, Andrew Neil, in a very modified Peugeot 106 GTI, but he hasn't made the trip to South Wales. Two minutes of the race to go. So we may get 2 more laps out of this. We'll wait and see how long's left when they cross the line. Paul Evans still holding off Steve Fuller. This is much the closest battle on track at the moment. Separated by half a second. Steve Fuller determined to maybe harry that Clio 182 into a mistake, but it's been a smooth ride by Paul Evans, the Liverpudlian. Alton Park will be his local circuit in Cheshire. Steve Fuller lining him up here as they go down the straights. See, the gap has come down. It's just over half a second in it last time through. I think we'll get 1 more lap out of this because the leader has already crossed the... Oh, Adam Croft's pulled into the pits. Adam Croft has pulled the Peugeot 205 into the pit lane. It's all over for Adam, and that's going to allow Lee Curry a clear run to victory. So the battle comes to an early end then, with Adam Croft out of the race, so problems for the 205. Hopefully we'll see him back out in their race tomorrow, which is scheduled for 11:30 AM. Coming round to start his last lap. Here's Lee Curry. Is that an Everton FC badge I see on his Clio's bonnet? Over the line he goes with 17 seconds on the clock to begin his final lap. So this is going to put the Clio up into second. Croft's got going again. Now the timing screen is showing that he's still in the pits, so it hasn't shown that he's gone back out. Maybe the timing just hasn't picked that up yet. If it was only a quick pit visit, he might still be in second place, so we'll have to wait and see when they cross the line. No, he's behind Dave Beecroft, so he won't still be in second. It's working out where he's rejoined. Yes, he's in 4th place. At least he's been able to get going again. There is Bowman, who is now second in his Clio. The time difference is 37 seconds to Lee Curry. So it's Clio's 1 and 2. And that means that Dave Beecroft is going to finish on the podium by the look of things in his Sacto if he can hold off Adam Croft, although Croft was just behind him there as they went into the hairpin, so it's not quite over yet. We can see them in the background there. It's going to be a win for Lee Curry in his Clio. There's the checkered flag. Curry wins it by a clear margin. That penalty has now shown up for Adam Croft as well in the Peugeot 205. Across the line go the 206s, a lap down. Matt Anderson has beaten Paul Rice by 1 second to win the 206 category. Still these two are battling it out, Paul Evans and Steve Fuller. They're going to come in behind Jake Richardson in his 206. Mike Bowman has just lapped them as well, so he'll take second overall in the Clio. There he is over the line, and Paul Evans does hold off Steve Fuller for what will be 9th place. So we're just waiting for Beecroft and Croft to come over the line. There's Adam Croft. He comes over the line in 3rd place. Dave Beecroft behind him, but of course Adam Croft has got that 5-second penalty. Yep, that is now confirmed. He drops behind Dave Beecroft overall. So Lee Curry it is who takes the win in our first Track Attack Race Club event of the weekend. The Manor Park Classic sponsored Renault Clio is the winner by over 30 seconds after Adam Croft had to call into the pits. So Lee Curry wins it by 36.3 seconds. Mike Bowman in second and Dave Beecroft in third overall. They all win their classes, as does Adam Croft, despite a pit stop and a 5-second penalty. He takes fourth, and the 206 GTI Cup is won by Matt Anderson in fifth place overall, a second clear of Paul Rice. Lewis Charlton, then Jake Richardson, and Paul Evans tops his battle with Stephen Fuller for 9th position. So some good fights there in the Track Attack Race Club's opening race of the weekend. They'll have another race tomorrow. It's Lee Curry, clear winner in his Renault Clio, surviving almost being hit by Adam Croft at the hairpin. Croft then hitting some misfortune later on with a penalty and having to make a quick pit stop as well. He ends up in 4th place. Curry the winner ahead of Bowman and Beecroft. We'll hear from them with Ewan shortly. Hopefully we'll hear from Matt Anderson, the 206 GTI Cup winner as well. 3 wins out of 3 in that division for him this year. Next up on track today, we have our second race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. The second fastest time from each of the qualifying session earlier on sets the grid, and I can tell you on second fastest lap time, Stuart Oliver was fastest ahead of Ryan Smith by 1,000th of a second. Doesn't get much closer than that. I'll have the full grid for you when the trucks are out on track. That concludes Track Attack Race Club Race 1, and we'll hear for the drivers shortly.
Cheers, Dave. Well, turned out quite an exciting race in the end, didn't it? We're going to speak to Lee Curry, Mike Bowman and Dave Beecroft as we spoke to him earlier as well. That's a lovely story, that. But first off, Mike, we spoke briefly, the two of us, before the race, and your inexperience didn't show there at all in this class whatsoever. It's a lovely race for you.
Thank you very much. It's, amazing result, really, absolutely amazing. I mean, I don't know what happened to the Peugeot 205, but clearly he was quick.
It came into the pits for about 10 seconds, but that was enough to drop him back. Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, no, that was amazing. Absolutely, first race for Track Attack, and to get a second, just unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
Now, we know this car's good. Charlie Houghton won Brit Car in this in the Clio class last year. Just how good is it?
It's fantastic. I mean, it handles like a dream. The tyres just stick, and you've got so much feedback coming through that you can place it, and this is, I've literally done 4 test days, and this is my second race ever.
That smile on your face is going to take a little bit of time to come off, isn't it?
I think it will. I think it will.
Well done, mate.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Let's speak to our race winner.
Well done.
Let's jump in. Guys, can we get both of you at the same time? Is that all right? Let's have a chat. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
It was a strange one in the end, but you held it off. I mean, let's get you in a second as well. But it was a bit of a thriller until the very, very end there.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he was quite a bit quicker than me. I could see him lap after lap getting closer. He made a little mistake on the first lap, so I nipped in.
Yeah.
Had a bit of a gap, but I could see the cushion getting smaller, and I'm just like, come on, please, come on. And then in the end, he must have had an issue, and he fell back. So after that, I just took it easy, bring the car home, because it's not in good health at the minute.
What's wrong with it?
It's an ECU issue. It's over fueling, so it's okay on full throttle, but as soon as you lift, it's cutting out. So I had to bump start it twice at the hairpin there.
You've got the champagne or the bubbly prosecco. Well done. Win's a win.
A win's a win.
Well
and it's fantastic.
Cheers, buddy. Well done. Can we just find out? Is that all right? Can we jump in? Is that okay? What happened?
I just overcooked it on the brakes. I was catching him up. There was no way I was going to stop it, and I could just see his rear bumper coming. So I thought if I dive to the inside, he's got a chance of seeing me. And give him room. I was going to give him the corner anyway. Obviously, just didn't see me. Turned in. I think I was all locked up. Just a bit keen, and it certainly wasn't a late move or anything like that. I just couldn't get the car stopped. I thought I'm either going to go right up his backside. At least if I take a dive, he's got half a chance of seeing me. Unfortunately, he didn't. I had a 5-second penalty as well for track limits, but I don't know where. So yeah, not my best race. I'm a bit disappointed.
You come into the pit stop for it. What did you come in to do or check?
I got an exhaust blow, but in the car it sounds a lot worse. It sounds like it was just firing on 3. So came into the pits and it sounded all right. So we went out again, but obviously with the incident and coming in the pits in the 5 seconds, so you know.
But it was brilliant. It was brilliant to watch racing. One more race again tomorrow. Same effort, same sort of tactics.
Calm it down a bit. Getting a bit carried away.
Don't calm it down. We love it.
Well, it wasn't a tidy race, so yeah, I've got some apologies to make, but we're going for a beer later, so it'll be good.
It was great to watch. Well done.
No problem. Thanks a lot.
Cheers. Thank you. Right, we have got to go truck racing. I could just see them. They're making their way out to the grid, so we'll try and catch up with our third place finish a little bit later and get that to you. Track racing is again on tomorrow, but for the time being, second race of the day of 5 this weekend for our headline is the British Truck Racing Championship. Over to Dave.
Thanks so much, Ewan. Yes, so we'll see the Track Attack Race Club back out tomorrow, but the big rigs are back on track next then. Race 2 for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Pembrey. Second fastest time for each driver in the qualifying session sets the grid for this one. There's just 1/1000th of a second between the top 2 qualifiers. It's Stuart Oliver who goes up into pole position this time in the Volvo, the DAF pace truck making its way forward. It's the TRD truck and trailer parts pace truck. So Oliver and Smith on the front row of the grid then. The second row will be David Jenkins, number 69, and Stephen Powell, number 3 in his MAN. They had a great battle for third place in the earlier events. And then on the third row will be Simon Reed. He had a bit of an off in race 1, ended up with a little bit of bodywork missing. Starts alongside Bradley Smith, got one of his best ever results earlier on in 5th position. Jock Borthwick is on row 4. Don't forget one of his young supporters this weekend is raising money for MND, the My Name's Doddy campaign in aid of motor neurone disease research. For the My Name's Doddy campaign, named of course in honour of Scottish rugby legend Doddy Weir, who documented his battle with motor neurone disease. Sadly passed away a few months ago. If you want to make a donation yourself to Holly's effort, she's going to be at the 7 truck racing weekends this year, and young Holly is going to cycle a lap of the circuit on each weekend, 2 laps of the track on each occasion, a total of over 25 miles. Saw Holly interviewed at Brands Hatch. Over 25 miles of cycling. That's a brave effort for young Holly. If you want to donate, go to on Facebook, go to Holly's Cycle for Doddy and MND. You can make a donation to Holly's campaign. Fair play to young Holly. I'm just looking at the page now. Plenty of photos on there of her efforts so far. So let's have a look at the grid then for our second truck race of the day. Stuart Oliver, the 10 times champion, on pole in the Volvo by 1/1000th of a second ahead of the 7 times champion Ryan Smith in the Daimler Freightliner. David Jenkins and Stephen Powell resuming their battle on the second row of the grid. Row 3, Simon Reed in the Iveco alongside Bradley Smith in the 46. Fourth row of the grid, Jock Borthwick in number 32, displaying the My Name's Doddy colours alongside 68 Craig Reed in his Iveco. And on row 5, Tom O'Rourke failed to finish race 1, will start alongside the number 12 of Michael Oliver. Sixth row of the grid, 95 Ricky Collett and number 92 Simon Faulkner. And behind them, Simon Cole, number 14, and number 41, and John Bowler in the number 14. Just making sure they're all there. John Bowler is there, number 14. I didn't see Tom O'Rourke, so we'll wait and confirm that in a moment. Division 2, meanwhile, John Powell, number 6, is on pole alongside the 5 of Adam Bint, our winner earlier on. Row 12 is number 10, Craig Evans, and 22, Paul Rivette, and Jim Bennett, number 28, completing the grid. If Tom O'Rourke is there, we'll just check as they come through the hairpin. Should be on the 5th row. No, it looks as though Tom O'Rourke has withdrawn, unfortunately, mechanical problems from the earlier race. Hopefully we'll see him back out and racing tomorrow. Daft Pace truck leads them round then. Can Stuart Oliver even the score with Ryan Smith? Ryan Smith took 3 wins and Stuart Oliver 2 at the season opener at Brands Hatch. On board here, I think that's Jock Borthwick we're riding on board with the number 32 truck. Lining up alongside Craig Reed. Seeing the driver at work at the wheel of the MAN. See the hefty steel roll cage to protect the driver, all the equipment as well. Driver very securely strapped down in these 100-mile-an-hour race trucks. Good to see John Bowler's made it out. Clutch problems prevented him from racing the number 14 MAN in the earlier race. Man from Stockport's ready to show what he can do. We're on board with Adam Bint once again in Division 2 as well. This will be another 15-minute race. Tension beginning to mount then ahead of race number 2 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Stuart Oliver, Ryan Smith, David Jenkins, Stephen Powell, Simon Reed, Bradley Smith, Jock Borthwick, Craig Reed, there's Michael Oliver. Ricky Collett's back out, Simon Faulkner's out there as well. I don't think Simon Cole is there either, the number 41. No, he's missing from the back of Division 1. So a couple of non-starters due to problems in the first race. We'll see them back out, I'm sure, tomorrow. Their crews will be working hard. 15 minutes about to get underway then from the rolling start. They thunder down towards Hatchett's Hairpin for the first time. Here we go with race 2 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Ryan Smith tries to cut across, but Stuart Oliver's got the inside line. Stephen Powell gives it a banzai move down the outside. He tried that in race 1 as well. Division 1 make their way through already. Division 2 overlapping with them. Adam Bint's got a good start up the inside there, side by side with Ricky Collett in the Division 1 MAN number 95. It's Stuart Oliver who leads from Ryan Smith. Stephen Powell in 3rd place, trying to hold off David Jenkins. He's having to go at Ryan Smith for 2nd place. Adam Bint proving he can run with Division 1 once again. John Bowler's dropped back a little in the 14. They head up towards Senna for the first time. Stephen Powell gets the tighter line, trying to attack Ryan Smith. Jenkins in 4th, then Simon Reed rounds out the top 5. Jim Bennett at the back of the field in the 28s. Craig Evans under fire from Paul Rivette, who hasn't got the best of starts here in Division 2. He's dropped back a place or 2. There's John Bowler in there, the number 14, battling with his old Division 2 rivals. Up towards the completion of lap number 1 then. Adam Bint already up there with Division 1. Here comes Ricky Collett, barrelling down the inside, retakes the rather cheeky Division 2 leader, taking on the more powerful machines. Just ahead of them is Craig Reed. Simon Faulkner still behind Adam Bint as well as John Bowler. They complete the first lap then. The lead is with Stuart Oliver ahead of Ryan Smith. They're already a couple of seconds clear of Stephen Powell in that 3rd place. There's Bint leading Division 2. Second in that group behind him is John Powell as up the inside. John Powell, excuse me, he says to Simon Faulkner. They've already got ahead of John Bowler, so John Powell thinking I can take on the Division 1 trucks as well. This is great stuff in the early stages of this race 2. Ricky Collett coming under fire again from Adam Bint. And what he's thinking, I reckon, is if he can put a couple of Division 1 trucks between himself and John Powell, it'll help him take another Division 2 win. He's having a go at Ricky Collett, who had that spectacular engine blow up in the first weekend of the year at Brands Hatch. Flames and smoke out of the back of his MAN. New engine in the truck for this round. The Collett's family run their heavy haulage business based up near Halifax. You often see their trucks pulling and pushing some of the biggest loads seen on Britain's roads. Simon Reed, also a freight company boss based in Stoke, having a go at David Jenkins in the Digraph Transport MAN. He wants to attack Stephen Powell for 3rd place, but he's being kept busy at the moment. To the right-hander, Hatchett's Hairpin. This is allowing Powell to escape in 3rd place. Bradley Smith in 6th position, holding back Michael Oliver. Had a crash-filled season last year, the younger of the Oliver family. Enjoying better fortunes so far this season. Ryan Smith to the inside, takes the lead. And not often we see moves made there at the crossing. That's a good move by Ryan Smith. He's taken Stuart Oliver. I think Stuart rather caught by surprise there as well, just Throwing it up the inside there, Fly-In Ryan. He's already got the fastest lap of the race, 1:11.351. And now watch that Daimler Freightliner start to escape. Once again, no stopping Ryan Smith here at Pembrey. Powell is in third place. Then we've got David Jenkins. He's coming under fire from Reed again. Simon Reed, that is, the older of the two brothers. Then it's Bradley Smith, Michael Oliver. Then a gap back to Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman ahead of Craig Reed. Jock Borthwick upholding Scottish honour in this race with Tom O'Rourke, a non-starter. No Simon Cole out in this race either. He broke down in race 1. Over the line they go. Still Adam Bint leading Division 2 further back. He was 2.3 seconds ahead of John Powell as we watch Michael Oliver attacking Bradley Smith. Then Jock Borthwick, Craig Reed. There's Ricky Collett up with them. There's Adam Bint being chased by the DAF of John Powell. Third in Division 2, a bit further back, is Paul Rivette. He's now got ahead of Craig Evans. John Bowler has dropped back into 16th place, so clearly his MAN still not quite running to its full potential as Simon Reed hits the back of David Jenkins. Excuse me, David, he says. Two Staffordshire-based racers fighting it out. And here's Craig Reed, first ever Division 1 win in the very last race of last season, attacking Jock Borthwick. Craig Reed, the Division 2 champion of 2 years ago. It was Luke Garrett who won the Division 2 title last year, but he's not appeared in the championship this year. You know, Luke has wanted to run in the European Championship. I'm not certain if he's over in Italy this weekend. Over the line go the leaders. Stuart Oliver not letting Ryan Smith get away. They're separated by just over half a second that time through. Lap time's almost identical. Stephen Powell now rather on his own in third, the number 3, and it's Jenkins and Reed fourth and fifth. Bradley Smith under fire from Michael Oliver for 6th position. Jock Borthwick is in 8th ahead of Craig Reed, just ahead of Craig Reed. Collett rounds out the top 10. Then it's the Division 2 battlers. What's the gap between those two now? 2.3 seconds between Bint and John Powell. Simon Faulkner next, then it's Paul Rivette. Simon Faulkner showing much better pace this weekend. It's taken him a couple of years to learn his craft at the wheel of the Iveco Stralis, the ex-Reed machine. Speaking of Reed, here's Simon Reed again on the rear bumper of David Jenkins. There's Simon Faulkner chasing John Powell. I think it was here at Pembrey 2 years ago that Simon Faulkner made his truck racing debut in the number 92, the man from Waterlooville in Hampshire. Here's Paul Rivette. Just behind Faulkner, the Napa Auto Parts MAN battling it out with Craig Evans. Final runners are Bowler and Jim Bennett. In fact, John Bowler, I can tell he was pulled into the pits, so more problems with the 14, unfortunately. Simon Faulkner takes John Powell. Now that, he runs wide onto the grass on the exit, but that's exactly what Adam Bint wants to see, because that's a Division 1 truck in between him and his main Division 2 rival, which is allowing Adam Bint to consolidate his lead. Stephen Powell trying to catch Stuart Oliver. As of course, with David Jenkins being kept busy by Simon Reed, Jenkins is losing time. As I mentioned, John Bowler has pulled into the pits, so maybe more clutch problems for the Division 2 graduates. Down into the right-hander at Sen. They go towards Brooklands. First 3 breaking away because these two are fighting it out for 4th place and losing time. Bradley Smith being able to close in as well. The Scrapco Recycling sponsored number 46. I remember seeing his father Tony Smith have a bit of a shunt here in his Sisu in the wet at Pembrey a few years ago. I was on the PA commentary on that occasion, along with Johnny Palmer. Down towards Hatchett's hairpin. The lead is up to 3 seconds now. Ryan Smith is pulling away once again. Stuart Oliver still second, and Stephen Powell in third. Powell trying to chase down Oliver. There is the man from Kent in the MAN. Lives literally down the road from Brands Hatch. Stuart Oliver from Northumberland, the other end of England. Britain's greatest ever truck race. We ride on board with Jock Borthwick. See the driving style here from Jock. One hand on the wheel, the other hand working the gear change. make it into almost an art form, these truck racers. Incredibly skilled drivers. Borthwick at the back of this group, chasing Michael Oliver. A bit of smoke there from David Jenkins. Looks like he's in trouble. Yeah, quite a lot of smoke there. David Jenkins with problems. Now, I think that's engine smoke. Is that tyre or engine smoke? There is damage to the tyre, look. He's been hit by Simon Reed. There's damage to the front of Simon's truck, so David Jenkins is going to have to pull in. They won't let him continue while he's emitting that amount of smoke. He's going to have to be pulled in, unfortunately, David Jenkins. There's problems there for the 69 MAN. He's laying a James Bond-style smokescreen, and Simon Reed spins out. Now, was that on oil from David Jenkins' truck, I wonder? Simon won't be too happy there. He spins out. That's 5th place gone. That's allowed Bradley Smith up to 5th. You can see it's the rear tyre is punctured on Jenkins' truck as well. That's causing some of the smoke, but I think there's engine smoke there as well. There must have been contact between the two of them. Simon Reed gets going again, or does he? He's on the grass. Now, was that spin because of damage to the truck? I'm not sure. David Jenkins is surely going to have to pull in here. They surely won't be able to continue with that amount of smoke coming off the back of the truck from that. Is it just tyre smoke? It's hard to tell whether there's tyre smoke or engine smoke there. So Bradley Smith is now up into 5th position. Michael Oliver 6th. Jock Borthwick in 7th. Craig Reed, Ricky Collett 8th and 9th now. Just over 5 minutes of the race to go. Jenkins continuing on, but surely that tyre is going to let go altogether and come off the rim. Craig Reed having a go at Jock Borthwick down towards the hairpin. Next to is Ricky Collett. We'll see what happened. This is the incident which saw Simon Reed spin out there. That was just truck got hooked up there. You can see the damage to the front of Simon Reed's truck, so he's hit the back of David Jenkins pretty hard somewhere in their battle. We didn't see it happen, but well, we haven't seen much of these two either. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver clear of Stephen Powell at the front of the field. All the action's in the pack behind them. Here's the 32. MV Commercials and Freehouse-sponsored truck of Jock Borthwick being chased by Craig Reed. This is now for 7th place. Simon Reed is all the way down in 15th after that spin. He's dropped behind everyone with the exception of Jim Bennett. It's over 4 minutes to go for Ryan Smith out in front. Here comes Craig Reed. Now, David Jenkins is still running, and in fact that punctured tyre has not really slowed him down. Of course, they are twin wheels on the rear axle, so it won't be affecting him too much. Just making a lot of smoke, although he is slowing a bit now because Bradley Smith has caught him. Bradley Smith, no relation to Ryan Smith, incidentally. Down into the hairpin. Bradley Smith, Michael Oliver. Jock Borthwick sliding about there, and Craig Reed very sideways too, so I think there is some fluid down at the hairpin there. We saw Simon Reed spin earlier on. This is the battle for what is now 7th place. See, lap times very similar between these two. There's David Jenkins, and he's dropping back now. I think it might be a hub or a half shaft seal that's leaking there from that damaged wheel. There is fluid leaking out, which is why the circuit's getting slippery. He's lost out to Bradley Smith, he's lost out to Michael Oliver. They're lapping Jim Bennett. Gentleman Jim moves aside, lets them through. There's Ricky Collett in the background as well behind this group. David Jenkins at least electing to try and keep going to pick up a few points. Meanwhile, we haven't forgotten Division 2. It's still Adam Bint leading Division 2. In the battle for second between John Powell and Paul Rivette. Here comes the Napa Auto Parts.eu MAN on the tail of the DAF. Meanwhile, Craig Reed's having a good go at Jock Borthwick here. He has a look on the inside at the hairpin. He's got the tighter line. But Borthwick will get the power down on that outside line as they come to the right at Spitfires. I think Craig Reed might have got the move done. Indeed he has. Good driving there by Craig Reed up into 7th position, and they're catching David Jenkins' damaged truck as well. See the smoke coming out there. I think it's fluid leaking from possibly the rear shaft or the wheel hub. after that contact with Simon Reed earlier on. There's a bit of smoke from the behind the cab as well, so there may be more damage than we can see there. Paul Rivett still under fire from Craig Evans. This is the fight for second in Division 2 because Adam Bint is quite a way clear of them. Just got a glimpse of Adam there in the foreground. Simon Faulkner, I think, has got ahead of him now in the more powerful Division 1 machine. Indeed he has. To the closing stages now. Is John Powell going to be able to catch Adam Bint? Paul Rivett up the inside, he takes John Powell. So the answer is no, John Powell is not going to be able to catch Adam Bint. Craig Evans only goes, well, is John Powell in trouble here, possibly? So they've reeled him in, these two. Craig Evans is going to have a go here as well. Have a look at the lap times as they cross the line. Yeah, John Powell about a second slower on that last lap. Reed and Borthwick have got ahead of David Jenkins. Ricky Collick could get through as well. Now this race, race 2, sets the grid, of course, for race 4. David Jenkins is now down to 8th. If he can hold off Ricky Collick for 8th place, that'll give him pole position for race 4 tomorrow. I don't think he's going to, though. You can see the smoke still pouring off that rather hobbled 69 truck. Surely Collick's going to get through. Meanwhile, here comes Ryan Smith into the hairpin for what will be the last time. Still 2.5 seconds ahead of Stuart Oliver. We've almost forgotten about our leading trio. Stephen Powell up there in 3rd. Now keep an eye on whether Ricky Collick's going to get ahead. And as Jock Borthwick goes sideways there, is Collick going to get ahead of David Jenkins? Still laying his smoke screen. Rechristening him Dick Dastardly. Ryan Smith out towards Senna for the last time. It's going to be 2 out of 2 for the 7 times champion. And Collick up the inside into the hairpin. He goes through and loses it. David Jenkins back up the inside. He's hit whatever fluid there is down there. I think Ricky Collick will be cursing that, because if he stayed ahead for 8th place, that will give him pole position for tomorrow's second race. Here comes Ryan Smith. It's going to be 2 out of 2 for the reigning 7-time champion. He's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:11.345, took the lead a couple of laps in at the crossing from Stuart Oliver and takes his second win. Oliver will come over for second place. Bits of rubber showering everywhere as they go towards the pit wall. Stephen Powell, 3rd place once again. And meanwhile in Division 2 it's going to be another win for that menacing black Volvo Aerodyne of Adam Bint. He's clear of Paul Rivett in 2nd in the division. Meanwhile, Bradley Smith, an excellent 4th in Division 1. 5th goes to Michael Oliver. Good result for him as well. Craig Reed 6th. Jock Borthwick 7th. Now, is David Jenkins going to hang on for 8th? I think he is. Still a battle between Craig Evans and John Powell. John Powell with a problem there towards the end because he's dropped behind Evans as well now. Over the line goes Simon Faulkner, and here comes Adam Bint. He weaves his way over to the pit wall, takes another win in Division 2. That'll extend his championship lead. Paul Rivett 2nd in Division 2. Then Craig Evans. John Powell slowing in the closing stages. Jim Bennett a lap down, 5th in Division 2. We lost John Bowler into the pits, and we lost Simon Reed as well, 3 laps from home. No stopping. Flying Ryan here at Pembrey so far this weekend. Took the lead with a rather audacious move through the crossing early on. Won by 3.36 seconds. Adam Bint celebrates as well, 2 out of 2 in Division 2. There is Simon Reed's truck. That's where he came to rest, sadly. Spun out of the hairpin and then pulled off. So Smith ahead of Oliver and Powell once again. Stephen Powell another 4.5 seconds back in that 3rd place in the end. 4th place going to Bradley Smith. Great result for him, just ahead of Michael Oliver. Craig Reed 6th after passing Jock Borthwick, and Ricky Collick did cross the line in 8th place. He did get ahead of David Jenkins, so provisionally Ricky Collick will be on the front row of the race with Jock Borthwick for race 4 tomorrow. David Jenkins, damage to his truck, he had to settle for 9th place, and Simon Faulkner completing the top 10. Then we've got the Division 2 runners. Adam Bint taking the win in that class by 3.78 seconds ahead of Paul Rivett. Craig Evans in 3rd ahead of John Powell, who was struggling in the closing stages, and Jim Bennett completing the finishes. Simon Reed pulled off, and John Bowler made the start this time, but pulled into the pits after a few laps. Well, hopefully Pointy is going to be down there shortly to talk to our drivers. That concludes the truck racing for today. We've got the drift truck on track a little bit later on as well. And next up it is the 2CV-Parts.com Classic Citroen 2CV Racing Championship. Second sprint race for them this weekend. A few cars will have changed drivers for that one, with some drivers swapping over. We'll bring you news on that in a moment, but first of all, let's head down to Pointy.
Well, a very interesting race, but nothing too serious happening there. Unfortunate for Dave Jenkins, who we of course got to speak to earlier. However, it's another fantastic first place win for Ryan Smith and another fantastic first place win for Adam Bint. Incredible. It's almost like a mirror of what we had earlier on. Let's head round now as we see the rest of the trucks coming in. Just get that long angle there, Keys, of everybody there. One of the surviving Reed brothers that didn't come across too much damage in that race. We've already had the, here he comes. The steering wheel comes out completely as we see Ryan Smith descending very hot and sweaty again from the cab. You did put your arm away for that last one, didn't you, Ryan? Such a man for the team, as you can see. Likes to thank everybody individually that made that race possible. Are you ready for me now?
I'm ready.
You ready for me now?
I'm ready.
That hat looks terrible on you, mate. The number looks good, but the hat looks terrible. There you go. That's it. Wear my hat. Wear one of my hats instead. Yeah.
Warm.
It is warm, isn't it? Did you think Stuart had you there, or it didn't take you long, did it?
You get one chance, don't you, with Stuart? He don't make mistakes, so... You know, Stuart's a seasoned pro. He's been there, done it, got the T-shirt. You know, Stuart's no easy feat in a race truck. He can drive, and that's why he's got the record he's got. But I just knew I'd get one chance, whether I took it or not. Again, it got wet out there.
Yeah,
oil or diesel, and you're the first to it a little bit. You know, I let him close the gap a little bit, but delighted with that.
It was a clean undertake, I'll give you that. I mean, we watched it happen with a bit of a squeak of the tyre. All of a sudden, you were past him.
He just went a little bit hot into turn 2, and I knew I could line him up through 3 and 4. Like I say, it was all. Like I say, you're gonna get one chance at Stuart, and you're not gonna get many chances.
You needed that a bit, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm more delighted from our point, from the team's work, the problems we've had. You know, we never try and make excuses because everybody's got the same, but delighted, honestly.
Well done. Good job, Ryan. Well done, team. Well done, Ryan. Of course, second place, Stuart Oliver. He's not in there, of course. He just tipped water all over Ryan Smith's head. Steve Powell in the number 3 truck, ironically getting another number 3. Back into the distance there, we've got the lineup for the top 3 of Division 2, which of course was the number 5 Adam Bint, behind him 22 Paul Rivette, and then a fantastic finish, first trophy of the weekend for number 10 Craig Evans. Lovely family, the Evans lot. I was chatting to them this morning over breakfast. They asked me to join them for an oat cake with cheese and a splash of sauce. Was delightful. Stuart, done it again.
Done it again.
I'll be honest with you, we had high hopes when we saw you get ahead of Ryan Smith in that first lap.
I did have high hopes as well. When I saw I was on pole, I thought this morning's qualifying paid off. But I just don't know where he gets the drive from coming around through the centre.
He said you came into that turn 2 a bit hot, and he knew he could line you up. Those were his exact words.
Yeah, he did. He took advantage, you know, and I couldn't protect because I was too far out. But the speed he came past us, I did go a little bit wide, but I didn't go slow.
No,
you know what I mean?
We heard a slight tyre squeak, and all of a sudden he was up your inside, and it was all game over.
Once I saw he was there, that was it. It was all I was going to end up was in the clubhouse having a pint with Bill.
Yeah,
so
early.
I didn't want to do that.
You didn't want to do that at all, no. Well, it's all gone very quiet here, hasn't it? My goodness. Obviously, that was the last race of the day. Much to do to set up for tomorrow. I mean, you've had 2 very good results so far, but obviously looking for that top spot.
Absolutely. We come here to win races. You know, that's what it's all about. And there's 3 races tomorrow, so hopefully it's when the what is this word?
So it's the boys from the
boys from the men. Yeah, the men from the boys.
Men
Something
from the
like
boys.
that. Wait for the chaff.
Yeah, that's right. So reverse grade. I'm on 7, Ryan's on 8. Onwards and upwards. But you know, credit to Mr. Powell there, and you know he wasn't dropping back.
Very well,
He
done
did-
very
he has
well
done
this
very
weekend.
well,
Yeah, he's obviously found that groove for Division 1 that I think he's been looking for a while now.
That's right, yeah. That's right. I had worried that he had sort of, just sort of peaked and he was just over the hill, and I hope this is recording properly. And
It is definitely, yeah.
But it looks like he's got a little bit of life left in him. So
I think he has.
We'll see what happens.
Talking about new life, I just thought I'd take a moment to mention, of course, that Stuart's daughter over in New Zealand is watching us live, most likely, with her very new member of the family, Morgan. So congratulations on being a granddad. Stuart did that one for them, obviously. Messages across the pond of love and good wishes, of course. And we've got another driver, Paul Rivette, here. Just quickly, we spoke to him a lot earlier on, so I'm only going to give you a short amount of time because you had your good, 40-minute chat. Another second place. You got to be happy.
Yeah, but I'm going to see if I can drag this out for as long as I can for a bit more airtime for Napa, Tack Assist, WDE, everyone else that's involved with it.
And that's all we've got time for. Thanks for joining us here in the paddock. We'll see you over at the podium when we hand out some trophies. Paul Rivette.
Good old Pointy, full of fun as ever. Motorsport should be fun. That's what they say. Fair play to Stuart Oliver for giving Ryan Smith a bit of a drenching there. Oh, in the warm weather today, that's probably quite welcome after a race in the hot cab of a truck. Simon Reed being recovered here. We've got the heavy artillery coming out to recover the number 89 truck. You can see it looks like it's had a chunk bit now to the front of it, doesn't it? That's where he hit David Jenkins. Not sure if that little flatbed is going to be able to tow the Iveco. You can just see to the right there the heavy recovery vehicle that's going to take the Reed freight truck back to the paddock. Thankfully they haven't got far to go, just being at Dibeny just before the paddock entrance. Next up it is the two CVs, so as soon as the track is clear we will give you the grid for that one. Now it is Sprint Race 2, and as we mentioned, some of the cars shared by 2 drivers swapping over between the sprints. A few drivers doing one race and some doing race 2, but the majority of cars being driven by the same driver. It's in the endurance race tomorrow where we'll see an increased number of cars making driver changes at the pit stop. Some drivers are racing solo though. That's all coming up tomorrow. Where is the Chryslin recovery vehicle based in Swansea, the big DAF? Very impressive looking machine. Race trucks, normally towed via the rear axle, which is I think what we're going to see here. Simon Reed climbs aboard. The beard to be feared, as some call him. Simon and Craig Reed run their freight business based in Stoke. Craig Evans, also a Stoke driver. We heard Pointy's mention of Staffordshire oatcakes there. Traditional breakfast food in Staffordshire. So it's a short pause while Simon Reed's truck is recovered here. Thanks again for all your chat on the stream as well. Haven't had a chance to get through many of your comments recently. It's been fairly rapid fire after the earlier delays. Most of you seem to have been chatting mini racing. Saw some minis last weekend at Snetterton, of course, Classic and Mon. They were in first class form. The Mini Challenge, sponsored by Virtue Motors, the trophy class for the BMW Minis, and the Mini 7 Racing Club as well. Also this weekend up at Croft, the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup is having an away day in the north of England as well. 2 CVs up next then. Quick hello to Gareth Willis, who's watching on. Now we'll give you a bit of an update on the 2 CVs that have changed drivers for race 2. Car number 30 is now going to be driven by Luca Proietti, son of Sandro. 33, the ECAS 2CV parts car. Matthew Arrowsmith Brown was out in race 1. That's now driven by Glenn Oswin. Number 35, that was Neil Graham in the first race, the Muffins team car. That is now driven by a familiar name, Ethan Sparrow. I believe he's the nephew of 2CV racing legend Pete Sparrow. Keeping the family name alive. Number 47 has changed drivers. That will now be Giles Owen in the yellow and peril racing car. 48, the SL racing car is now George Broadhurst. 55, the Walford team car is now Steve Walford, taking over from Julie. Car number 80 was Ainsley Bousfield. That's the Team Gadget racing car. It's now Nick Home for race 2. Number 96, that's the Hall family. Jenny Hall takes over from Chris. And those are the only cars changing drivers for race 2. So just a short pause here while the DAF recovery vehicle hitches up Simon Reed's Iveco Stralis. Very carefully coordinated the recovery operation, as we saw from Brands Hatch last time out when Trackside Recovery were in charge of operations with their big American trucks we saw. Well, they were in action in November last year at Brands. Simon Reed is trying to inch the truck into position. Now it's lifted up. Placed fully onto the towing mechanism. It was Mick Gould Recovery who provided that massive American beast that we saw at Brands Hatch last year. That was a show truck at Easter this year. I wonder if our recovery vehicles will be taking part in the truck show this weekend. Maybe it's down to Pointy to decide best in show. Thanks again for your patience during this enforced delay. Drivers a chance to cool down between races. Quick take on of fluids. But it looks like we are nearly ready now to tow this Iveco back into the paddock, and Simon Reed and his team can begin repairs for tomorrow. Hopefully we'll see Simon Cole back out as well, and Tom O'Rourke after their issues in race 1. Thank you again for being with us on BARC TV today. We start at just after 9:30 tomorrow with the Junior Saloon Car Championship second race of the weekend. Quick update on the penalties from their race earlier on, incidentally. The reason that Charlie Constable and Elliot Fuster were penalised, they were penalised for false starts. They got 10-second penalties. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, who took the flag in first place, and also Jonathan Moore got 5-second penalties for exceeding track limits. That's an update on the results of the Junior Saloon Car Championship from earlier. They will be back out tomorrow as the DAF tows the Iveco away. Pit siren sounds, so it sounds like the 2 CVs are being brought up to grid. Indeed they are. And we can bring you the grid hopefully in just a moment. Second race of the weekend for them, their second sprint race of the day. And this time it's Chris Tovey who goes up into pole position in the number 49 car, the KTR Developments car. Second fastest times from qualifying used to decide this second grid. 89 of Nick Crispin in the Dilligaff car alongside him. Row 2, number 76, Andrew Bull, looking for his first win in the category in the Tête Rouge with Propolis Process Solutions car, alongside Luca Proietti for Bacon Racing with Liquimolli, taking over from his father Sandro. Row 3, 97, David O'Keefe for Team Lion, alongside 92, Nick Rhodes for Crisis at Tête Rouge. Row 4 is number 41, Martin Ryman, the classic 41 factory racing car. He got fastest lap in the opening race. Starts alongside 79, Max Wire in the second of the Team Lion cars. Row 5 is Steve Walford in number 55, alongside number 70 of Matthew Hollis. And then back to row 6, we've got number 40, which is the first of the Muffins team cars. That is Chris Yates, alongside number 80, Nick Home, one of our newcomers for Team Gadget Racing. Row 7 is number 7, Mick Story, dropped out of race 1. He starts alongside 48 of George Broadhurst for SL Racing, taking over from Lawrence at the wheel of that car. Row 8 is number 47, Giles Owen, his first race of the weekend, the Yellow and Peril Racing car, alongside 33, Glenn Oswin for Team ECAS. Row 9, 81, Simon Turner in the Tête Rouge car, 35, Ethan Sparrow, nephew of the great Pete Sparrow in the Muffins car. Row 10 is number 16, Richard Plyer, hopefully he's reattached his rear wheel in the Green Frog car, alongside 96, Jenny Hall in the Pork Pie Racing machine. Penultimate row, 300, Shirley Hennessy in another of the Tête Rouge machines, alongside 67, Colin Etchells for Etch Racing, and Martin Sunderland for Infinite Improbability Racing. Starts at the back of the field in the number 42. So it'll be another 15-minute race. A 10-car lead battle in race 1. It was quite incredible, the race of the day so far, certainly. That was won by Nick Crispin in the 89 car, starting on the outside of the front row this time. Sandro Proietti was second, and Julie Walford on the podium in third. Julie sitting this one out with Steve having taken over the Walford Motorsport car. There's a bit of confusion in race 1 with a couple of cars' transponders not working. Hopefully they've rectified that. Let's see if Andrew Bull can take his first win here. I know Kira's cheering him on in the YouTube comments. Yes, I'm really looking forward to this one. Wait and see on the green flag lap if everyone is in position, if we've got any absentees for this one. The only two non-finishers in race 1 were Mick Story at the wheel of the Rosie Racing car. They've got a couple of 2CVs in the Story family. Whether that's Rosie or whether it's another one, I'm not too sure. Can't remember the name of their other car. It wouldn't surprise me if just about all of these cars have their own names. You own a 2CV, it's not just a car, it's virtually a family member. So Chris Tovey looking for win number 3 this season. Had a bit of a problem on the last lap in race 1, dropped down to 12th place. The wheel of the number 49, that's the KTR Developments car. And Team Dilligaff starts alongside him. If you don't know what that is an acronym for, don't ask. Best ever grid position here for Andrew Bull in the turquoise number 76 car. And yes, as Gareth Willis has said in our YouTube comments, the original design brief for the 2CV was for a car that could drive across a ploughed field loaded with eggs without breaking any. I'm not making that up on it. Oh, we've got a problem here. Yep, somebody in trouble. Who is that? It's the 300 car. Shirley Hennessy has got a problem being pushed off the grid. Now hopefully Shirley can join in from the pit lane. Hello to Oscar Proietti. I think he's Luca's brother watching on our stream from the Proietti family. The Bacon Racing car number 30, that has a name. It's called Strawberry Stripes, according to Oscar. Told you, all these cars have their own names. They'll probably get called a few names when they break down as well. Probably Shirley Hennessy's calling her car a few names now as it's pushed into pit lane. Hopefully she can get that running and join in from the pit lane. The board is now held aloft. We'll get the green flag lap underway now.
107 points with Stuart Oliver on 97. Jake Gibbons on 84.
It's been another 15-minute race for the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Racing Championship. Good to see the number 16 is back out there, which is Richard Plyer. He's repaired the damage to his car from race 1. Looking to see if Mick Story is there as well. I didn't spot him as the cars moved away off the grid. The Rosie Racing car, number 7. He is there. There he is alongside George Broadhurst in the 48.
Ryan Smith leading the championships as we go into tomorrow for the Green Truck Racing Championship.
42 is Martin Sutherland at the back. Kira Valentine Bull tells us that her father's car, number 76, is called Pascal. There's the number 40, that's the Muffins car, Chris Yates. Extraordinary design of the 2CV. One of the most classic shapes in all of motoring history. Look how thin the tyres are. Helps towards their on-the-edge handling. Cheap and cheerful to race, enormously enjoyable. And a great social scene as well, as typified by the scenes at the 24-hour race coming up on August Bank Holiday weekend this year over at Snetterton. Hopefully we'll have the Continental entries from France and Belgium back with us this year in their more modified 2CVs running in their own category. It's the club class, these cars, that compete for the main trophy. So up to the grid they come then. Chris Tovey, the grey car, double winner at Cadwell Park, starts on the pole alongside our earlier winner today, number 89 of Nick Crispin. Second row, Andy Bull in the turquoise number 76 machine for Team Tête Rouge. And Luca Proietti. His father Sandro was second in race 1 in Strawberry Stripes, number 30. Can Luca go one better? We're about to find out over the next 15 minutes. The last few cars are in position. Get the all clear from the marshals at the back of the grid, then the 5-second board will be held aloft. Then in the next few seconds the red lights will come on. When they go out, the race will be underway. There's the 5-second board from our starter. Revs rise from the 602cc engines. And away they go. Front row get away well. Look at Andy Bull trying to come through on the inside. He's got the tight line down towards the hairpin. That's a cracking start from the Tête Rouge driver. Chris Tovey from pole position has dropped back, and it's Nick Crispin who goes into the lead. Andy Bull up into second position in the 76. Chris Tovey is going to have work to do to fight back around the opening lap. Good start by Nick Rhodes as well in the 92, the green and blue car. 3 wide there through the pack at the back. Glenn Oswin was in the middle there in the ACAS car. They're all round the hairpin okay. Who's going to be leading as they come towards the crossing? It's number 89 of Nick Crispin. Andy Bull up there in second place. Chris Tovey recovering from a slightly slow start in third ahead of Luca Proietti. Over the crossing up towards the left-hander. Nick Rhodes in 5th place. Martin Ryman is 6th. Then we've got the first of the Team Lion cars. That's the 97 car of David O'Keefe, the defending champion. He's got Steve Walford up alongside him. Oh, and there's contact there. That's Walford and Martin Ryman. They're heading off circuits, almost out to the tyre wall. They're stuck together, I think, those two cars. Well, that's a Citroën 4CV, isn't it? Two of them stuck together. Hopefully they'll be able to untangle themselves and get going again. No, the 4CV was a model of Renault, so not really. It was a few years after the 2CV design came out, but those two cars did look rather tangled together there. Hopefully they can free themselves and get going again. There's Martin Ryman and Steve Walford. Now, how do we get out of this one then, they're saying? You go that way, you back up that way, and we'll wait for them to come round again. Nick Crispin leads. Here comes Luca Proietti up the inside in the Bacon racing car. Andy Bull late on the brakes on the outside in the Tête Rouge machine. You don't use the brakes much in a 2CV. Scrub off too much momentum and you're going backwards down the line. Proietti takes the lead on the inside in the number 30 car. He gets ahead of Nick Crispin out towards the crossing for the second time. Third is Chris Tovey. Bull in fourth place. I can tell you the two cars that tangled up have freed themselves and they've got going again, but they're a long way behind. Now let's see if they can catch up. Just looking down the order, one car that has dropped back quite a bit is Max Wire in the second of the Team Lion cars. Look for him coming through later on. Here comes the 97. No, it's not Pete Sparrow, it's David O'Keefe. And Andy Bull has dropped back there. He ran wide through the section of the crossing and Senna there. He's dropped a few places. See, once you get onto that wide line, you get shuffled back to the back of the line. You have to start all over again. Luca Proietti and Nick Crispin side by side. Crispin up the outside. He's going to retake the lead here. We saw the two cars tangled earlier on have actually parked up in the background, so they've obviously got some damage and are out of the race. Crispin round the outside at Carter's Curve. There's not many cars you can do that in, and Luca Proietti just clipped the grass on the inside. That could lose him some momentum, and this is going to allow Chris Tovey up alongside. Tucked in there is David O'Keefe, the reigning champion in the 97. This is going to be interesting into the hairpin. Here comes Andy Bull. He's on the grass on the inside. Nick Rhodes behind them in the 92 as well. Five of them almost on top of one another for second place. And Andy Bull, he's surely not going to get second place through there. He's done it. Andy Bull has done it. I really didn't think there was room there on the inside. He went for broke. He had two wheels on the grass. Now Luca Proietti's fighting back. This is brilliant from Andy Bull. Relative newcomer to 2CV racing. He's lost second place though to Luca Proietti. Chris Tovey in behind in that almost bronze liveried 49 car. Fifth is Nick Rhodes. He's under fire from David O'Keefe. And then in behind them looks like Chris Yates in the Muffins car. Behind him Matthew Hollis, who's repaired the left front corner of his car for a bit of contact in race one. Now are there yellow flags still out at Brooklands where those two cars have parked up on the outside? No, they've been withdrawn. Martin Ryman, not a lot of luck for him today. Steve Walford, the man he tangled with. It was that car on the podium in race one with Julie Walford on board. Luca Proietti trying to retake the lead here down towards Carter's. The other car, of course, that didn't take the start was Shirley Hennessy. Proietti's retaken the lead on the inside. There's the 97 David O'Keefe ahead of Nick Rhodes in the Crisis car. Chris Tovey up the inside, and you can see, as soon as you get onto the wider line, Nick Crispin's gone from first to fourth because Bull's come through. So has Chris Tovey. It's almost like Caterham racing. You've got to be in the right place to cross the finish line in first place. Here comes Tovey down the inside into the hairpin. Andy Bull moving to cover. Can he take the lead on the inside, Andy Bull? Not quite. Tovey over the curb on the inside. Four of them together. Up towards Spitfires. Still Luca Proietti has the lead. Second group is headed by O'Keefe. Nick Rhodes, Chris Yates in there. Matthew Hollis as well. So we've got two groups of four at the front of the field. Then a gap back to Mick Story, number 7 in Rosie in 9th. Rounding up the top 10 is Nick Home in the Team Gadget Racing number 80 car. Max Wire is 11th after a slow start. Then it's Ethan Sparrow, nephew of the greatest 2CV racer of them all, Pete Sparrow. We'll see him hopefully in the endurance race tomorrow. Luca Proietti leads. Andy Bull in second. All Bull a bit too hot there into Brooklands. He's gone wide. That's going to drop him back. Nearly spun him round. Here comes Chris Tovey up the inside. He's taken advantage of that. Luca Proietti didn't expect him to come through, and now Tovey's going to take the lead for the first time in this race. Chased by Nick Crispin. Proietti has to slot in third. He had no other choice there. And Nick Crispin in the Dillagaff car ready to attack back again for the lead. Up towards Honda Curve. Still over 9 minutes of this race to go. You almost wish these races were twice as long, don't you? So entertaining. Now here comes Nick Rhodes on the inside of David O'Keefe further back. Andy Bull could get shuffled further back here in the 76. Crispin trying to attack Chris Tovey for the lead. Can he get down the inside on the hairpin? Well, Luca Proietti could dive underneath both of them. He gets the inside in the Bacon Racing with Liqui Moly car. Tovey's got the lead. Up to second goes Proietti. And up to fourth now is David O'Keefe. Andy Bull getting ready to fight back. Then Chris Yates and Matthew Hollis side by side behind them. Fantastic battle at the front of the field between 8 cars. Chris Tovey just about has the lead, looking for win number 3 this season to extend his championship lead. It's a gap back of about 5.5 seconds to Nick Home, who's in 9th place. Max Wire in the second team Lion car is 10th. Mick Story 11th. Then it's Simon Turner in the 81 for Tête Rouge. Ethan Sparrow 13th. Then it's Giles Owen and Richard Plyer completing the top 15 in the Green Frog. 20 cars still running. Out of the 23 started, well, 22 started. Shirley Hennessy rather got pushed off the grid, and we lost Steve Walford and Martin Ryman in a tangle on the first lap. Leaders come out of Honda Curve. Then Chris Tovey, Proietti and Crispin side by side. Anybody going to move out of the slipstream there? There's the 47. That's the yellow and Peril racing car. It's not yellow, it's green and grey, being driven by Giles Owen. Leaders into the hairpin, side by side. Proietti on the inside. Here comes David O'Keefe using all his years of skill and guile from 2CV Racing, and onto the grass goes Nick Crispin. Is there a bit of damage to the front of Crispin's car there? Possibly the bonnet looks a little bit askew. Keep an eye on that. He's dropped back as through comes O'Keefe. He's up into second now. Through goes Proietti, through goes Bull, through goes Nick Rhodes as well. And here comes Matthew Hollis in the number 70. Yes, there's damage to the right front on Nick Crispin's car, I think. Look at the right front wing. I thought something looked a bit askew there. Through goes Nick Rhodes. Yeah, there's smoke from the right front tyre. I hope that's not bodywork rubbing on the tyre, because that'll ruin it for Nick Crispin. Chris Yates up the outside. It's Chris Tovey who's got the lead in the 49. There you can see that damage. Yeah, that wing is rubbing on the tyre slightly. That's a shame for Nick Crispin. That's going to lose him momentum. There's the 48. That's George Broadhurst in the SL racing car based in Cannock in Staffordshire. It's the car David Marsden was telling us about earlier on. Been rebuilt into a race car over the last few years. Do they come to complete another lap? The order is Tovey from O'Keefe, Proietti, Bull back up into 4th, Nick Rhodes is 5th, Nick Crispin's slightly battered car is 6th. Here comes David O'Keefe, most experienced man in the field. He's gone wide there though on the hairpin. Look at Andy Bull on the inside. He's driving superbly in that 76 car. Luca Proietti is the piggy in the middle as they come through into Spitfires. Should that be the snail in the middle? This car's rather unkindly sometimes known as tin snails. Nick Rhodes attacking Andy Bull now. He could get a run here into the crossing. 89 Nick Crispin's not finished yet despite that bit of bodywork damage. Matthew Hollis ahead of Chris Yates further back. 8 of them fighting for the lead. Just as close as it was in race 1. Chris Tovey still hanging on in front ahead of David O'Keefe. Bounce their way through Senna. Lean their way towards Brooklands. Bit of a lock up there from Luca Proietti. Driving a 2CV really does take a style all of its own. 8 of them, line astern, down Speedway Straight. What a fine sight. Next group is headed by Nick Holm ahead of Max Wire. Fastest lap of the race has been done by Andy Bull, a 1:23.499. And he's getting ready to try and move back into a podium position. With 5 minutes of this race to go. Over the line they go. Chris Tovey moving to cover into the hairpin. David O'Keefe in his wheel tracks. Luca Proietti's gone a little bit wide. He's going to try and barrel down the outside to get the run on the exit into DeBenny here to tackle the 2 leaders. Nick Crispin has taken Nick Rhodes for 5th place. Chris Tovey it is who still leads. O'Keefe in 2nd. Here comes Proietti. Now you see why he positioned himself on the outside going into the hairpin, because he's going to try and go through at the left at DeBenny. He's got it. Has he? David O'Keefe fights back. They're side by side. Here comes Andy Bull on the attack in the 76. Still Chris Tovey somehow keeping his nose in front of this. O'Keefe still side by side with Proietti. He's got the inside for the right-hander at Senna. Andy Bull could send one up the inside here into Brooklands. No, there isn't room. They're still side by side for 2nd and 3rd. With a whole lap so far. Now here comes Bull. This time he's split them. Attacking Luca Proietti. He's got Nick Crispin on his tail. Further back in the order, there's Colin Etchells in the 67. He's running 19th. He's got ahead of George Broadhurst. Behind Martin Sunderland. Here's a fight between Giles Owen, the ECAS car driven by Glenn Oswin, the familiar purple and yellow colours. I know in the days of the great Richard Dalton and his teammates, that car won the 24 Hours a few times. Behind Glenn Oswin is Richard Plyer. Here come your leaders. 6 of them together for the lead now down into the hairpin. Nick Crispin's got back up into 3rd place. There's been a sort out there at the end of the lap because Luca Proietti's lost a couple of places. Andy Bull up the inside. Can he get the overlap through there? The man from Barnsley on Luca Proietti. Nick Rhodes behind them. Then the pairing of Hollis and Yates have been dropped slightly. There's a great fight going on for 9th by the look of it as well. Now David O'Keefe, though, is having a sniff for the lead. Can he take his first win of the season? He's up alongside Chris Tovey as they come out of the crossing. He'll be on the outside for the right at Senna, though. Chris Tovey knows that, and he holds the lead. Just over 2.5 minutes to go. Into the right-hander. Meanwhile, Glenn Oswin's got ahead of Richard Pliers. That means Giles Owens dropped a couple of places. The car raced by Richard Knight in race 1. It's Matthew Arrowsmith-Brown in the ECAS car earlier on. There's the 47 at the back of that group. A line astern again for the lead. Nick Crispin, that little bit of bodywork damage, not slowing him down. He's still there in 3rd place. But David O'Keefe, this is his golden opportunity to attack for the lead of the race. 2 laps to go this time. Second race for the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Racing Championship. Can Chris Tovey hold on for his 3rd win of the season and extend his championship lead? Not if David O'Keefe has got anything to do with it. Been racing 2CVs for some 30 years. He cuts to the inside out of the hairpin. He's going through. He's done it. The Team Lion car into the lead. I've lost count of how many times Team Lion have taken victories over the years with O'Keefe, Pete Sparrow, Gary Adnett and their teammates. And now David O'Keefe has hit the front. Great move on the exit of the hairpin. Chris Tovey couldn't turn it back in time. And now here comes Crispin as well. Side by side for 4th, Andy Bull and Luca Proietti. Behind them is Nick Rhodes in the 92, the Crisis car. Here comes Chris Tovey. He's got a run on him through Senna. And he retakes the lead. Great driving by Chris Tovey. This race really coming alive in its closing stages. Now here comes Crispin. He's going for the inside at Brooklyn. You see, just that momentary loss of momentum, and you immediately start losing places. It's all about keeping the momentum up in 2CV racing. Chris Yates at the back of the group. The eyes have it for the number 40 car. Nick Crispin trying to go around the outside of David O'Keefe. And look at the way Tovey's breaking away. Has he timed it right? Is he going to be able to hold on for the last lap? Crispin up the outside at Honda. Gets the run into the straight, but he's got to get the move done before the hairpin. They're still side by side. Look at Luca Proietti. He's got the run towards the hairpin. Now he could get 2nd place here with a bit of luck. Yes, he's gone through. Andy Bull's in there as well. We've seen him do this before. Proietti up into 2nd. Bull's going to get 3rd if he can turn this back. And the 97 has been shuffled back. Well, he was leading half a lap ago. He's down to 5th because Nick Crispin has come through as well. This is brilliant stuff on the final lap here of the day for the 2CVs. Chris Tovey, Luca Proietti, Crispin into 3rd place, Andy Bull side by side with David O'Keefe. Now here comes Nick Crispin with a do-or-die move at the crossing. Excuse me, Luca Proietti. Takes 2nd place away. That's lost Proietti momentum. Round the outside goes O'Keefe. He's going to try and take 3rd, but he's on the wrong side for Senna and Brooklands. Now Andy Bull's going to get back up the inside and retake 4th. This is fantastic stuff. Chris Yates has dropped back from this group, I note there in the number 40. Proietti moves across to try and defend from Andy Bull. He's stuck in the middle again. O'Keefe on the outside. What's Nick Crispin going to do on the run to the line? They're coming up towards the flag this time. Is Chris Tovey going to hang on? Nick Crispin lunging for the inside. It's a last bend attack from Nick Crispin trying to take the double. He's on the tail. He's going to try and slipstream Chris Tovey. Out of the final corner they come. What a fantastic race for the 2CVs. There's a bit of a tangle on the final turn. Proietti goes off. Tovey wins it. Matthew Hollis takes the flag nearly down on the beach. Right, Chris Tovey takes the win ahead of Nick Crispin. It was Andy Bull in 3rd place. David O'Keefe is 4th. Nick Rhodes 5th. 6th is Luca Proietti. Well, I'm not sure because Matthew Hollis, I think, may have missed the timing loop. He was so wide there coming out of the final turn on the grass. Yeah, Matthew Hollis comes across the line in 6th. Luca Proietti only 7th and Chris Yates 8th, with Wire and Home completing the top 10. That was brilliant. Absolutely superb. You could tell something had got to give on that final corner, and that something, sadly, was Luca Proietti and Matthew Hollis. But it is Chris Tovey who takes his third win of the season, extends his points lead in the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Racing Championship. Congratulations indeed to the KTR Developments driver, the man from Bristol. Rest of the pack come across the line. 20 cars will make it home in this race. The provisional result then, Chris Tovey the winner from Nick Crispin by 0.38 of a second. Third place goes to Andy Bull. He'll be overjoyed with that in the Tête Rouge car. Fourth place goes to David O'Keefe in the Team Lion machine. Nick Rhodes comes in fifth for Crisis at Tête Rouge. Crisis at Tête Rouge sounds like a film title, doesn't it? Matthew Hollis, despite taking the flag almost down on Pembrey Beach, finishes in sixth position ahead of Luca Proietti. Chris Yates completing the top 8. Max Wire in ninth, a slow start dropping him back, but he recovers in the Team Lion car. And Nick Home, newcomer this year for Team Gadget Racing, in 10th ahead of Mick Story driving Rosie to 11th, Simon Turner 12th, Ethan Sparrow 13th, Giles Owen topping the battle for 14th ahead of Glenn Oswin and Richard Plyer in the Green Frog. 17th went to Jenny Hall for Pork Pie Racing. Martin Sunderland was 18th for Infinite Improbability. George Broadhurst 19th for SL Racing, and the final finisher was Colin Etchalls in the Etch Racing car. Sadly, we lost Martin Ryman and Steve Walford in that first lap tangle, and Shirley Hennessy failed to take the start. Pause for breath needed there. Fastest lap of the race to Andy Bull as well, 1:23.499. Wow, that was absolutely superb. It's been told another couple of the car names, but I think we're down to ready to head down to Ewan Dunlop. I can see him down there in Park Ferme, and we'll hear from our top 3.
Cheers, Dave. We did have Chris stood right here about 5 seconds ago, and he just got off to celebrate with the other drivers, so we won't interrupt that just for a moment there. Clearly very, very happy. As you heard Dave say, third win of the season. Just solidifies his place at the top of the championship, and we'll try and get him in now. We're going to interrupt this family moment. Chris, great win to end the day.
Oh, well, yeah, it is. Considering what happened this morning, that is just what I wanted.
We didn't get to speak to you. What happened in race 1?
I had some water in my fuel, so some fuel that was bought last night was the first time we used it, and we put it in the car this morning. And
oh, wow.
So we drained the tank out, and it was full of water. So
that is not good. That doesn't help, does it?
Yeah, it does not help. Car goes better when you've got fuel in it, not water in it.
But what helps your championship campaign is a win in race 2.
It certainly does.
Yeah. I mean, that was a thriller again. It's like get your breath back at the end there. You actually stayed out in front of it for some of that, but could you see the battle behind you?
Oh, I could, yeah. I spent more time looking in my mirror than I did out the windscreen, I think. I was just on edge the entire time because they were just closing up and dropping back because they were fighting, and I could see some grass trackings and everything going on.
It's a great series to watch. You taking part in the Enduro tomorrow?
I will be, yes.
Fantastic. Good luck with that.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Well done. Let's get second place. Nick Crispin won the first race, second in the second race.
Oh, not
Nick,
you again
well,
as well.
No, it's always a good win when you see me, because you mean you're top 3, but a win and a second place. Well done.
Do you know what? I thought I'd messed it all up when I got back to, 5th or 6th place, and to pull off that move on the last lap to get up to second.
Yeah.
Unreal. I mean, just brilliant.
We saw David go from 1st to 5th in half a lap. That is 2C racing classic, isn't it?
It is. You know that if you're in the lead, you are going to have 2, maybe 3 cars working together behind you. And once you get 3 cars in a row, they just go another 10 mile an hour faster than you, which doesn't sound a lot, but they're going past you. And you can't pull in until the last car's gone, so you can easily go from 1st to 5th to 6th to 7th just in one corner. But yeah, very, very pleased with
Twice today in the top 2, well done.
Yeah, car's taking a bit of a battering, but it'll be all right, won't it?
Go and enjoy your drink, mate. Well done. Cheers, mate. Thank you. And finally, we'll get round to Andy Bull. We're going to jump in. Is that okay? I'm going to squeeze in here. First of all, a fantastic race, and well done.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I really enjoyed that one. It was absolutely manic up the front.
Swapping and changing every lap. One minute I'm in 6th place, next minute I'm back into 2nd, chasing down the inside corner at the hairpin. So
it is an incredible series. I think Dave, getting your breath back in the studio. What's it like to be involved in? As you've just said, you could have been 1st, 6th, 1st, absolutely anywhere. How do you keep your head cool in those moments?
as only a second season racer, not very well sometimes, but yeah, you just have to sort of rein it back in and think there'll be another corner, another chance to have a go. So, and especially here with the slipstream, it works really well.
We spoke in assembly before race 1, and we mentioned that you've got 3 great guys in front of you. Yeah. You've got in front of a few of them now. Do you consider yourself one of the bigger drivers in this series, or is it far too early?
It's not whether I consider myself one of those, whether they consider me one of those.
Very nice, yeah.
So yeah, we'd like to hope that that's earned a bit of respect.
2 sprint races done, doing the Enduro tomorrow?
Yeah, doing the Enduro. I'm starting, which I've never done a rolling start, so that'll be good fun. And then Alec Graham, ex-champion, is jumping in the car halfway through.
Fantastic.
To bring it home.
Go and enjoy your champagne and your podium. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. And that is our racing done for day 1 here at Pembrey. Headlining, of course, tomorrow we've got 3 more races in the British Truck Racing Championship, and we end the day with a 100-minute 2CV race. Dave Goddard, are you ready for that? 100 minutes of that, can you believe it? Enjoy it. Come back tomorrow, last few words with Dave Goddard.
Well, I have to say, I cannot wait for that 100-minute race tomorrow. If it's anything like the 2 15-minute races we've just seen, that is going to completely finish me off for the weekend. I'm out of breath just after 15 minutes of racing there for the 2 CVs. Thanks to everybody for their comments during that one. Thank you, Jaron Shepsman, who tells us the names of a couple of the cars. The Muffins team. Number 35 is called Rhubarb, and number 40 is called Clarence. Rhubarb muffins, anyone? There's the custard. Anyway, we're waiting to see, we thought we may see the drift truck coming out at the end of the programme, but I'm not sure if we are going to see that, so we'll confirm in a second. We don't think we're going to see our drift truck, unfortunately. Hopefully we're going to see that tomorrow. But I think we are now going to wrap up for day 1 here at the Pembrey Circuit. It's gone by pretty quickly, hasn't it? Day 1 here at Convoy Cymru. Now it's time for the teams to party. Not too hard, because there's plenty more racing coming up tomorrow. We've got plenty of entertainment down the paddock. There's live music as well to enjoy here at Pembrey. Let's have a look at the schedule while we have a chance. We're just waiting to see if the drift truck is going to come out to end the day with a bit of a show, but let's quickly take you through the schedule for tomorrow's racing. We started about 9:45 with the second race for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Dara Flock looking for a double there. Then we've got our third race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship, and that's followed by a break for qualifying for the 2CV and mini endurance race. Well, it is a mini endurance over 100 minutes. We may see 1 or 2 minis in that one. Track Attack Race Club have their second race, and then we've got the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship. Yep, the locally based championship is going to have a couple of races here tomorrow, something a little bit different. Another truck race before the lunch break, then the third race of the weekend for Junior Saloon Cars, then hopefully we'll have the truck drifting display. Second race for the local heroes in the Welsh Sports and Saloon Cars. Expecting quite a mixture of different machinery in that one. Final truck race, and then the race you just mentioned, the 100-minute endurance race for the 2 CVs, possibly a couple of minis in the guest class as well. We're told, unfortunately, the drift truck is not going to be coming out today, so apologies if you're waiting to see that. We'll hopefully see a bit of drifting tomorrow. Will we see enough truck drifting during the races, let's face it. So time to end from today here at Pembrey. I think one of our comments up here sums it up perfectly. Cheers to the commentators, camera operators, drivers, stewards, crews and spectators. Looks like it was a beautiful day for racing. See you all tomorrow. I could not agree more. Well done to that commenter on our feed. Thank you for all your kind comments on our feed today. It's done some good banter on there today, I have to say. Thank you to all the volunteer marshals and other officials as well. We couldn't go racing without the Orange family and all their helpers. We do it all again tomorrow morning. Join us from about 9:30. Until then, it's time to sign off for the evening here at the home of Welsh Motorsport. We'll see you tomorrow.